Hampshire. Um, I travel a lot. I spend a lot of time on the road. I homeschool my children. We, my wife and I, homeschool our children.
Wow.
And my wife has a home-based business, and she's built it for about the past 3 years. And so that's...
Wow. Got your plate full.
Yeah, lots going on.
I really admire the
Yeah.
homeschooling. That's
Yeah.
great. Good for the both of you.
Yeah.
So how did you get started being very vocal and active about carbon tax?
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm already familiar with being a little bit active, so I like to, in the past, I've been vocal around firearms, First Amendment, Second Amendment issues, and Article 16, and
Right.
so I'm I'm on a team, I would say, called Vermont, excuse me, Vermont Citizens Defense League. And so what this is about self-defense and an inalienable right, one that really wasn't bestowed on us via the Constitution, but really was something that we were born with, the ability to protect ourselves and defend ourselves. So that's really, so I was active and am active in that sort of area.
Great.
And in the past couple of years, I've tangled with the First Amendment a little bit as well, in that Governor Scott, shortly after he signed S55 into law, Act 94, he was blocking people on Facebook.
Right.
Oh, yeah, there was a couple news stories about this.
Big issue.
Yep. And so a couple of others and I got with the ACLU, and we were able to turn that around. I'm now I'm a friend of his again, I guess. I don't know about that, but yeah. As far as Facebook goes, I think they've been corrected. I think everybody realizes now that you really can't have a public page that's your official page, whereas the people can speak to you and you speak back to the people, and they elected you, so you can't just delete comments and block people from that.
Because you don't like them or something.
Because essentially you're blocking them from their First Amendment right.
Oh, congratulations
yeah, if it's
on
an
that
official government-sponsored, Facebook page, it's different if it's like a personal account.
Or a campaign.
Or a campaign account.
Yep.
Yeah. But if it's official, like governor's office
That's
Facebook
right.
page,
Oh, so you
that's
he could block
public
it
forum.
if it was his campaign page?
He could, yes. He can.
that's
He's legally fine with that because that's his speech.
That's his.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the message he wants to get out to people. And if
Yep.
you want to say
But
something
as soon
different,
as it's a
that makes
government-sponsored
sense.
page, it's a public forum.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep.
Yep.
So let's we're talking about carbon tax today. Hopefully, most of our viewers know a little bit about the carbon tax or the various carbon taxes that have been proposed by the Vermont legislature. Do you kind of want to summarize what a carbon tax means to you? How do you define it?
Well, I define it in a very specific way because I've debated some of these folks that are pushing for the different carbon tax schemes, the different ideas that they have. And if you define what a carbon tax is differently than they do, then they feel like they shrug and sort of like, see, you don't even know what a carbon tax is. But there's a number of different ways that a carbon tax looks to me. And what I do is I call it anything that's a carbon tax, fee, or penalty, or a tax, fee, or penalty that's based on a carbon metric. So in that, we bring in the carbon metric. Once you bring in that carbon metric and you say, we're going to measure this by that, now you've created a carbon taxing scheme.
What about proxies for carbon, things like gallons of fuel or things like that?
Yeah, so I definitely would consider the cap and trade systems if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
The cap and trade, and there's other. First of all, there's a number of different ways that carbon taxes have been rolled out, and there's cap and trade systems, and there's carbon offsetting. Right. So the cap and trade systems are, we're about to on October 22nd. I think that the leadership from the House is going to be introducing the Transportation Climate Initiative bill. So they've got, I believe they're going to have a bill that's going to, Well, what it's going to do is it's essentially going to raise the price of fuel before it gets to the pump. And remember, a lot of what they're trying to do here is they're trying to incentivize us, what they call incentivize. And the way that they use language really ticks me off because it sounds like something really great, but really it's awful.
Right.
Right.
And so when they talk about incentivizing us, they're talking about we're going to make the price of fuel go up so high that you have to make a change.
Right.
And then you see them on the other hand, you see them pushing for electric vehicles, where they're willing to put a $1.5 million into electric vehicles, fully electric vehicles. So when we look at that, that doesn't really compute. As far as so anyways, so what they're doing is they're using this, get the fuel price high so that you'll purchase the most what's the word I'm looking for? The one that's got the least, emits the least amount of greenhouse gas, right? Which they consider the EV. In reality, though, EVs they really don't make sense for us in these parts. It may make sense for folks in Burlington and folks that have a limited distance that they travel.
Right.
But if you think about it this way, they speak often to climate change is going to bring disruptive weather. And if climate change brings disruptive weather and we knock out power lines, how exactly are these people driving away to safety?
Right.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, but it's a real thing. I mean, you know, they don't have this portable fuel.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah, right.
And the portability of fuel is key.
Right.
You know, when it comes to those.
And the energy density of gasoline or diesel fuel is, you know, on a weight ratio is much greater than even the best lithium-ion batteries that we have. It's just, you know, that's your range limited.
You are.
And
torque limited. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, you know, one of the preferred nomenclatures these days is now, you know, carbon pricing.
Yes.
Or carbon incentives.
Yes.
Just kind of flipping that. It's the negative incentive versus a positive incentive.
Yeah. As far as language goes,
as
that's
far
a
as
good
language goes, those are
example,
kind of the language cues that people are starting to transition to. Very few people are calling it carbon tax. There's carbon pricing or something
Recently,
like that.
Weinberger said, I caught it. All right, so we went from cap and trade to cap and investment or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I believe that's what it was.
I think so. He just did that the other day.
He said cap and investment, and it gets uglier as we go because what Weinberger's his ideas are I mean, it's
pretty radical out
very ugly stuff.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. It goes to show you he's very Burlington-centric with his ideas.
Right. Yeah, that's a very Burlington-centric way to say it. And also, I mean, if you look at the distribution of, you know, who supports it in the legislature, it's mostly Chittenden County.
Yes.
A little bit of, you know, central Vermont, you know, the Montpelier-Barry area. And outside of that, it's, you know, it's hard to find.
Because I was just talking to my husband last night, how many employees I know in state government that come from up north, and they have to travel quite a distance. They're not all from Washington County. They're from outside.
Yep.
And this would really impact them.
And also, I'd like to point out that, you know, I was recently talking with some of the folks that do Meals on Wheels. And this is a great program. A lot of these folks are paying out of their own pocket for gas.
Yep.
And you think about how regressive is it that we would raise the price of fuel to get us over to some unworkable. First of all, I'm not against EVs, and I know that that was something Governor Scott said to me. After all we said to him, all he could come back with was, I don't know why you're so against electric vehicles, blah blah blah. And it's not that. I've been in them. They're really, really cool. They are cool, and you know,
very silent, right? They just kind of.
They're silent, and they don't have the dash. Some of them don't have the dash panel, and they have this. It looks like an iPad or something over here, and
cool.
But as soon as you get into it, it speaks to its limitation because the first thing that mapping system does, it needs you to go to each recharging station. So it maps out all the recharging stations. So once you put your trip in, then it's going to map out your charging stations and which ones you got to hit.
Yeah.
Which could be a bit of a fumbling piece if you were traveling and you had to stop for an hour and a half to fill up. Or what if there was a line? Has anyone thought this through? Right. I know that Tesla has these superchargers. So if you do just hit superchargers, then you can still fill up in like 30 minutes or something like that.
Well, I know the safety issue is if you get in an accident, you can't
battery pack and catch on fire.
The firemen can really get hurt because you're dealing with electricity, right, from the battery.
And Tesla themselves has in their manual, I've looked it up a couple of times, what the emergency procedure is for fire
Do
departments.
not use water. Yeah, they need the foam, right? To put
No,
it
they
out.
do talk about, they use foam, they use water.
Do they?
Yep, they do. But the piece is that it can reignite within 24 hours. So it can
Okay.
continue to reignite over 24 hours. And that leads me to think about the power wall. So these
Right.
indoor batteries. So the reignitions seem to happen when there's a slash on the floor pan because that's where the battery is.
Yeah.
The
Excellent.
floor pan is a big battery.
Bring it home, and there you go.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Did you see that car that burned up out on Lake Champlain?
Yeah, last
right.
last spring.
Right.
Yeah,
there's a
and that was because
Tesla-
they got a slash to the floor pan.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was a Tesla. It was one of the SUVs, the Tesla X, and
Yeah.
they hit a rock or something out on the.
Oh, and it split it. Oh, so
And
it opened
Just
it
kid
up.
put a little slash in
Yep.
it, and then when you mix things like inside a battery,
Right.
you're immediately going to have a fire.
Yeah.
And it burnt it to nothing. There was
Burnt
no
it right
over
down.
cage either.
Yep.
All you saw was wheels and a flat pan, and that's all that thing is.
Yeah.
Wow.
It burned it all the way, and they called the fire department. And they're like, "You're on your own." So,
Great.
yeah.
That's great. Oh, so but you're not opposed to electric vehicles. You were saying that like in Burlington or
I'm
some
not
kind
opposed
of
to
close,
electric vehicles, but
yeah.
the things that
gotta
make
be
me
better.
give me the willies are how they, how they manufacture the batteries, where they get these rare earth elements. Where the fact that there's child slavery involved really gives me the
Lithium mining and.
Oh,
my
really?
Lord. Oh,
That's
God.
another
They have these
whole-
little children going down holes in the ground in places like you know.
I'm surprised we like that here because we're pretty active.
Don't
in
ask
this.
We
how the
don't.
sausage is made. Just
Yeah,
you
right,
know.
just-
They won't talk about it.
Yeah.
They won't talk about it, and we brought it up every time we get together, we talk about it because it's important that everybody knows that if we ramp up like the world is about to ramp up for electric vehicles,
Right.
it's what it appears to be doing. And when it does that, what it's going to be doing is it's going to be leaning on these rare earth metals. Well, where do the rare earth metals come from? They come from Africa, and who predominantly oversees that? China. And so you have internal countries in Africa that are managing, and then you've got the Chinese that are paying.
Right.
And what the Chinese do is they'll show up, and I don't have anything against the Chinese either. I'm just saying that the Chinese show up,
what's happening.
and they put in schools and hospitals and stand stuff up for these people, and in turn they get mineral rights, and that seems to be how it works. And the people that are doing the work are slaves.
kids.
They work for they do get paid, but they get paid enough to eat for the day.
Right.
And that's essentially,
Right.
So that's it. An investment in EVs right now is an investment in that. So
And
I ask-
lithium
But-
mining is like
it's in the
but
phones.
That and that
In
can explode
phones,
too.
yeah.
Hasn't that been a problem? Where they're
Yeah.
carrying this stuff and all of a sudden the guy's
Well, there's
back
lithium
pocket blows
batteries
up?
and
Yeah.
in those too, as well as a whole bunch of other rare earth metals
Yeah.
on top
Yeah.
of just lithium. But lithium mining, you think coal mining is destructive? Like, go visit a lithium mine. They're-
Yeah,
Really?
lithium's bad,
It's-
and
yeah.
cobalt is what they do over in Africa.
Yep.
And lithium, I understand, comes from South America for the most part right now. Yep.
And
Yeah.
nobody seems to be caring.
Well,
they
there's a
want the
lot of
electric
money in it. It's
vehicles.
like diamonds.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. It's
Right.
like
Pound for
diamonds.
pound, cobalt is worth almost as much as diamonds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I ask a really basic question? I don't mind showing how goofy I am. What is carbon?
Okay.
Everything.
Well,
Yeah.
well, I know that and we have it in our supplements, and I read that the ocean is where there's a ton of carbon, and and I never heard that before, that they were talking about the ocean.
And there's a lot of sequestration going on with the ocean.
Yeah.
So I guess what I would say about carbon is that carbon is like, one way to think of it is it's the basic building block of life. It's an element that's, one might argue, is necessary for life here and anywhere else in the universe.
Right.
And why is too much bad?
Well, we start to speak about carbon dioxide. So once you add a couple of oxygens, and you have carbon dioxide, which happens from, so if you heat up fossil fuels, there's a number of different ways when we
Expel,
emit.
yeah.
Yeah, humans breathe
Right, we
out
breathe it out,
carbon
right,
dioxide.
right.
Yeah, and essentially,
Well, any mammal breathes out carbon dioxide, actually.
yeah, right.
I just had a test at the hospital, sat in this glass tube, and they made me breathe in carbon dioxide just a little bit and then blow it out. That was interesting.
Oh, they were testing the gases and how
Yeah,
you're
right,
processing
yeah.
gases and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. They said just a little because too much, you know, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Thanks for
great.
telling me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks for putting that in my head. But that was interesting. So everything's got carbon in it, and trees, especially here in Vermont, it emits a lot of carbon.
No,
correct? Or
it
absorbs.
Absorbs. So,
Absorbs.
so humans need oxygen to process.
Right.
For plants, most plants use carbon dioxide to process.
Which is why they say you should talk to plants because you're emitting.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I've thought about that. It
No.
must be.
Yeah, because they say you're
Yeah.
supposed to walk around talking
Yeah.
to your plant.
That's why there's
But-
a symbiotic relationship
Yeah, right.
between plants and mammals.
Yeah, I wonder if it would do really
when it
any
starts
good.
talking back,
yes.
it's time to leave.
Yeah,
And then
exactly,
it's
exactly.
Time to go.
But they also run carbon dioxide inside greenhouses in order to essentially heat that room up a little bit,
Okay.
and they absorb carbon dioxide. So when it's photosynthesis.
And here we are, a very tiny state, and if we do all that we can to reduce our carbon footprint, I like that expression.
Well, we should
What-
talk
what-
about why carbon is a problem.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't really get it.
Yeah. So why
The
excess
atmosphere?
carbon in the atmosphere is a problem?
Yeah, because it eats away at the,
No,
no.
it's not. What it does is, if we didn't have carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases on Earth, then what we would basically be is an ice ball. All right.
Oh.
So it's fair to say that we would be an ice ball if we didn't have carbon dioxide. So it's a greenhouse gas, and what that means is that when the sun shines in to our atmosphere, some of that energy is stored in the carbon dioxide atoms out and about, right? Molecules out and about.
Right.
So when you have, one might argue that there's a certain balance to that, and if that balance goes out of balance, then everything could potentially, apocalypse could happen.
Right.
That's, I think, what some people are arguing, is that they're arguing for apocalypse. Some people, more rash people, but maybe, they have there's lots of different perspectives here. And one of the perspectives is also that if we go past a certain point of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, then it's going to cause a series of chains of events that will happen that will cause the polar ice caps to melt,
Right.
to acidify the oceans,
Right.
to kill off all oceans. Seas will rise up to the Statue of Liberty's knees. People will, that's a bad situation that they talk
So
about.
how-
Coastal cities will flood.
Right.
Yeah.
Florida will be long underwater.
Migratory pattern, like because the warming of the planet, either animals will have to migrate north or they won't survive
Right.
because they need to follow the weather patterns that are moving.
So this is very much connected to climate change discussions, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So carbon dioxide, which is the gas form of carbon,
Right.
really is the leading contributor to greenhouse gases and
Okay.
climate change, global warming.
Right, that's what we've accepted, and that's what we trust that our scientists are. So the scientists have come back with some statistics that show that we've contributed. All right, that's what they say. Is that we have contributed at least, I don't know, I think they say 1% more than what would normally have been there. Because of that 1%, there's a chain of events that's happening right now. They would surmise that as things heat up, you expose certain types of. So up in the Arctic, when those areas heat up,
Yeah.
what they can end up with is exposed reflective pools that then increase the melting quicker.
Yeah.
And so so they surmise that 1% is going to lead to a massive, horrible climate change, but they also speak as if they can do something about that. All right, so that's one of my bones of contention is no matter what you believe is going to be the ultimate outcome of our 1% or possibly soon to be 2%, I don't know.
Right.
I just don't see how humankind, first of all, humankind has never set out to change the environment intentionally, and we have no experience with that, and if we want to connect this to a carbon tax, we could go there and we could just say that there's no proof or holding or logic that says
Right.
that paying a carbon tax will change the climate.
Yeah, the climate doesn't know we're paying a tax, right?
Right. They could say, well, what we can do is we can stop producing carbon dioxide, putting so much carbon dioxide out in the atmosphere. That's what they could, that's what their argument is. We just have to stop doing this so that we can stop.
Because you gave a great suggestion, which I thought, just plant more trees.
Right.
Right? And you've got a couple of suggestions. So plant more trees. Quit, do it a little bit better with the culling or whatever they call it.
Well, planting trees alone, I don't think will do the trick for us to get these local folks off our backs.
Right.
Because what they're holding us to is they're holding us to the percentage, to how much of a percentage our greenhouse gases have gone up back to a certain measurement point, which I think they're trying to speak to. I'm not exactly sure how far they're going back.
I've seen usually it's like either the 1950 or 1920, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, but Vermont right now seems to be holding us to it's right around 2013, 2015. So anyways, the interesting thing about that I point out with this particular bracket is that that's right around the time when we shut down Vermont Yankee. And so Vermont Yankee was not something that produced, so that power system didn't produce carbon dioxide.
Right.
And so it produced an awful lot of power, but not carbon dioxide-based power.
Right.
And so when we shut that down, we obviously watched our percentage of greenhouse gas climb. And
Quite
so
significantly.
20% maybe,
Yeah.
some might say. All right. So that, I don't know. I just think that that's an interesting point to make. And given that we did shut down a producer of power that doesn't produce carbon dioxide, we have to sort of speak to that when we look at cap and trade systems. And just real quick, I want to speak to the cap and trade systems on how the power companies sort of work, where they're legislated to work. Okay, so power systems, what they're going to do is they have a carbon crediting system, and each credit is worth a ton of carbon dioxide. So you have to pay a certain amount. So initially, these things get handed out by the overseeing, which would be essentially the state, but multiple states. Am I getting a little bit off?
No, you're perfect. Go ahead. I was looking for. I just had a note about what we do with the Green Mountain Power, where they measure the amount of electricity that we use. I forget what they call that.
The amount of electricity.
Well, they put this gadget on your.
Thinking of like kilowatt hours.
Yeah. You mentioned it somewhere, and I'm just trying to remember.
You mean your electric meter data? That wireless meter data?
Yeah.
I noticed that was a point that you wanted to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can speak to that. How that plays in is, first of all, do you remember when they were rolling this out, and there was all this marketing that the state was doing and the power companies were doing? They were saying how great it's going to be once we have those wireless meters. It wasn't just about ease of the meter guy that stops by your place and he has to go look at the thing. Well, now they can be at a distance and they can gather that data. But the thing is that data is pinged back wirelessly pretty regularly throughout the day.
Right.
And so there's certain things that could be going on and are going on inside your house that you can. Now, I'm not promoting that everybody go out and get one of these. I just think that for those that have them, we were promised some data.
Right.
And there's a lot of other states that stood up third-party applications that use that data for real time. We can pick up our smartphones and we can say what's using the majority of the power.
Right.
When's the cheapest power? When's the best time for me to run this or that? All kinds of different data about, hey, there's something in my house that's going a little awry because it doesn't. Or rather, it doesn't look like last week or the week before. Something's different.
Right.
Okay, so
So you can make up your mind when you wanted to do the wash, when you wanted to run the dishwasher, and that sort of stuff, night, day.
Turn
You
the
could.
temperature
the air
on your
conditioner.
you could set some
thermostat or
alerting up,
conditioner.
and if it seemed to overrun beyond your goals, you could
Stop.
sort of
Right.
get alerted for that and say, hey, maybe I want to shut something down and run it later.
Right.
And people would save real money from that. That's a real money savings. Now, for right now, the only people that got to save money was at Green Mountain Power.
Right.
So they saved money, and they'll admit that saving the money.
Right.
But there's no money that got saved for the rest of us. But what the rest of us did do was now we have this wireless signal bouncing around. So There's another device called the Sense device, and this is a little bit more of a free market solution. And this is something that you can buy, and you can hook into your power box downstairs, not your meter box, but your power switch box there.
Oh, right.
Anyways, what it does is it tracks the electrical signatures from everything that's running in your house. So every single different device has its own signature. And the device has enough data attached to it that it can know what type of device it is, what brand of device it is, and how it's supposed to run, and when it's running incorrectly, when it's overrunning itself. And it can tell all these things by the electrical signatures that it's sending out.
Great.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And so if you think about what can this, and this also sends data locally inside the house to your smartphone. So you can have an app, and you can see with circle blips what's using the most power and what's using the least power. You can drill into things. If there's a heater running downstairs, you'll know about it because, like, maybe you didn't want that heater running downstairs all week long.
Right.
But that's going to hurt you at the end of the month if you don't know about it. And so there it is. You see it. You can go down and check it. So and that's money savings, real money savings. And that doesn't take a tax to we don't have to incentivize anybody. The incentivizing is, hey, if you have one of these, you can save real money.
Right.
It's going to be real.
Right.
And you're in control. And you understand how you're using your power schema even better now, because it's hard to even understand.
So if they
what's going
collect
on.
all this carbon tax, what is the purpose of the tax? Where is that money going to go to? What is their big plan for spending our money?
Well, the one Weinberger set up has proposed is I think does not go back to people. They call it revenue neutral, but it goes back to businesses. So that's an ugly thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Because some of the taxing schemes were like trying to return the dollars to the people in a different way.
But what they were doing, if you don't mind my jumping in, they were taking money from some and then dropping it off with others. So they were essentially taking from those that have and giving to the have-nots, which is not okay if you're talking about a carbon tax. Because a carbon tax, if you were to implement a carbon tax, it would be an even thing equally across the board. There's no scheme to take from. It is revenue neutral, right? That is revenue neutral.
You look at the whole.
But you look at the whole, and what you see is they're taking from some and giving that return to others.
Right.
And then they're taking, they're skimming off the top because they have to stand up more bureaucracy in order to run the system and enforce it.
Right.
And so that money just disappears into the bureaucracy part. And then, the remaining money just goes to promote more green ideas. Weatherization is the majority of where a lot of them go. And the thing about weatherization is we're all pro-weatherization. That's the thing. We don't need a tax. We don't need enforcement.
To make us do it.
We may be willing to be taxed for weatherization, but when you attach a carbon tax to it or a bunch of carbon schemes to it, it makes it, you kind of hate the weatherization thing a little bit more. And I think that there is a lot of money to be saved for people to have their homes weatherized, but in the same light, I think that people should have to chisel in more than they have to currently chisel in. It's a lot of free, and how can we say that we're going to take more money from people where a bag of groceries is expensive?
Right.
And we're going to keep taking from them and giving to, well, no, I can understand giving to the least poor, but there is a system set up for these people.
Right.
And in the state of Vermont, it's a very good one.
Yes, it is.
So one of the things I think that's really interesting, the whole carbon tax argument in Vermont, the average Vermonter drives more than 20,000 miles a year, right? And that's pretty high. Vermont ranks pretty high in terms of miles per person per commute per year. So this is like, a lot of people live outside of Chittenden County or live outside of Washington County, and they're driving to work. They're driving significant distances to work. And it's usually because they're living outside of those urban areas because the cost of living is high there.
Right.
And
right?
little
So
housing.
they're making a trade-off. And again, I can afford a bigger house. I need 2 or 3 bedrooms for kids or whatever it is. I can't afford that in Burlington, so I am living somewhere outside of Burlington where I can afford a house like that. And the trade-off is, I'm driving to work. So those people are very dependent on fuel prices. And, we already tax fuel at the distributor level right now,
Oh,
which
yes,
most
we
of the
do,
carbon
right.
taxes are talking about, you know, whatever scheme you put on top of that in terms of distribution and collection. Most of the time they're looking at a distributor level. And it's not just gasoline either. It's also home heating fuel,
Right, right.
you know, propane, heating oil. Sometimes it includes natural gas. Natural gas usually is a little bit less because it has lower emissions. But whatever, you know, however the pricing scheme works. You know, what you end up hitting are families, you know, who live outside of urban areas and are traveling to
Right.
work, and those usually are not the most affluent families.
Yeah, I was just thinking of LIHEAP because that's not really well funded every year. They're always fighting to give low-income people money to heat their homes. Now they're going to increase that cost?
Yeah.
Then we'll need more money for LIHEAP. Excellent.
Well, and yeah, because it's heating homes.
Yep.
It's gasoline. It's diesel. So the trucks that are
Right,
driving to your
right.
grocery store, those are going to cost more.
Absolutely.
And
Every
so your
single
food
thing.
costs are going to rise. The farmers that are running diesel tractors,
Right.
those costs are going to rise.
Yep.
That's going to get passed off somewhere.
But do they care?
Yeah, and so but you know, the tricky piece is that when we talk about a carbon tax, the people don't know that this next session is going to be a real doozy.
Yeah,
And people, from what I've been seeing, people are not prepared for this. They're still thinking a tax is a tax.
Yeah.
And they're thinking like, oh, this is going to be real square. Or they're going to be a straight shooter about it, and everybody's going to give them a real hard time. But as it looks like this tax is going to come in increments from lots of different directions.
Right, right.
You know,
It's going
I
to
was
be a
gonna
death
ask
by
you
a
that.
thousand cuts.
What
It
was
is.
the Essex plan, last year or the year before?
2 years ago.
2 years
Yeah,
ago.
2 years
So
ago.
is there, do you have a sense of what's going to be proposed when you just said there's a little bit of,
Yeah,
do you know what's
do.
going to be proposed this January or when?
yeah. Well, I have some insights into that, but I do know what the ultimate goal is, and the goal is everything in the Essex plan. And so
Oh.
if we look at Act 250, let's jump over to Act 250 real
Yeah.
quick, and this is not in relation, but look at how they put Act 250 together. It was a bunch of small bills that
Right.
passed,
Right.
and they collected it all together into a big Act 250. And now it's hard to mess with Act 250 if you wanted to, because essentially if you mess with one, it appears as if you're messing with all.
Right.
That's what they're going to do with this. And what they're doing is they're taking all sorts of different approaches to get essentially what they had in the Essex plan. And the Essex plan was much more than just a
Right, for
tax.
sure, yeah. I have
You
to
know.
go back. I read it at the time, and I thought, whoa.
Yeah,
pretty
and they talked about
comprehensive.
RGGI
Yeah.
and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative
Yeah.
and all that too.
Yeah, and Governor Scott has said he's open to doing something on a regional level. He doesn't think Vermont should go it alone, mostly because of the disparities we already have with fuel prices along our eastern border.
He said that about TCI? About the,
Not TCI. He said he was open to some sort of regional approach.
wrote that TCI.
Yeah, whether that's TCI or something else.
Yeah.
But mostly was concerned about Vermont going it alone because of our border with New Hampshire and the disparity that already exists there between gas prices
Yeah.
and fuel
Yeah.
prices.
And it is a thing. I live over on that, on the river, and when it gets expensive, we just go over into New Hampshire.
Because you
Yeah.
met with Governor Scott, did you not? You had a
Yeah.
meeting with him, and
Yeah.
was he receptive? Did he know about
I'm not
what
sure
you
he
were-
wasn't still sore about the First Amendment business. I do think maybe
Yeah.
he was a touch sore about that still. He did graciously sit down with us, and I had 5 or 6 others with me sitting around a table with him, and he gave us a chance to speak our minds and what we felt he should be thinking about, and we would hope that he would be thinking
Right.
about. And we spoke to things like the grid not being in a position to handle the EVs, and we spoke to things like how the batteries are manufactured and those sorts of things. And in the end, though, I don't think that he seemed to be optimistic about cap and trade systems, and he seemed to be optimistic about the carbon offsetting.
Oh.
And I think the reason, what I can speak to on that is that was ultimately, I think, Governor Douglas had to do with a couple of things, right? So I think Governor Douglas had to do with RGGI, but he also they had discussions back then about cap and trade. And so the cap and trade system is one where Vermont may stand, one might consider Vermont may win on that one. We had 4.6 million acres of forest land.
Right.
But, okay, and so one example of that is a company out in California produces a lot of, they manufacture something. In that manufacturing, they produce a lot of carbon dioxide, other greenhouse gases, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, specifically carbon dioxide. And what they can do is they can then do a sort of a trade with Vermont, with a space in Vermont, and say, hey, listen, lock down this piece of land.
Right.
Let's use this for our sequestration to sequester all the carbon dioxide that thing was doing, and we'll assign this block of land to that company.
Right.
And they'll pay, and they'll continue paying, and what that'll do is that'll allow land to not be developed. So there's a couple of things here. One, that will reward the largest landowners, and I don't have a problem with that. I think large landowners should be rewarded sometimes too. But they'll be rewarded to lock their land down in times when we already don't have enough housing.
Right.
And if you think about things like what happened recently, I'm not sure if you were aware, but there was a company recently that did
in the last year.
Yeah, and it was Burnt Mountain, or I think up in Northeast Kingdom.
It was in the it was in the
What
kingdom.
happened? What did they do?
Well, it was a land that is now in basically a land trust.
Oh.
And there's still certain things they can do on it. They do forest management.
Yep, there are certain things.
And certain things like that, or they can not really log it, but they can go in and clear out some of the larger trees to make room for more growth and stuff
Whatever,
like that.
to groom it for carbon dioxide sequestration.
Yeah, and that's really the best.
So they get a benefit by holding that land open?
They get paid for it.
Yeah.
Yep. So they get a benefit for holding the land, and in the end, if you look at it differently, those trees were already sequestering carbon dioxide, and it was not California's.
Yeah.
Right? And so, what happens? What's it look like, Vermont, after we've assigned, on paper, legally assigned all these different points of land to legal agreements with other states and other places? And I don't think it increases the freedom on our land. Of course, I have read we can still do quite a lot with that land, but the way I look at it was that land was already pretty protected in the first place.
Right.
Not much was going to happen with that land. And so, that being
and
the
it's
case,
not like this is new forest that's sequestering new carbon. It's just preserving.
that would be different.
Right.
If they were producing a new area of forest,
right.
that would be different.
So if people are going to pay more for heating oil and they turn to burning wood, what does that do to the carbon? Is that
Right. So they have
we do a lot of wood burning in our house.
We do, and I think people should be on notice about wood. And I do, because what's happening is they're already having discussions about high efficiency wood stoves. So what that means is now you're going to have high efficiency wood stoves, tax subsidized through Energy Efficiency Vermont, and then delineated out. That money will get delineated out.
So they're going to come in and tell us what kind of wood burning fireplaces we could have?
It has to do with carbon dioxide, and they are ideological about it.
Really?
So it is coming.
Love them. Okay.
I think that we can expect that they're going to be hammering down on. It doesn't. I know that. See, all right. So here's the thing, that the weatherization piece and this. When they speak about giving a lot of this money back to the poorest folks, so what they're doing there is it's sort of a debate tactic that they're doing. It's kind of this is what I believe is they're shutting that down, because for what shut down the Essex plan was folks that were essentially, there was an argument there that the folks that are the least capable of dealing with these taxes
Are the ones that get hit with the burden.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, in general, that's what's about to happen again. Is there's nobody has come along that can suddenly deal with these taxes. They've gotten more strict on their ideas. They've come up with ideas that are everything from just the idea that they would deliberately raise the price of fuel is just enough. That's enough. Just the fact that they would do that makes it enough to where we should all step back and go, do we trust them to do anything, because they don't care about us? And so why don't they care about us?
And this will certainly attract new business to come to Vermont to create new jobs, because they get to pay more for everything, right? more for heating, more for transportation?
I think that it would be. I would doubt. Yeah, I agree. I would doubt that folks are looking.
When I came to Vermont, I went to the the local store, the Grand Union or whatever, and I bought my usual weekly list that I have in my head, and the difference in the price from where I came from in New York was like 40, 50 bucks more here. And they told me it was all about transportation. And now we're going to just keep adding to that.
It's like come to Vermont,
Yeah,
like
right.
the
Pay
whole
more.
the whole governor's initiative of trying to bring people
Right.
here, the remote worker
That
program.
10,000 bucks won't go too
10,000
far.
bucks, and then you're like, oh, but you're going to pay $1 more in
Right.
heating fuel, actually more than $1 more in heating fuel, more than $1 more in gasoline.
I think those folks that took that $10,000 or whatever it was, they
might want a
probably
refund.
regret it. I mean, if they do a little
Especially if they're
follow-up.
going to tell me what kind of fireplace I have to buy.
Yeah.
Good God.
So we've established that you clearly feel that a carbon pricing, carbon tax solution is not the correct way forward for a state like Vermont.
Right.
What do you think are viable solutions? Again, kind of keeping in mind that at best humans contribute 1 or 2% of the annual carbon output into the atmosphere. Like, what are viable options that we in Vermont and even beyond Vermont can do to reverse the trends that we're seeing in our climate? Or maybe not even reverse, but slow down.
Yeah. So first of all, I concern myself when it comes to this argument. I only concern myself with Vermont and what our position is here. However, I think that there are things that we can do, and I don't think slowing the population growth is the right approach. All right, and the reason why I say this is because the population, there are a certain amount of smart people on the planet at any given time, really smart people. Now, I don't know how many there are, but we've had some in the past.
Right.
Here, Thomas Edison, there's lots of great inventors,
Right.
idea people, scientists. We don't want to cut back on people if it means the possibility that our smart people aren't going to show up as often. So I believe that we should be embracing technology and science and teaching. And one thing we could do here in Vermont, first of all, I don't think we should be punished right now. We should be taking all that, I don't know, whatever that they're trying to do here, we don't have any control over the climate. We really don't. We have control over our environment. We can say what we want to, if we want. I mean, we've proven this with things like Active 50 and stuff, that we can control certain aspects of things. We can make sure that people aren't doing massive destruction to our, spaces and things like that. And we tend to be fairly protective of that. But what I believe that we can do, I've thought about Vermont a lot, but I bet you could apply it to other places, is if we took each county, if every state took each county, and I'm not saying that everybody has the money for this, and I'm not saying that I have all the deals handled, but if we invested, if we were this concerned where we felt like things are really going to go bad if we don't do something, then my thinking would be we would be very concerned with how our students are doing in school right now. We would be very concerned with how we're teaching science and what our scores are on science and math. And if we weren't doing well in those places, then we really need to buckle down, because our children could be learning about efficiency circuits. They could be learning about building circuits that, first of all, they have things like, Arduino. My kids and I use, have you heard of Arduinos?
Yes.
All right, so these little mini circuits. So we can start learning about science at a fairly young age, about how we apply this to engineering. And if we're doing this with our children, like let's just say that we opened up, let's say that we first started with VTC and we really started raising money to create, they already do quite a bit with energy efficiency over at VTC. So what I was thinking was maybe we could take some of what they're doing and we can bring it out to all the different counties in Vermont. And it wouldn't just be kids, kids in school should be able to have access to these things. I mean, these should be like libraries. Maybe they're part of the library. Maybe that's how we bring our libraries into it. Libraries are struggling right now, and they're trying to figure out different ways to survive and things. Maybe they turn them into maker spaces and start bringing technology along and start bringing in special guests and And there's lots of folks, like if you think about Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts and things, there's lots of individuals that are willing to come out and be part of a mentorship program. And a lot of the stuff, just getting these first building blocks going, that's all it really takes. And children are pretty smart once you give them the basics.
Yes, they are.
And they'll really take off in all kinds of creative directions. And I do believe that that will be our way forward. And let's not stop using fossil fuels. Let's not do that. Well, let's do this. Let's create things like, let's go further with hybrids. Hybrids are doing great, right? We've taken cars from regular cars and created hybrids. And this is great because these people that like EVs, they have this battery that they, now, you know, there are issues with how the batteries are produced, but just think about the functionality. It makes so much more sense to have a vehicle that can run with gasoline.
Right.
And if you have it, electricity. But, you know.
Those cars are supposed to be amazing to drive. The dual, you know.
The hybrids.
The hybrids.
Well, and you know, there's advances in you know, internal combustion engines too, where you have manufacturers now that are producing vehicles that, under certain circumstances, will have zero emissions.
Right.
With a vehicle that runs off fossil fuel.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
So those are, I mean, and you've seen these since the OBD2 standards came out in the mid-90s, right? Where they've started putting you know, catalytic converters on vehicles, and in most cases, multiple catalytic converters on vehicles that burn up CO2 and carbon monoxide and those, you know, those things that are produced from internal combustion.
Yeah, and everybody seems to have accepted the OBD2. I mean, that's just part of what we do now.
Yeah.
In the beginning, everybody was kind of going crazy.
Yeah, you may go a little crazy.
It's part of what we do.
You may go a little crazy when you have to go replace an exhaust system
Well,
and it costs you $5,000, but you know, that's
well, that's the thing. I mean, and you know, considering the salt on the roads and things.
Yeah, right.
You know, I know that the discussion has come up in other spaces about vehicle inspections, and there's a group of people that want to, you know, I was one of them at one point, get rid of those vehicle inspections. I do think that the vehicle inspections have gone they're just out of control.
Right.
And I think it's a hardship for a lot of people.
Yep.
It's a subsidy for the repair shops.
It is. It is.
You shouldn't have to do it while it's under warranty. There's a certain 5 years maybe, I don't know, just give it up.
Well, I know that we're required by some federal law around the ozone piece. So there's the ozone restrictions that there's a number of states in the Northeast that are required to that. Well, I understand, though, the ozone's doing a lot better than it was. Of course, that's probably a product of what we did here, you know, the fact that we were watching out for that.
Right.
But it'd be a lot different if we were just going in for emissions. That would be a lot different. However, when I speak to going into emissions, I don't mean that we should be enforcing a carbon dioxide metric.
Right.
When we enforce carbon dioxide metrics, I just think that is not going to help people to take something that's arbitrary out of the air that we don't have any control over and start enforcing inspections and making people buy new gear based on that carbon dioxide, which in the same light, how can we even live with ourselves when we know that China and India are literally trying to catch up to everybody right now?
For sure.
And
they're one of the biggest offenders of most everything, are they not?
well, they put a lot of carbon dioxide out in the air, and they're certainly doing, just like India is, putting a lot out. And, you know, so those are big players that haven't even begun to slow down.
Yeah, right.
You know?
You mentioned fossil fuel. And could you tell me what it is and how that fits in with all of our discussion here?
Okay.
What is fossil fuel and what has it got to do with carbon?
Okay. Well,
this is basic stuff.
Yeah,
but
no,
I figure
no,
if
it's
I'm
important.
asking it, there's somebody out there that doesn't know it either.
Yeah,
Because
it
I
is
bet you half
important.
the kids that marched the other day for climate change have no clue about any of
What
this.
fossil fuel is?
Yeah, right. Exactly. They're just marching because it's bad.
Yeah, you sometimes see graphics of like dinosaur bones or something like that.
Well,
right?
and that's kind of literally what most
from
fossil
dinosaur
fuel
bones,
is
right?
either, you know, from oil or it's a gas.
Yeah.
Is usually the
Decaying bones, which kind of make you wonder with all the oil we have, how many dinosaurs
Well,
were there back then?
No, it's not
My
just
God.
dinosaurs. It's all the plants and
Being
all
crushed,
the animals and all the, and what happens, over time and
being crushed
pressure,
down, right.
and it becomes
And
oil.
what does that have to do with carbon?
So this is the thing. That's basically essentially a carbon liquid down there. And so that's carbon dioxide, potential carbon dioxide that is not in the atmosphere.
Right.
It's
Right,
sequestered.
right.
it's sequestered in the ground.
Right. And
Yeah, and
Very
so there's a lot of folks that would believe that that's better off there, you know. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I think it's an amazing thing we have. We just have to learn how to use it
Right,
in a
right,
proper way
right.
so that we can, take care of our environments.
Right.
And there's probably no perfect solution. But we do have to, I do think it's important to realize how far fossil fuels have brought humanity.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally brought, I would say they brought us out of caves in a
Yeah,
way.
for sure.
And here we are. Look at us.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in a
Maybe
basic
don't look
way,
too hard.
even even burning a log over a campfire, right, is utilizing a carbon fuel, right?
Right.
That
Right.
log
Right.
is made out of carbon.
Right.
Yep.
The same way our forests are made out of carbon. What has happened over millions of years is that those trees and shrubs and
just
stuff have
pushed
been
down and-
compressed
Right.
to the point where it's turned
Made
into a liquid.
diamonds. This
Yeah,
is good.
Some of them.
Diamonds.
Some of them.
Diamonds are
Yes,
pure
diamond.
carbon.
Right.
Some of them,
Yeah. So
So are you going to present any bills through legislators, or
Well,
how are you going to get this
Right.
message out there and get people like myself, people that are listening, to understand this issue? Because it's not easy to understand, may I say.
no, it's not, and that makes it tough. And I think that they're kind of like crossing their fingers that it remains that way until
Yeah.
they can get it passed.
Right.
So right now, they have a supermajority, veto-proof supermajority, and I think the important piece is that in 2020, those that disagree with these folks really need to get out and vote.
Because they do concern themselves with votes. They may be in the majority, supermajority,
Yeah.
but they need votes to stay there.
They do. And I hope that there's a lot of folks thinking about running for office. Right now, I think would be a great time for regular folks to just spring
Right.
forward.
Right, so count me in.
Yep, count me in, because I can't take this anymore.
Right.
And I think it's time for some change. I don't mean to be cliche, but it is time for some change. We've had a supermajority for quite a while, and we can see where it's gotten us. They've had that chance to do what they're going to
We
do.
sort of let this happen because years ago we were pretty staunch the other way, right? And over time it just sort of
Yeah.
moved the way it's moving, and I don't think it's doing us much good, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, when we look over at Burlington, and we know that there's the most population density in Burlington, and we see all those senators and House members that are over there, and it looks like an army.
yeah,
Right.
they have a
like-
whole row in the Senate. One whole
exactly.
one
They all
whole
sit
row
together.
are
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
Chittenden County senators.
Yeah, and
I
it's-
take it that didn't go anywhere, did it? The breaking up of
No,
Chittenden
it
County?
passed.
It did pass, so
Yeah.
it'll just be Burlington City.
It will be capped at 3 senators
Yeah.
per district now.
oh, is that how?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll have other areas will have their standalone.
It won't be for 2020. I think it'll be for the next
Oh,
election. Yeah.
that's good, because it's about time.
Well, they're ravenous this round, so
Yeah.
they are ready. And I think another important piece to point out is that a lot of these carbon tax lobby groups, which I refer to, that's how I refer to them, but they're like 350.org and VPIRG, and in the arm of Energy Independent Vermont, which is an arm of VPIRG, and the VNRC, and all these folks. So the VNRC, with one exception, except that VNRC carries, they carry a lot of weight here in Vermont for their word about, how, protecting
Right.
the environment and that sort of thing. But what these other lobby groups are doing is, these are national lobby groups pushing for national interest.
Right.
What I'd like to see is, I'd like to see some legislators that are concerned with Vermonters. And I'm not seeing that. And
No, money's not coming from Vermont, is it?
that's right. That's right. And a lot of these, if you look at 350.org, VPIRG, VNRC, these folks have, and then look all the way up to Energy Efficiency Vermont, because I think you have to, because they're funding an awful lot of groups that are promoting the carbon tax down below them.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of transparency in how they're funding and
There
budget
isn't.
budget. You can't even get the Efficiency Vermont budget. Did you know that?
Really?
You can't get it.
Well, they actually is a company that you can. So it's the company that oversees Efficiency Vermont is not called Efficiency Vermont. So it's kind of like this smoke and mirrors kind of thing.
Right.
So there's this company that I think is out of Montpelier, and I forget what the name of it is. But God, somebody's going to really rail me for this. But anyways, what they've done is, since we stood up Energy Efficiency Vermont, so now they've worked on Energy Efficiency Massachusetts.
Right.
And there's, and so there's this one company, and they make good money. These guys make good money, and you can pull a 990 on them.
Interesting. We'll have to look at that.
I do like pulling 990s on these groups, because you can say, it's
You
easy
should
to
be
say, like,
entitled
look
to
at
it.
this is a giant Warren Corporation or not. Or
Right.
I mean, if you look at some of these other companies that are promoting the carbon tax, like Seventh Generation and
Is there anyone working against it? I mean, officially against it, lobbyists or people that are up there saying no or
is
not?
there anybody that's working against it? No, I think that there are some legislators. I just think that they're
Just
in the
individual
I believe that
legislators.
they're in the minority party for the
Yeah.
most part. And yeah, I think that it's tough to find folks
So
that
it's
are
going to
willing
be
to go out on a
people
branch.
calling and writing and.
Well, there's
and,
the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association
right.
who's against
It's
it. I
against-
think Ethan
Yeah.
Allen Institute has been
Yeah.
against it. But I mean, you look at the folks that are pushing back on a carbon tax versus the groups that are for a carbon
Right.
tax. It's a little
Yeah, right, one-sided.
one-sided. Yeah.
How can people follow what you're doing and get involved? Do you? Because we only have about a minute left, so I just
Okay.
wanted to
Yeah.
make sure they knew how to reach out and get involved if they wanted to.
Oh, sure.
And come to your protests, because you've had several of them.
Yep, we have. And so they can go to No Carbon Tax Vermont group or No Carbon Tax Vermont page. Go to both.
Right.
And
Facebook.
Yep, Facebook, thank you. And we don't have a website, that's not part of this. This is really just, it's like a grassroots people level
Right.
movement. And there's no you don't have to believe a certain thing. All you got to do is be on board with, you're not down with carbon taxes on Vermonters, and that goes along with all the
Are there
different schools.
businesses that are involved with you? I'm sure that's the fuel dealers, part of them have businesses, but do you have any regular business people that are involved?
I do,
They're
but
gonna get hit.
yeah, they are, and a lot of them are, they actually worry about getting their names out there and being
Right.
associated
Yeah.
with and being potentially victimized
Right.
by, folks that are
Sadly, that's a
ideological.
reality in some cases. That's
Yeah.
too bad.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining
You're
us
welcome.
today. It was a great conversation.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
It's 7 o'clock on the 9th of December, 2019. This is the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business is call for any late additions to the agenda. Does anybody have anything want to add to the agenda?
I think discussion regarding whether we hold our next meeting on the 23rd of December.
Good point, sir. That should be a short discussion, but we should discuss it. Okay.
And then-
I have two things I need to add that have come up today, actually.
Did you have another one? No, it's the same. Okay, sorry.
So,
No,
okay.
sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry, did you have one?
No, I had the same thing, which obviously you have.
Yeah, that's the part. Okay, good. Approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. And,
You didn't add this actually.
what's that?
You were about to add this, but you didn't.
You can add the 2 items.
What are the 2 items that you're adding?
The broadband letter? Oh, I'm sorry.
You started, you stopped,
Yeah.
you know.
Hi there. Yes, the two things that I was gonna add, in addition to the question you had, we had a monthly fund request this afternoon that came to me, so we'll need to go into executive session to discuss that one. And then we got a letter regarding we got the letter from Chris Campany, which I forwarded it to everybody, regarding the Wyndham Region Broadband Project kickoff meeting. So I sent a copy to everybody. I think we've got them on the desk, and I also sent it electronically. We can discuss that. Yep. Anyway, those are my 2.5 things. Okay? Anybody else? Okay, good. Thank you. First, the second order is approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. They were, of course, circulated, as is our usual procedure. Does anybody have any questions, deletions, corrections, observations, complaints? No?
I'll make a motion to accept minutes as written.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
What about the minutes before?
They're coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming up.
I didn't see that.
Yep. They're number 5.
No?
Yep. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. The next item is number 3, which is the timesheets, town manager's office, highway, transfer stations, and we'll put them to the end of the session, as is our usual procedure. Number 4, the select board orders, the same fate for them. Number 5, as you recall, says review and approve the tabled November 11th minutes with changes. We discussed an issue with the motion.
Do we have to take those off the table in Robert's rules, or?
We just bring them up. We bring them back up now. Do we have to say take them off the table? I don't think so. I think it's just by bringing them back in.
Okay.
I have, this is regarding item number 7, and there's some confusion around the agreement form versus the volunteer service agreement. So I'm suggesting that we change number 7 to include the sentence that a motion was made to accept the volunteer service agreement with the change in wording from township to town. We're just trying to clear that up, make sure we understand that
So
the
that,
volunteer agreement.
because we also passed the motion to accept the revised memorandum of understanding, so there's now 2 items under there.
Well,
Which is
that we would now pass with the,
We passed, we passed it at the last meeting.
That fixed.
Didn't we fix it at the last meeting?
Yeah,
So it's fixed.
it's
Yeah.
fixed.
that's fixed.
However we say it, it's fixed.
It's now fixed. With this sentence in there, everything, we've got everything covered.
He's fixed.
It's fixed.
We passed a new one last week.
Right.
So
Well, we passed,
we passed a
we tabled.
revision, we passed a revision on the memorandum of understanding
yes,
mill building last week, which changed the language, which means it's a moot point.
that
Correct.
That-
is correct. We passed the change. We have not passed the minutes.
That's
I understand that, but it's a moot point.
Well, this one now has got to do with the volunteer, which we did not fix. And that's what was tabled for.
Okay.
So with that, if that sentence is okay with you guys,
I'm fine with it.
then I can give it.
I make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the November 11th meeting as revised.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. That takes care of the 11th. Now, we have one of our favorite guests from the Lister's office. We have some errors and omissions from the Listers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What I'm doing is I'm passing you out 2 sheets. The first sheet is last week's one, or last time's one, revised, because after we finished our meeting the last time, I went back the next day and it turned out we actually had another one, which is the reason for the second one. And by working on both of those with the woman at the state, I was able to understand a little bit better what was going on with current use. If you remember, we had a problem with the acreage count last week. We were off by an acre, and I just thought it was a bad addition. But it turned out that there's another class of current use that I wasn't aware of. I actually was peripherally aware of, but really not that aware of. which is called non-productive forest. And what that means is that you have land that is designated as forest, but it can't be logged, it can't be done anything because either the terrain is too steep or something. And evidently there was 1 acre in that property which was non-productive forest, and that was the acre that I didn't include in the total acreage. So anyways, that was the basis for the problem. Also, I found out that when you don't move any land from what's called excluded and included. Now, what I mean by that is if you've got, let's say, 20 acres, but you want 2 acres to be your home, those 2 acres are considered to be excluded from the current use. And the other 18 acres is considered to be included. And the only time the value changes is when you change the included and excluded acreage. So in this case, all that was done was acreage was moved from agricultural to forested land. And from the current use perspective, there's a change in value, but from the town's perspective, there's no change in value. Because it's, as far as the town's concerned, it's acreage. As far as current use is concerned, it's whatever they designate as farm or non-productive forest or productive forest. So anyways, the real situation from last week was that there's no change in value in the property. Even though the acreage got switched, there was no change in value from the town's perspective.
And what's the name of the?
This is for Ferrari?
Pardon me, this is the second one, the Pugliese.
So Lisa Mann's is no change, I didn't see any difference.
No, there's no difference there. That was nothing to do with current use. That was the shed.
Okay, it's still on the street.
So, however, you'll notice that the Pugliese, we've changed the acreage, but the value of the land from the town's perspective hasn't changed. So therefore, I would ask you to change your motion from last week, or last time, to either not include this as an errors and omission, or include it as an errors and omission, but note that the value didn't change. It's up to you which way you want to go.
I think because we changed it, we should unchange it.
Yeah, that's fine. So therefore, you should rescind that errors and omissions, what you're, yeah.
I'll make a motion to rescind last meeting's errors and omissions regarding parcel ID 00I-14.
Second.
Excellent.
Will that get the job done for you?
Is that,
But,
Will that get the job done for you?
yeah, I think that will get the job, because there's no change in value, so there's no reason to have an errors and omissions.
Okay, that's good. Do I have a second?
A second.
A second?
it's just that's only that.
Seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of rescinding last meeting's errors and omissions on this parcel, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so done, sir.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the next one, and this is a current use issue situation as well. What happened here is there used to be 4 acres, 2 acres as their site. They wanted to take 2 acres out of current use so they could put a second building on it. So there is a change in value there because they're taking 2 acres out of current use and putting it into their excluded land. And that's the reason why you'll see that the appraised value went up, is because instead of getting the benefit of being part of a large parcel, it's now part of a smaller parcel. If you recall, when we do BCA, I told you how land is based on a bell curve, on a curve. So the more acreage you have, the less cost per acre that is. And however, when you in current use, you actually, it's like having 2 parcels. You have one parcel which is your excluded parcel, and you have your other parcel which is your included parcel in current use. Well, current use has its own curve. The excluded parcel has a separate curve. So what's happened is that 2 acres got taken out of the current use curve, which is got a lot of land in it and put into the shorter curve where you've only got 4 acres in it instead of 2. So that's the reason why the value of that land went up. It's because it got moved from one curve to another curve. So anyways, what we're requesting here is that we change the value of the total value of the property from $311,900 to $313,400.
Do you have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to change the value of property parcel number 0000-2 to the revised value of $313,400 as recommended by the Board of Listers.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes.
Having made that change, the state has now said that Jamaica is now done with current use for the year. So
Good.
you shouldn't be seeing that over the weeks.
You're still welcome back.
Just in time, we only have 3 weeks left.
I know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you, sir. The next item is number 7. This is a suggestion that was sent to my attention the other day about the how we distribute the town report. Historically, we've asked the producers, the printers, to mail out the town report to everybody. And the last several years, we end up getting boxes of town reports back because either they go to resident at and it comes back, or whatever reason, we're literally getting about 2 boxes of these things. So the idea was to save postage, we should, instead of sending the full town report out, send a postcard out that alerts whoever ends up at the mailbox that they can come and get one either here, or they can get one at the post office, or they can get one wherever we decide to distribute it. The idea is a cost savings. And the cost, you might ask, the postage for last year was $218.90 that was just the postage, not the printing and postage, just the postage alone. So it's not a big amount of money. I suppose it could be, but we do end up with a whole lot of extra of these things. But it was an idea we tossed around. I wanted to bring it to the board for your thoughts.
Is that
So
still?
do you
Okay.
print less copies? Or just mail less?
We wouldn't mail any.
Or mail in?
We wouldn't mail
We
in.
wouldn't
No,
mail
I
any.
wouldn't go along with that.
I just think, yeah, I just think as far as access, people who can't get out, elderly, people who have disabilities and it's difficult for them to get into town, that aren't given the same, aren't afforded the same as those who can. So I think it makes it uneven, and I
You like the idea of continuing
Yeah.
the postage?
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
We send them to the grand list, or is there what's the list we send them to?
Grand list.
It's been modified a little bit because instead of sending to all the people, we send them to each address, correct?
Do we send it to the grand list or the voters?
Voter
That's
list.
what I'm asking.
The vote, I know.
The voters.
Voter list.
Voter list, okay.
Voter
That's
check
what I
list,
meant.
yes.
Yeah, but ours, we only get one.
Because we go through and take off
Out the
duplicate
household.
addresses.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, so that's a modified voter list.
Yes.
So it's not to every voter,
Right.
we're just trying to go to every household of voters.
Do we know how many we print?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you remember?
700.
I think it's around
635?
7.
Oh, here's the number, quantity, 441 for domestic postage of $218.90, so I'm guessing 441?
That's how many we sent, then we had some brought here, then we had
Yeah.
like a case brought here, I believe.
Okay.
Which is a good idea.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's still
because
important.
people do want them when they come in.
I'm imagining even if we printed 50 fewer copies, the print cost isn't going to go down
Not by
significantly
much.
either.
Right.
No, we just end up with a bunch of extras.
I mean, I think it's a novel idea to kind of keep trying to rethink these things, I mean, if we can, but,
It came up.
is
It's
this
also-
even, had anybody researched, is this even possible legally?
I think, from
Um,
what I understand, is you would have to warn it at town meeting
Oh,
for
right, we
which,
did talk about that.
to see if
Okay.
the people
Yeah.
wanted this. No, you couldn't just make the decision, you'd
Right.
have to warn it.
Right. I think it's awesome that we're thinking about it, I mean, there's probably a lot of.
Okay, so it's on the table to start thinking about this, certainly a really valid position about the people who don't get into town.
Right.
So that would be you know, there's a lot of people don't show up for town meeting
You
either.
gotta work in town, so if you're trying to get to the post office
Sure.
or something. you know.
Okay, well, that's why we brought it to the table. All right, so we can think about that. If it comes up again, we can toss it around about putting it on the warning if you'd like. If not, we can let it, this particular sleeping dog lie. Good. Number 8. Time for public concerns. Do we have a public concern? Do we have a concerned public?
We have
Yes, sir.
concern, yeah. As far as the sidewalk on the bridge,
Which bridge?
the number 32 on Route 30,
Okay.
that it's very difficult to cross it, and I see a lot of people stumbling across it, and wonder why it wasn't plowed when the rest of the sidewalks are plowed.
I noticed that too. I mean, it just seems, it had been planned in past years.
Yep.
And that bridge wasn't plowed either, and my sidewalk still is not plowed.
But I sent you an email on that.
Oh, you did, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I sent you an email on that.
That's why.
You say the Depot Street?
It wasn't, it is now, but it wasn't on the day of. I remember I walked up to town, and I had to walk around.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when they went out. As far as the state bridge, Route 30, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was some difficulty. They were talking, I heard a conversation about some problems in that particular bridge and running the plow on it, but I don't know the answer to that. So
They're kind of responsible to doing it. I mean, it becomes hazardous, and then what happens when it builds up and it gets all irregular, and then it freezes and rains, it becomes impassable, and then they have to walk in the street across that bridge, which is a dangerous walk. So, I mean, I think the town took on the responsibility when they accepted the sidewalk grant.
yeah, and that technicality is, we accepted the responsibility for the sidewalks that they put down. Does not extend to the ones that we didn't put down with that particular project. I understand what you're saying, because I remember that.
Is that piece of information known to the people who have the different sidewalks? Or are they assuming that because the put-down sidewalks have been plowed, that theirs is automatically going to be plowed?
Well, no, what we're saying is that he's referencing a portion of the contract that involved when we put the sidewalks down several years ago.
Right,
Part of the contract was that we would maintain them,
right, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
but we don't distinguish.
But
I
you
mean,
don't have new sidewalk, do you? Or do you?
My sidewalk is plowed.
Is plowed?
They stop at the end of my property.
Yeah.
Instead of going across the
But
bridge.
not everybody has new sidewalks.
No, but plowing.
Yes, I do.
Plowing all of them.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So it's not, they're not plowing only the new sidewalks. There's a couple of problems. There's a problem with well, you'll see in the letter I sent, I talked to Keith, there's a large, you remember the stump that's in front of your?
Yeah.
It forces the plow into the road. And as it goes into the road, because it's hitting the curb, it's chewing up the blades.
Okay.
So they stop prior to that. As far as the bridge is concerned, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was a problem because someone else was discussing it. I'll check on it and have an answer
There
for
are
you.
people that live behind on the other
Well,
side of
Well,
it.
I think it's more specific
Yes.
that we should.
They broke 4 pins, whatever pins are on that little
Right.
thingy,
They
and trying to just plow that one side of the sidewalk, and that's all I know about it. But I know they broke like 4 pins that are,
So it was,
They never even attempted mine, so he never got to mine, so.
The
well,
problem,
not this, no,
You
this
stopped
stop.
there,
I think
I
this
watched
is,
it.
Still in the past.
I saw him doing that sidewalk, he stopped right where you said.
yeah,
Stop right in my driveway.
yeah. And
It's
that I
the one
believe,
side of your driveway and stops.
Yes.
Yeah. and I believe this is something, this has been going on for a couple of years since we got this new.
On and off, they have plowed at the times, they don't plow.
That's it.
Then we got, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, we got another smaller storm. Did that pile up on the sidewalk and not get,
the sidewalk on the bridge just didn't get plowed.
It did not get plowed.
I think
When the
that's
state comes down,
significant.
we
Yes,
just-
the state plows the snow onto that bridge.
well, they come down and then we got that second storm, and they could have just blown that right up there, but.
But I think that's it.
Part of the problem,
Seems like something's not right.
part of the problem with that piece on the, if I understand from what I've heard correctly, is, first of all, we know the state's plowing sand and snow and, I don't know, salt, whatever else they put on to make it very, very difficult. I'm not sure if the blower will toss it over into the river, except that it is illegal to
Yes.
blow salt, et cetera, into the creek. And so
They do.
Huh?
They
The
do.
plow does.
I think
That's
we got
them,
it.
that's the state.
I know.
The problem we have is there's only so much sidewalk. Then there's this wall then there is the river. And so if we blow the snow from the sidewalk into the river, we're in violation of all kinds of Agency of Natural Resources positions.
Yeah,
It's-
that's true on our road.
We're not allowed,
to do it on our road either. We don't get salt.
well, but the road here is salted.
Yeah.
Or
which
flag or
makes-
whatever they
Which
put on it.
makes it worse.
So that's,
I would bet that a plow could take it off sideways. If
Huh?
A plow on the road could extend themselves to push the snow off.
The state could, we can't.
it's,
We
it's
can't
not
plow
about
that, put a plow on that
the
side.
state's the one who's
But-
plowing that road. We-
Well,
Because it's
I-
Route 30.
The
But it's a-
point,
it's
the
our
point
side.
is that,
Yeah.
the point is that it's a problem and a hazard, and there has to be a way to resolve it.
I hear that, so I'm making a note to that effect. There may be, maybe consulting with District Two, may have a suggestion, District Two.
Well, they had told us that they would put a wing down on there and get it off the best they could. but
Yeah,
No, there was, nobody put any wing.
They got other things to worry about.
But I also
instead of
there's
stuff
probably
aside. I'm
every
not
year there's-
minimizing it, but it's either, we gotta put it on our guys to go out and shovel it, and I don't know what they're gonna do, throw it in the road or in the back of a truck, stop in the road.
in order to clear that legally, take at least two guys, one shoveling and one with a truck, in order to
Stop
keep the truck out of
traffic.
traffic. Stop one lane of traffic while they're doing this, and put the snow in a truck and take it someplace, because we can't put it over into the river.
Could at night. It's not funny, I would try it.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile reaching out to the state again. I mean, we say we did it every year, but to do it again. I mean, they've got new drivers and, I mean, just to kind of say, hey, could you do this again? There's gotta be a solution. I mean, they just stopped. Last year, they didn't just stop there, so why did they just stop there this year?
I have a basic snow blower, and I've gone across it with the snow blower. It
Yeah.
wasn't a problem. If you wait 2 days and it starts to melt and freeze, it becomes much more
Yeah.
difficult.
I think
But
we're
I've
back
gone
in from
across it in
Michigan.
any circumstances, I've been able to plow it
And where did you blow the snow?
forward.
Eventually it gets to the other
Eventually
side.
it gets to that little piece of grass on the other side of the bridge. And then you can turn your blower and blow it into the grass and not into the river. So if somebody came out there, if you can't use the riding blower, if somebody came out there with a hand blower and spent a half hour, it would be cleared. And the more storms that'll allow it to build up, the worse it gets and the more difficult it is to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anybody's thinking on this, but it seems odd that we're not allowed to get a truck on there.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's state road, but it's our sidewalk, and we can get a snowblower on there, why can't we get a truck on there?
For plowing the sidewalk and not the road.
Yeah, right, and whatever it takes for plowing the sidewalk. I
Yes,
mean,
I'm
I think, challenge Keith with it and say, hey, we need a solution, and see what he comes up with.
I'll call district, I'm not entirely sure that sidewalk is ours, I believe it belongs to the state, because it's a state bridge.
Right.
Granted, it's
Yeah,
how
yeah.
people skate this walking across.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so we end up splitting hairs on this thing, the problem with, again, back to what we've got, what we can work with. I'll give, District Two a call and see what kind of,
They might,
yeah, for choices, for options. Like, the reason we're not blowing it into the river is because it's illegal, we're not blowing it back into the road because it just goes back and forth. It's also illegal to blow it back into the road. So if you go push it all the way down to one end, I don't know if that's an option or not for those guys. But I'll mention it.
put the challenge out there.
It is gonna be a challenge, because we have a road that is inches away from the state highway.
Yeah,
And
but
that's,
it's the case in other towns too, and so
Everywhere.
it's a challenge everywhere.
sure, it is, it's not like it's just us. All right, I will give District Two a call tomorrow. Anything else, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, we've exhausted our public. Okay, real quick, while we're talking about roads and sidewalks, I'd like to remind everybody in our audience that it is not just annoying, it's illegal to plow your driveways and sidewalks and plow the snow into either the road or onto the sidewalks. You can plow the sidewalks back under your property, but you cannot by law blow it into the roads, nor can you push snow across the road into a potentially vacant space if you leave snow tracks on the road. It's dangerous, people hit the tracks, It's just, you just can't do it. It's illegal, but it's also dangerous. And that's really all I want to go on that one. All right, so for the items that are added to the, we have two letters. One is going to be an executive session. Let's really quickly dispense with the questions about the next meeting. Our next meeting would be scheduled to be, I believe it's the 23rd.
23rd.
Day before
I'm out of
Christmas
town.
Eve.
I'm out of town, I'm here.
You're out of town. Can we come? No. What, check the calendar. Is it the 23rd?
It is the 23rd.
The 23rd. All right. Do we anticipate, do we wish to have a regularly scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd of December?
Not really.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna be
I
around.
don't think I will be here
Two
either.
no's and a not really?
No.
And a third?
And
I'll make a motion to cancel the meeting on December 23rd.
I have a motion to cancel the 23rd meeting. I have a second. Any further discussion? I would only add, while we're in the discussion, if something urgent were to appear, I would call, try to get a quorum and do it again.
Sure.
Absent that, given the current schedule, I think we can meet again in January. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Our next meeting will be in January. Okay. The next one, we received a letter today from the Wyndham Regional Commission, specifically Chris Campany, I believe is the one that sent it to me. And basically they're discussing the Wyndham Region Broadband Project Kickoff Meeting, which is happening the 16th of January. And this is essentially a meeting to take a look at the region's new broadband project. WRC and its partners, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., recently received a broadband innovation grant from the state's Department of Public Service. So, if there's anyone here from the board who would like to attend that,
It's on my calendar.
Tom, excellent.
I'll go.
I think I sent you a copy of this email.
Yes, I saw it today and I put it on my calendar, and I can go, I'll be back in town by 6.
Excellent. Do you want to just give Chris an email, let him know?
Yeah, I'll contact Chris.
Yeah, there's a Westa, I don't think I know her.
I don't,
Sue West.
Sue Wester.
Sue Westa?
She's the chair of the Community Development Committee.
Excellent. She's the one, and there's a RSVP address on the front of the letter.
I was planning to attend also.
Good.
more
Excellent.
than merrier.
I'm gonna
Yep.
attend also.
I have also said sent this letter to Rebecca, the chair of the planning commission, for her, if she's interested in that.
Are we to go there? Is someone gonna represent the town on our view or our position or interest in doing
They're
that?
asking that.
They're
They are asking that.
Yeah, they're asking, basically,
There's two
First
commissioners that will, Wyndham Regional
I'll-
Commissioners
I'll
that'll
be
be
there.
there.
I'll be there, but I was gonna just be there. but-
Me too, I'm just saying that.
Well, this was addressed to the select boards, broadband committees, supervisory unions, libraries, hospitals, and other interested people. So what the Wyndham committees are doing with that, I don't know, but this was sent to us. There may be people from your committees that are going.
They're asking.
But it does ask for a.
What can
specific
towns do,
representative.
number one?
What's that? Say again?
It's acts under, what can towns do on the second page, number one?
Right.
It asks sort of like, do we want to participate in a resolution?
Well, it says either before or immediately after the kickoff meeting,
Right.
we need the select boards to do something. So this is the kickoff meeting we're talking about. So I would expect that the people would come back from the kickoff meeting with that information and a description of what we need to do.
Yeah, or just say, hey, yeah, this is something we want to get involved in, or no, we don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we have better.
Because this just, you just gave us this today, right?
I just got it today.
Okay.
Yeah, just
So
gave it.
we couldn't like have formed an opinion for it.
No, I'm doing this because I just literally got
So it
it.
seems to be asking kind of.
It does ask before or immediately after, so let's
I
pick the
didn't see
immediately
the
after.
I think
immediate
I'd like to
after.
know more about it.
Right, I know.
My first quick read also.
I panicked at the first part, as usual.
Now, let's wait till we find out what it is before you decide we want to be part of it. Excellent, okay. Any other questions on that? We have 2 members from Joe. Thank you very much. All right, next item. Let's see here.
I gotta read the thing.
Hmm?
I gotta read the thing. This
Yes,
is
now,
the Muzzy
just to
thing?
be clear, we're going to have 2 separate, two separate executive sessions. One is for the Muzzy Fund, and one is a personnel matter. So we're going to do one at a time. We're going to do the Muzzy Fund first, and then we will come back into for the personnel matter. I instructed the television crew that they don't need to hang around, because I don't anticipate needing them after we're done with these two meetings, these informational meetings.
No, I have it. I move to find the premature general knowledge of
full agenda today. We're going to start with Mr. Carroll, Chair of the State Board of Education. I understand, Mr. Phelps, you also want to testify?
I would just.
Okay, why don't you both come up at the same time? Thank you. And just, introduce yourself for the record.
Yes. My name is John Carroll.
I'm Peter Peltz.
We're both members of the State Board of Education. Thank you for having us here. I'm the chair of the board, sort of recently thrust into that situation for various reasons, and I'm the person who is behind the 7-page answer to your questions. I hope they weren't too long, but the answers to your questions are the proper answers are somewhat nuanced. the general texture of your inquiry is the board's doing useful things, and is it still necessary? And I think my answer to that question is sorta, but it ought to be doing a lot more. That is to say, much of the way the board has been conducting its affairs in the last many years is a sort of an adjunct of the Agency of Education. As you know, Act 98 of 2012 turned things upside down, and until that time, the board had been effectively the board of directors of the Department of Education. It hired and fired the CEO of the department. And Act 98, of course, turned that around and gave that authority to the governor. And it would seem to me, as a comparative newcomer on the board, that the board never, and for that matter the agency, never fully got that memo. And that many of the things that the board still does date from an earlier time. So, for example, much of what the board does is overseeing the activities of the Agency of Education, sometimes sort of putting its stamp of approval on there. But very often these things are specified in statute. They're vestigial from an earlier time. And frankly, the board spends the majority of its time on this kind of administrative oversight, to which, frankly, I don't think it lends a great deal of value. We are a group of lay people. We're very much, in some senses, like the legislature itself. We are independent citizens. We are different than the legislature in the sense that we are not partisan. We don't have political affiliations. We are not, I want to make very clear, we are not a group of advocates. You know, many of the boards that you deal with are a collection of advocates from this point of view and that point of view, what you might call the stakeholders in any particular issue. We have no stakeholders. We are individual citizens. In fact, I noticed, looking at the history of Act 98, there was a provision in the early bill of Act 98 to assign to the board certain representatives of certain interest groups, like the Principals Association or the VSBA. And that was dropped out, and I think that that was very wise and attentive to the board's kind of unique function. It's a very diverse group. A few former educators, a lot of people from other backgrounds, former legislators and business people like my colleague, Mr. Peltz. And the age is quite remarkable. The youngest member of the board is 16, bless her heart, and a very talented and terrific young woman. And the oldest member of the board is 60 years older, and I don't know who that might be. And we have everything in between, and we bring a diverse set of perspectives to our work. But we don't bring a lot of technical expertise. So in that sense, this seems to us little point in scrutinizing in detail what the agency is doing. They are more expert than we. Much of this is by habit and custom. Much of it is actually still enshrined in statute. And so we are working, in fact, I have a phone conference tomorrow with Legislative Council member associated with the Senate Committee on Education to begin formulating kind of what the chair calls a placeholder piece of legislation that would get started on documenting what these vestigial pieces of statute are. And presumably both the House and Senate committee chairs have indicated great interest in our goal of reinventing the board. And frankly, that is our goal, to reinvent the board. I know that the board has its critics. Just a historical note that might be amusing at the very least. You know, the State Board of Education has existed for well over 100 years. It had its early formative shape in Civil War times. And it has existed and been terminated probably 3 or 4 times over the course of that 120 years. It's interesting to notice sort of when does the State Board get executed, exterminated. And it's usually at a time when there's a burst historically of localism. Local control becomes a fervent issue. It's always an issue in Vermont, as you know, but it has these sort of peaks and valleys. And of course, Act 46 kind of really nudged that bear. And you all knew that when you adopted Act 46, and you all knew that when you handed to the state board the dirty work to actually implement it. And sure enough, we offended many communities, and some of us, I think, felt a great deal, many of us, whether we voted for or against the state plan, felt a lot of regret about how we were changing the landscape for these communities. But we felt that we were directed by you to do so. Of course, as a consequence, we've taken a fair amount of heat for that. So historically, the board has gone in and out of business, usually going out of business at a time quite like this, when there is this stirred up fervor. Our goal, I think I would characterize what the board does now is most of its time is on this administrative stuff. But another important part of what the board does is your work. The General Assembly has, I would say, the work we do for the General Assembly, or at the direction of the General Assembly, would take over the years maybe 40% of our time. For example, Act 46, we were in that up to our eyeballs for 8 solid months. I mean, there was nothing else going on the board except Act 46 hearings. Similarly, when it came to the small schools grants, the legislature in its wisdom decided that the metrics for awarding small school grants should be changed. It's a very controversial matter. And guess what? The state board was assigned the duty to change the metrics.
I just want to make a point. A couple of times you've referred to the committee as your or you.
Pardon me.
First of all, they're not the legislature, they're the members, and there are 2 members appointed by the governor. So
thank you.
We have a different
clarification.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to tar you with such a
It was an honor, wasn't it?
Accolades.
Okay. Moving on.
The point is that the governor and a former legislator.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, that's your fault.
So in the General Assembly has then chosen to assign to the state board some pretty delicate issues. Act 46, small school grants, which again annoyed some people, but you knew that when you gave it to us to do. And then most recently, Act 173, which we are right now starting to get involved up to our eyeballs in, wherein by statute, the General Assembly directed that it would be the state board, not the Agency of Education, that would adopt rules for the reform of special education. And of course, the hard work of drafting the rules comes from the Agency of Education. But in fact, there are other entities, a group created by the legislation called the Census-Based Funding Advisory Committee, which is an assemblage of special interest groups, stakeholders, and they have been kind of at loggerheads with the agency over the rules that the agency has proposed. And I think outside observers might note that the fact that the state board ultimately has the final say on these rules has contributed to maybe a convergence of views among the competing parties.
Rob has a question.
I just wanted to take a quick step back while you were going through the history of the state board. And has there ever been a point in time where you find yourself like you are now, where you have a secretary of education as opposed to over the commissioner or whatever before? I mean, has that relationship ebbed and flowed as well over time, or are we in kind of a unique area now?
My sense is that this is a comparatively unique time because for the first time in the better part of 100 years, I mean, there've been some, it's a long and variegated history, but the general theme has been that the board has served as the board of directors of whatever was the state agency of education. And you know, boards of directors hire and fire, and the executive director does what they say. Those days are gone, and the secretary quite correctly and occasionally has to point that out to the board. And moreover, there's not much point in critiquing the work of the agency if we have no authority to direct that they make it better. So very frequently, things will come to us, and we say, gee, this could be a lot better, but okay, we'll sign up. And sometimes we'll say that, and the agency will voluntarily go back and improve it. I mean, there's a collaborative, respectful relationship between the two, but ultimately we need to move past the time of, for the last 100 years, where we were calling the shots. We are not calling the shots. I just want to also just clarify that education in Vermont is perhaps after healthcare, the single largest economic activity of the state. On any given day, any given school day, there are 90,000 Vermonters in our schools. Think about that. That's the entire population of 5 counties. Are not at home, not in their county, they're in schools. Think of the power of that. It's sort of like healthcare. It's a huge driver of the economy. In addition to the 75,000 students, there are about 15,000 adults, teachers, administrators, school bus drivers, food preparation folks, all kinds of folks associated with making schools work. There's 100,000 parents, roughly, who are not in the schools, but they're waiting at the schoolhouse door at the end of the day, and they want to know what happened, and they most of them really care a whole lot about what happens in schools. So education in Vermont, K through 12, involves probably at least a quarter of all Vermonters. And it's expensive. As you know, it's a third of state spending. It's a huge enterprise. It's also an important economic driver. It creates about 15,000 jobs, some of which are very well paying. So it's kind of a big gorilla in the midst. Excuse me, Senator, would you like to interrupt?
First of all, my apologies. I guess I didn't get the memos, and I've been up at National Life along with Tim Briglin looking for a parking space. Anyway, so I apologize for missing the first part of your presentation, but just from what I've heard, I guess my question is, why do we feel that we need to have a board of education to direct the future of education as opposed to the agency of education when we have agency of natural resources, we don't have a board of natural resources, and the fact that all the members are appointed by governors, not the same governor, but appointed by governors, as opposed to coming from local school boards. Or so I guess that's my bottom line question is what, and the legislature did assign all of these things to the board because it was there. If the board hadn't been there, those things would have been assigned to the agency. Is that the way I see it? I mean, I'm not sure because I'm not in the education committee, but.
If I may, I'd like to answer that. I'll do my best. Again, Peter Peltz, I was on the House Education Committee for 8 years, and I was on the committee when Act 98 passed. It was not, it was controversial. There was, but I can tell you why I voted for it. I really think, well, first of all, our Constitution, the state has a vital role in providing education to the youth and preparing them for their adult lives. They called it virtue in the Constitution, but they were really looking at it, and it was in the best interest of the students and getting them ready for their adult lives. That hasn't changed. And when we did this, I thought that the role of the board should be a gatekeeper, a buffer between the administration and the legislature and the district district levels. I thought it's a very important role to play, just to make sure that there is a position for the board to act in the best interests of the districts. I asked to be appointed onto the board when I resigned from office in 14, and I feel very strongly about that. And just to sort of demonstrate, I mean, I think the governor has appointed some really good members. We coalesced, it's nonpartisan. 46 was a hard nut to crack and to work together. We did it collaboratively, and I think we did it well. And I think that stands well, for our position in regards to why we should be there and why we should continue. I really feel very strongly that, I'm not to disparage, but you know, just the bureaucracy of educating our kids is very significant, and I really think the state board has a role in sort of being that buffer. And to demonstrate this, we have decided at our last meeting that we will no longer meet during the regular hours of the day. We're going to meet late in the day and then go to regional go throughout the state to have meetings and have our regular meeting at 3 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock we will open it up to the public to hear from the public on what their thoughts are and what how we can best represent their interests. So I hope we continue in that vein and really clearly define that. The agency owns this. I mean, we have no staff, we have no budget to provide a staff, so we're really sort of, you know, at a transitional point in terms of trying to get us focused and be very efficient in what we're doing. Thank you.
Rob, do you have a question?
I do, and maybe it'll get clarified a little closer, but your comment about the state ed being a large bureaucracy.
Well, I'm just, yeah.
Well, I happen to agree with that somewhat. My question would be, is the current structure, with you folks being kind of a separate entity, does it add to that bureaucracy, at least from the user end of things, as opposed to from your end?
Let me just clarify. When it's working properly, the state board has no power. We have no power to direct. We have no power to demand testimony or anything. The state board, in its best form, inquires, that is, asks tough questions, and integrates conflicting information, which is all around the state, and informs the General Assembly and the governor about issues that perhaps, informs the agency, or informs superintendents, whoever is closest to implementing solutions. If I may, I'd like to return to Senator White's question. Why have a board when the natural resources people don't? Education is not constructed in any way like any other government enterprise in Vermont. Nothing like it. Education in Vermont has at least 5 major constituencies and power centers. So when you, for example, use the term that the agency directs education in Vermont, frankly, it influences it, but education in Vermont is so democratized and so locally based and so heterogeneous that, frankly, nobody directs it. Not even the General Assembly or the governor, and certainly not the agency or the board. Yes, the agency can adopt rules and regulations which require certain behaviors, but frankly, what happens in the classroom is far beyond the influence and control of anybody, except perhaps the principal and the teacher involved. It's an extremely decentralized democratic institution. There's the federal government, there's the state agency of education, there are regional superintendencies, there are multi-town school districts, single-town school districts, there are schools, hundreds and hundreds of them, there are classrooms, thousands of them, and by the way, 100,000 parents who also think they know something about education. All of these are players in this process of education, which is not directed from the top at all. It's nothing like a corporate organizational structure. It's heterogeneous. And so the question gets to be, who sees the whole thing? Who has no stake in any of it and sees the whole thing? And that, I think, is the unique role of the board. We're not players. We don't have power. We shouldn't have power to direct or force. We're not a legislative entity. There were times when the board got over its skis, as they say, and did do that, and should, at least in this leadership, that will never happen again. Our role is to number one, we need to be available to the legislature to do what it has asked us to do, things like Act 173, like Act 46. If you don't have the state board, you won't have anybody in the field with a broad, non-political base to implement some of your directives. And moreover, without a state board, you basically will have no entity in the state that has a nonpartisan, a nonpartisan, independent overview of education, and has the license to attempt to bring about consensus and shape the future of education.
Can I ask a couple of quick questions, John and Peter? And these are very, because of time constraints, I'd ask you to consider just very briefly. I'm sure you understand that we sunset organizations. An administrative branch comes to us, or like an agency, and says, here are the organizations you want us to review. We think these three should no longer exist and should be sunsetted. So my first question to you folks, very briefly, is it your expectation the State Board of Education does not want us to sunset them?
Yes. Do not.
Do not.
The state board does not.
You don't? Okay, that's first. Second of all, is it your intention to continue to work with the Agency of Education and the administration to clarify whatever that new relationship is with your new role and your relationship with the Agency of Education?
Of course, but also the legislature.
And that's been evolving since '98 was enacted.
Okay, all right. The third one is you just answered. Well, let me phrase the other question first. You do realize what a precarious position the State Board of Education is in at the moment.
Perhaps you could help us understand what makes it so precarious.
So I'll give you the example. I come from Stowe. Now, I'm not involved in any of the local school boards in Stowe, and I'm not involved in any of I don't have any decision-making authority with Stowe. You can't go down and get a cup of coffee without hearing about the State Board of Education, et cetera. I realize that the sort of base closing duties were given to you folks, and you had to carry them out. Nobody likes that kind of function, but you are in a somewhat precarious position.
Yes.
So I want that acknowledged. And then I do want you to ask or answer if you're willing to work with the committees of jurisdiction in the legislature after you've sorted that out to explain yourself better with all the stakeholders involved. And not so much as a small group like the 6 members here in this commission. It's my expectation that you'll do that. You'll House and Senate committees of jurisdiction.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I met last week with both the chairs of the 2 committees. I should think government operations also has an interest in this. And it's our hope to introduce legislation, or that the committees will introduce legislation to restructure the relationship between the agency and the board. Probably move toward independence of one another. I think we're a pain in their butt sometimes, and frankly that's what statute requires us to do, and we have no desire to do that. It's not a very good use of our time. So those legislative changes will have to be around here a lot to explain why they're worth doing. And our hope is that your committee will say, this board needs to change, they want to change, and let's give them some headroom to work that out with the General Assembly.
Okay. And then one last question I have. Would you be willing at some point to return to this commission, and say, well, here are the changes that we've made, here's how we think we're making progress, here's the groups that we've brought into the process, here's what we've been doing. I'd like you to do
Yeah, and I would hope that the dialogue and the exchanges between the legislature and the board would be a healthy, and the board has not always been in favor, had strong standing with the legislature. I would hope that we could really develop a relationship that would work both ways, that we could be, which it could, curiously has been done by 46 and 173 and other things that have been, we've been empowered to deal with. That didn't happen in the past, and if that's where we're continuing to do, I hope that relationship and the exchange it improves. In other words, that we really do develop a working relationship.
Okay.
Yeah, I might just observe that my colleague here is a card-carrying Democrat, and I'm a card-carrying Republican, and he's been on the board much longer than I, and he's the one who wanted to come here and be with me to advocate with you. So we
and that also, may if I say, I have never seen any partisanship at this board. It's a good, healthy exchange, good, healthy exchange, informed exchanges.
But we have a lot of work to do. I concur, and we hope you will encourage us to move forward with that work. And if we fail at that, then good Lord. Frankly, I don't want to be on a board that's doing what we've been doing. It's just not a good use of anybody's time.
It's a 6-year appointment. That's it. That's 6 years, is a long time.
That's all, that was really the only question I had. Thank
So
you.
just to follow up on Matt's questions, and some of the statements you made about not having a power, you know, the legislature gave you power under Act 46 and under Act 173.
Thank you.
To do certain things. And I'm confused as to where you, as the board, wants to be. Do you want to be in a sort of oversight role where you're looking at what the Agency of Education does and what's good for Vermont schools? Or do you want to be actively participating in policy making through what you've done with Act 46 and with Act 173?
Well, I think the board is always available to do the General Assembly's bidding. And so in the case of that, it was of Act 177, we're certainly shaping rules. But the general policy is already cast in stone by the legislation, as it should be. We don't want to, I just don't want us ever to get close to creating law. And I want to have very clear boundaries so that the board is working at the direction and behest of the General Assembly. Beside that work, though, I would like the board to become kind of a think tank about education in Vermont and gathering information, not, by the way, just looking over the shoulder of the agency. Because the vast majority of what really happens in education isn't happening at the agency. It's happening in the schools and in the districts. And that's where we need to spend more time, is where it's on the ground, where it's happening, and be, number one, talking about accountability, and number two, talking about visioning a better system than we have.
Can I briefly, we cannot make policy, but we can help you enact it and make it work.
Right.
But I guess following up on that, I'm concerned. I mean, okay, so we passed education legislation. You know, typically the Agency of Education would be responsible for implementing that. But at least in these two instances, Act 46 and Act 173, the legislature, for whatever reason, chose to have the State Board of Education do that. Right. And I guess I'm just, should we be doing that? Because there is some confusion about who is taking legislation and, you know, creating the regulations and you know, driving that down to the school boards and the schools.
Can I just observe that a lot of the law did specify what the agencies did in regards to this. They set the table, and then they say, okay, it's up to you to make the decisions. But they set the table.
That's exactly correct. It was in that case a collaboration where the actual rules or state plan was drafted by the agency, handed to the board to then sign off on, and we made some changes. Stowe being a good example. But in general, the less rulemaking and directing the board does is probably better, because we don't have the expertise that educators do.
Or the resources.
Yes, and definitely not the resources. There are, though, exceptional cases where you feel, that is, the legislature feels, that we want an independent entity of citizens, not civil servants, making the final decision about this. That's precisely what you did in Act 173. And we're available and reasonably capable of doing that work.
Rob, did you have a question?
Well, I did. I'm curious as to how you get the feedback from the local levels. Does it come directly? Do you end up having to get it indirectly through the Department of Ed? As far as, you know, what got me thinking about this is it was just really quick this morning, but I'm listening to the proficiency-based learning. It sounds like that there's a little confusion and some concern about that. It sounds like you folks went out and made some decisions that were within your purview, but yet, and again, I just heard this quickly, but it seems like that the Secretary of Education's out there trying to explain it. Is that indicative of how this is working currently, the relationship?
I was when I was on the committee when that bill passed, and it gave the authority to the local district to do. I mean, and so there wasn't one formula that had to be applied universally. It was up to the local districts to apply it. So, and I think that's been the big issue, and that really didn't have anything to do with us. And we talked about it, but there was really no role in that we had to be able to. So we were just advisory, but we had played no role in that.
This is sort of an illustration of the kind of democratic, heterogeneous way that education unfolds in this state. There was no template given by anybody, the legislature or the agency, about how proficiency-based learning should be done. It was left to every school to figure it out. That's the way Vermonters seem to want to do a lot of things, is at the local level, local control, highly heterogeneous, and so you get very different results. And you have some schools that have really done quite an amazing job at implementing PBL, and some that have really botched it. And that's what happens when you leave it to folks to figure it out. And that was, I think, quite clearly stipulated in the statute, that you would do this, but how to do it was left to each district to figure out. Just like curriculum. Curriculum in every school district and superintendency is a local matter. State board has no control over curriculum. We set standards, but we don't set curriculum. So I think part of what we see, and it's a concern of the board, is that with any new initiative, you get in some schools you'll get terrific implementation, and it really benefits the children right away, and you can see it, and it was a smart law. And then in other districts, it's very slow to roll out, and maybe never does. And those children are at a disadvantage as a result. So part of the challenge that we face in our state is this wide variation between sort of strong districts, well-resourced districts, and districts with different resources and, frankly, different aspirations for their children. It's like we're dealing with two different nations sometimes, and that's how it felt during Act 46.
Jeanette?
No, I am not going to ask my question, but that is true with lots of things. It isn't just education. If we look at our justice system, we have 14 different justice systems in Vermont because we have 14 separately elected state's attorneys, and we have 14 different elected sheriffs. So I just came from Waterbury with a meeting with Mike Sherling, and I mean, there are issues there too. So it isn't just education.
Yeah, it's Vermont. It's the
Yeah,
way we do things here.
And it does seem to me that the legislature passes. I mean, I'm surprised that I wasn't involved in Act 46, but I mean, I voted for it, but I misunderstood it. I have to admit. And the legislature passes legislation, and then the executive branch implements it and administers it. But here we have a non-elected,
Right.
what's the word?
You might say we're not
accountable
right.
to anybody group implementing the legislation. And I'm not sure that that's, anyway.
Well, that's for you all to decide.
Right.
It really is.
And I hope you think about what would it be like without the board. I mean, that's I think I firmly believe we play a vital role. Otherwise, I don't think we'd have the quality of the people that are on it. Quite honestly.
Well, no matter what we do here, that any recommendation that we make clearly goes to the two education committees. And they're the ones that, so we don't have any final say.
Right, but you have influence on, and we're hoping to encourage you to give us room to improve.
And thank you for offering that time.
Thank you.
Well, I think we need to wrap up now.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much for testifying, Mr. Carroll, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Nice to
Thank
see you
you.
again.
We're glad it
My
worked
pleasure.
out time.
Thank you. Glad you could be here.
For most people.
Let's see if the gang is out there.
Oh, on Friday? Let me just give a little background here of what happened and why you're all here. It's Laura's fault. So, we are tasked with looking at boards and commissions and which should exist and which shouldn't exist, and which ones might be combined to be more effective, and because we know that a lot of boards and commissions kind of get created and then they outlive their usefulness and or something else pops up. So I was having this conversation with Laura, because this is an area where I know nothing, and I really, it is not my area. So I was having this conversation with Laura, and she said, well, you can't, how can you decide what kind of governance you need if you don't know what it is? Not big IT, but little IT, it. And she said the Oversight Committee has been working, and I'm not sure if they've been working with you over the summer, but you are involved in this, that you've been working on looking at what it is we need to know about. Is that fair? What it is we need to know before we can start asking the questions about how should we govern. And you're not looking at governance necessarily, but you're looking at what it is we need to know about this whole area. So we decided that it would make sense to just have a roundtable discussion about where you guys are and what it is we need to be thinking about before we start thinking about governance. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah.
So, may I enhance that?
Yes.
May I do that now?
Yes,
Okay.
you may.
So, specifically, the Joint IT Oversight Committee has been looking at cybersecurity, and also some of the larger IT projects. And I think that what I really wanted to share with you when you and I met was that the cybersecurity issue is very serious, and that the legislature does not have a handle on it, and that we really needed to focus energy on getting a handle on it, which is going to be difficult, and that I hoped we would focus our efforts on that in this session as opposed to creating a new oversight structure for governance structure. And then you said, well, why don't you come and talk to us?
And that's why you're here.
Now, I should say that we started our effort, though, by trying to get a handle on the totality of IT in Vermont, starting by looking at, in effect, every agency of state government, every department of state government, every independent officer, the legislature, the judiciary, of just creating a map that says, what is the IT structure? Is there one there? Who's responsible for it? What is the relationship between it and the Agency of Digital Services? What's the role of the Chief Information Officer, if any, with respect to these? And we found stuff all over the map. And to me, it's clear that, well, of course, I asked the question, why do we need a government structure since everything we have is working so well right now? And it's not. That's a cynical view. There are lots of things that appear to be uncoordinated. The overlay of this, I think, is to also be thinking about IT in a broader sense, because the whole issue of information technology and telecommunications, for example, are increasingly intersecting. We used to deal with them separately. We used to say that telecommunications was a responsibility of the Department of Public Service because that's the old regulated telephone company model. But now, where IT stops and telecommunications begin is a line that nobody really knows, and it's increasingly intersected, and certainly when you look at the Verizons and the AT&Ts of the world, their feet are clearly in both camps in terms of both the internet and also the transmission of telephone signals that used to be solely the regulated telephone company's role. So that to me is one of the bigger issues that we really need to think about. What's compounding all of this, though, and making it more complicated is the role of the federal government versus the states. In the old model of telecommunications, we have oversight through the Public Service Department and the Public Utilities Commission. We've got control of these telephone companies. But as the telephone companies move into the internet, and as the internet moves into transmitting telephone signals, many of us use Comcast or whatever as our landline now, And indeed, many Vermonters don't use a landline at all. Their telephones are solely in the net. And all of that is the almost exclusive, there's some exceptions, responsibility of the federal government. It preempts many of the things that we can do. People knock on our door and say, you got to prevent 5G because it's going to kill us and end the world. And our answer is, we can't do anything about it. We do not have even the ability to control what are potential health hazards, if there were any, because that is the exclusive province of the federal government. So that compounds anything that we may want to do vis-a-vis governance. So that to me is the issue, and I think Laura and I have discussed briefly that maybe this is a year in which we really need to study what is the model that we have regarding this whole governance structure of IT, as opposed to moving precipitously. I mean, there are all kinds of ways that we can move precipitously and so on. The second thing, though, in my mind, though, that we may need to do, and this is something we may need to do this year, we need to talk about it further, is strengthen the role and clarify the role of the state's chief information officer. Because one of the things in terms of the matrix we did is to at least establish the fact that we're all over the board, and the notion of some dotted line responsibility to the chief information officer for information technology throughout the state may be a role. Don't kill everything until we study it about how things are organized now, but look at the role of the chief information officer as, in effect, a dotted line responsibility to stay on top of IT throughout state government. That may be something, a limited step, that may make sense at this point. And I know there are differing views of that, but so that's kind of the long-winded summary of just what I see in the landscape.
Yeah, I know that this came up last year. So Senate Gov Ops is in the room right here, and institutions is here, and finance is here. We're right there all. And whenever anything would come up in finance and institute, it seemed that it was going like this. Well, we do that, but we don't do that. They do that. We do that, but they do that. And so from a governance standpoint, we started saying, well, who is responsible and who does run the shop? And we couldn't figure out. You guys might have been smarter than us, but we couldn't figure it out. And so that's, yeah.
And the Senate is, we don't have a committee like the House does that deals with
I've addressed that with the pro tem and said that we need to sign it someplace.
We need to, put it in someplace. But realistically, the way we're structured, there are things that each of these entities does that are sufficiently unique that even if we had a separate committee, and I'm not necessarily advocating that, the other committees, the things that are in their jurisdiction are still going to be involved.
They are, but we do need to have a central, I think, that's going to be the main committee, and then as things, I mean, if it's a utilities issue, clearly it's going to have to go to finance. But I think we need to have one place where they can look at it more comprehensively.
What is it?
What is it? I don't know what it is. That's. I think that's part of the problem is that I don't know what it is. So that's what you're here to tell us.
Well, I think maybe it might be useful for you to hear from Secretary Quinn as to what his view is. One of the things I thought was very interesting is we started dissecting this roles and responsibilities issue, and of course we talk about the chief information officer. Well, he's the chief information officer for the executive branch, and you've got a separation of duties issue right out the gate because you have the judiciary and you have the legislature, and they're in very somewhat different places in terms of how they're structured, and the chief information officer can't necessarily tell them what to do. Before we started our work on joint IT oversight, they didn't even meet. And we've got them now meeting on a regular basis together and collaborating, and clearly...
We believe.
We believe. But clearly that's an issue. You have obviously, the legislature somewhere intersects with the executive branch in terms of the internet and some connectivity issues, but in other places, it doesn't.
So, can I ask another question?
You don't have to ask
Okay,
permission.
so,
but just jump.
So with regard to this group, we're sitting here now, and then you have a number of different boards and commissions that are coming in afterwards. Do we relate to that, to those people that are coming in? And if so, how? How can this panel be helpful with those boards and commissions?
Well, I guess what you can do is, if there are things on those boards and commissions that you know right now that you've already looked at, share with us.
Because we will be, each board and commission that comes in here is handed a standard questionnaire that we ask about as to whether or not they should continue to exist. If they should, what modifications, if any, should be made in legislation with respect to what their mission is. So that's basically what we'll be reviewing this afternoon with these various boards and commissions that are on our agenda today. And anything that this roundtable discussion can help us in educating us as to what that is. And I should say that their coming in today is the first step in the process. If we were to recommend the elimination of a board or commission, we would typically take testimony from other people who are interested parties.
And so I know you have the Public Utility Commission.
Yep. Yep.
And the Department of Public Service on this list. Yes. Okay.
And one of the things is that one of the questions is, I don't know if you guys saw the questions, but one of the questions is, if your mission is still relevant, whatever it is that you were doing, could it be better accomplished someplace else? Does this particular board need to exist in order to carry out that mission or to oversee whatever it is? And we have heard from, in other areas, people who've come in and said, the mission is still relevant, but it could be better handled over here instead of by this board. We don't need this board. Is that good?
So, before we get into some of that, can I just mention quickly a couple things very briefly? I know Senator Brock. I know Secretary Young. I don't think I know Representative Brickland, is that how you pronounce it?
That's correct.
All right. I don't know
Good point, Matt. Let's all introduce ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, Suzanne start.
Suzanne Young, Secretary of Administration.
John Quinn, Secretary of Digital Services and State CIO.
Laura Spilia, Chair of Joint IT Oversight and on the House Energy and
Are you from Dover?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And there's a reason why I asked that question.
Keep track?
Maybe it's
I know somebody. Okay.
And I'm Senator Randy Brock, representing Franklin County and part of Grand Isle County, and I'm Vice Chair of the Joint IT Oversight Committee.
I'm Sue Zeller. I'm the State Chief Performance Officer and one of the governor's non-legislative appointees to this commission.
I'm Jeanette White, Senator from Windham County, and I chair Senate GovOps.
John Gannon, State Rep for Wilmington, Whitingham, and Halifax, and I co-chair this committee, and I'm Vice Chair of GovOps.
Senator Brian Collmore from the Rutland District.
I'm Matt Krause. I'm one of the gubernatorial appointees.
I'm Rob LeClaire. I'm a rep from Berrytown.
Thank you, Matt. That was an oversight.
Well, you looked him.
Oh, for some reason.
I don't mean to ignore him twice.
Sorry, Tim.
I'm Tim Briglin, and I'm a state rep from Thetford, and I'm the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. And the technology slice, very specifically, is not technology writ large. It's technology in state government, very specifically. And the committee also has oversight on the House side of the building of telecommunications as well.
Okay. Is my rep on your?
Who's your rep?
Heidi Sherman?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then I had a couple of quick points and then I'll be quiet. So I'm a 30-year state employee, so I'm going to direct this to Mr. Quinn. It's not a question, just a comment. For 30 years I served in state service. Every time we asked IT for something, the automatic response, well, not automatic, but most of the occasions was, we can't do that. So it was always frustrating to me in state service that was the typical sort of default response. So all I would ask you to consider is that the default response is, we'll figure out a way to do that, okay? The second thing is, just very briefly, I'm a very practical kind of person, and I always think that this is a huge subject. I mean, it's a really large subject. And I always think, to the human being, you know, what would they like to see, what sort of solutions? And so for a couple of them, one, the feds are tackling anonymous spam phone calls, which is, as a citizen, I love. Take care of that. That's a problem for me. I get phone calls that say 802 all the time. That's good. I'm happy that they're doing that. I would ask you to consider, as a group, the same kind of thing. Focus on some very concrete solutions to problems. And one I'm sure you've always heard or continue to hear is coverage, cell coverage across the state. You know, you're in a car, you're traveling someplace, out it goes, and that type of thing. So I would only ask you to consider, as you take a look at the big subject, the large entities, to not forget the little solutions that the average citizen would appreciate. I mean, the average citizen focus on, so that's a good thing. I like that. Okay, that's it. I'm done.
I would just add that I think you've got a good point, but there's an enormous amount of work, not just something like the Joint IT Oversight Committee, but the committees of jurisdiction to deal with some of these issues like cell phone coverage. I know we did a lot of work between the Energy and Technology Committee in the House and Senate Finance, on which I served, of producing both a broadband bill and a bill designed to tackle the very points that you make. And I do have another bill that I'll be introducing this year. It's to reinstate capital punishment in Vermont. Now, it is limited, though. It will only apply to robocallers.
Might get that bill through.
But what that bill, though, focuses on is the work some other states are doing, like Indiana, for example, has adopted some criminal penalties and fines for robocallers, and people do get picked up nationally elsewhere. And the notion of creating fines and so on for those people who get picked up in national sweeps. And Indiana, for example, has got something like $12 million in the past 5 years for robocallers as a result of their law. So we are doing something about it.
Okay, from Don?
Yeah.
Could like to hear from me?
That would be you.
Sure. So, to echo some of what Senator Brock said and what Representative Spelia said, you know, things are still a little disjointed across state government, but what I would say is, since 2017, when we created the Agency of Digital Services, we've been focused on the executive branch. Each agency, each department had their own IT person or multiple people. And so, excuse me, over the past couple of years, we've been reorganizing them and making us more efficient and trying to spend smarter. We've documented in the first 2 years $5.5 million of cost avoidance by being able to reuse what we already have across state government, being able to use employees across agencies rather than just in one agency where they may have been before 2017. Now, if they have a specific skill set, we're able to look across the enterprise and pull those people around, which has been valuable to the enterprise overall and saves money. So I think we've done some good things from that standpoint. In regards to cybersecurity, when you look at the state's posture prior to 2017 and then now, we have visibility across the enterprise. We know what we have and where we have it. We know what our assets are. We didn't before. Our risk to a cyber threat was much greater than it is now. It's still great. It's great for all states. But right now, we're in a much better position to be able to not only stop an incoming threat, but be able to respond in a faster, more coordinated way. So those are some of the things that we've done in the executive branch as a new agency. And those are just some of the highlights. But, you know, some of the areas that aren't included in the Agency of Digital Services are separately elected offices. So whether it be the Attorney General's office or Secretary of State's office, 3 branches of government, so the legislature, the judiciary, radio services and public safety. That's quasi-IT. They use a lot of technology to run their radio network, but they have the expertise there. And we coordinate with them fairly closely on what they're buying and how it's being implemented to make sure certain security standards are being followed. The telecom piece still falls under the public service department. That's more regulatory, and so we haven't, that we leave that to them. We do not get in that business. Then there's E911, which I think there's going to be a report by the Secretary of Administration, Suzanne, by the end of the year, making some recommendations there. But, I look at that myself, and it's going to be, one of those things. Sure, they use IT, but so does every other agency out there to run their agency or their group. And then the HIT, the Health Information Technology Plan, that's run out of Human Services, but we're involved with that through statute and through just general oversight. So whether it be Vital or any other organization that connects to our network, we look at their security standards to make sure whatever they're doing doesn't increase our risk to a cyber threat. So they have to follow certain standards if they're going to connect to us. So a lot of valuable things that we've been doing, but there's still some, better coordination that could happen.
Rob, you had a question?
Well, I got a couple. I mean, there could be some. One of the issues that seems that we've had, especially before the creation of your position, was that we never had the ability to quantify what we had, what we were spending on IT, what we had for resources in IT. Are we at a point now where we can say, how many folks we have in IT, what we spend, say, on the executive branch side on IT, and more importantly, what we have for in-house capability? I've heard the example a few times, like the Health Connect. One of the reasons that it has been the ongoing, I guess I'd have to say failure, that it has been, is that we just did not have the in-house capability to deal with, one, even what we were asking for, and two, to deal with it after the fact. Are we in a better place now in regards to that? And the last one is I know that on the human resources side, there's an awful lot of activity going on about dealing with legacy programs, and all those come with an enormous price tag. Do we have a plan in place for that sort of stuff? I know I asked you a lot, but that's it.
Okay, so I'll try to address some of those, unless someone else wants to. So we've done an inventory across state government. Before, we didn't know who was IT and who wasn't. We have about 386 IT professionals across state government. That includes business analysts and project managers and IT managers and system developers. We know what we have for assets. We know what we have for the number of computers, the number of servers, the number of switches. We manage over 20,000 devices and 1,400 applications. That's about one application for every 6.5 state employees, which is a lot. It's a lot of applications for that group to manage. There's about 10 security professionals for all of those applications. So that's one area. I think we had 7 before the Agency of Digital Services. So as positions come up, as vacancies come open, we look at every single position very carefully to see, what is the skill set that we need, what is the priority. So we've transitioned 3 people to security already. We've built a business office, which was something that I overlooked in the beginning. We used AOA Business Services, and we really needed our own for the amount of services that we provided in the build-back structure. So we moved a bunch of business office positions around and have a full suite of business office professionals, including payroll and those type of things. Are we properly staffed, or do we have the right skill sets? In some areas it's very challenging. So system developers, people that are developing connections between systems, people that are developing certain code for regulatory or legislative changes on legacy systems that are up to 40 years old. Those are really challenging positions to fill. They're challenging not only for state government, but they're challenging for Vermont employers, just with the demographic issues, the unemployment, the low unemployment rate. Vermont doesn't have a large pool of IT professionals anyways across the state, so it becomes very challenging, and the structure that we have in place across the state as far as being able to telecommute, broadband issues, makes it a little harder to hire outside of Chittenden County for the most part. And so, do we have the right skill sets? Not necessarily. We hire out and do staff augmentation where we can't find those. We do private, we use companies, inside and outside of the state, preferably in the state where we can, but it's been a challenge for us to staff our offices. And I think I missed the last question. The legacy systems, yes. That's a challenging thing for us. I think we've been talking about it quite a bit as an administration. How do we move forward with IT? How do we keep up with the changing landscape? How do we fund these IT systems that are, anywhere from $1 million to $40 million or higher, right? And how do we do it in a way that's sustainable? And so, one of the things my agency is looking to do is consolidate towards platforms, consolidate towards, I'm trying to think of something that everyone would know. Like, you could call Microsoft a platform, right? Something that's common to everyone, a common email type of client. Get everyone on those type of email clients, which will reduce the number of staff that we need internally, and focus our skill set in certain areas rather than focusing on 1,400 different areas and trying to keep skill sets. We're trying to narrow those down. One of the other areas is case management. We have hundreds of case management tools across the state. We're consolidating where we can to one platform, right? Everyone may still have a separate instance, but we're gonna focus on getting everyone on that platform rather than needing 40 people to manage that. We may only need 10 people in the future. So we're focused on things like that, and that's how we're trying to get off the legacy systems. Technology's changing every day, which makes it challenging. But by focusing on those cloud type of solutions where we get out of the business of having to upgrade. Every time we do an upgrade on our ERP system, for example, it's $3.5 or $4 million. We have to do one of those every 3 or 4 years. We want to get out of that model. We want to move to the cloud software as a service where the company that's hosting that has to do those updates, and we're continually up to date. So we'll level out the spending projection and be able to plan longer term, because we'll know with that company we'll see an average increase of 4% or 6%, but it'll always be up to date and always secure.
I'm
good, thank you.
Brian?
It's something I just want to follow up on,
Sure.
because I think it tracks with what Secretary Quinn was saying, and it's something more that the legislature has to consider. It might not be in the purview of your committee, but is thinking about how we actually go about funding IT. And I think there's a traditional mindset of it's a capital expenditure. When we're funding IT, we're buying a bunch of big boxes that we're putting on people's desks, and they're going to sit there for 10 years until we replace them 10 years later. And we've moved way beyond that as a society. And how we fund a lot of IT expenditure in our budgetary process is through the capital budget. And I know that drives that committee crazy, because a lot of this expenditure is really general fund type expenditure. It's annual operating expenses. And I think real innovative private sector companies no longer think of their IT spending as this is a capital expenditure. It's something that we put on our books and depreciate over 10 years. These are annual expenditures. The Secretary Quinn was saying a lot of this stuff is subscription services that you're paying for year after year, things that are updated, but it's not a pay for it and forget it type of project and then we'll come back to it in 10 years. These are expenditures that go over time. And in a perfect world, and we're a long way from there, this would be more general fund focused as opposed to things that we bond for and pay for over time.
I think one of the things that also we ought to be thinking about is the strategic changes in the way IT is being run. We've learned, for example, from Vermont Health Connect that this massive, large project, as opposed to what we're doing now, and I think Secretary Quinn can perhaps address it, more specifically about cutting things into smaller chunks so that we can measure them, and then adding oversight both from the IT Oversight Committee and from the Joint Fiscal Committee and others to look at those chunks as they're being done to measure how we're doing relative to what it is we're trying to do, so that we can stay both on budget and on target. And John, you may want to expand on the strategic changes.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at how we would go about a big monolithic system like My Health Connect before, it was all one, it was all integrated, every piece connected in some way, and if one piece failed, the whole thing went down, right? We're now building the integrated eligibility platform, for example, in modular, small pieces, so we can measure out each piece, monitor each piece, and if we only get through 3 of the pieces and we have to, you know, change our priorities and cut funding, we have 3 pieces that will improve the lives of Vermonters, right? They'll be able to use those pieces. We'll be able to build off from them. It won't be a failure because we'll have things that we can actually use, things that we spent money on. It's where the old approach was, well, we only got partway through the project. There's no real functionality that works yet. And so the change there in strategic direction is, you know, is definitely a lesson learned from the past, and it's not something just Vermont has learned, it's nationwide.
So I want to follow up, if I could, on both Secretary Quinn's remarks and Senator Brock. And forgive me if I'm 3 steps behind, because I feel like I am, but from the perspective of a priest from a small parish, here we go. And I don't know whether this is a legitimate perspective or not, but many of us can remember the EB5 diagram that showed, in essence, a bunch of spaghetti-looking stuff. And that's how I feel about the way we are right now. And I don't know whether it's feasible or reasonable that we at some point will have one person, Ms. or Mr. IT, that can control everything or not. And I don't know whether we should. So I guess I'm still trying to get a handle on who controls what, because we've had issues in GovOps before where something happened, and then we went back to say, well, who was in charge? Why? How did this happen? And what decision was made along the way that allowed this to happen? And we kind of like didn't get an answer. So,
Can I follow up on that? Just the and I know that you're focusing on the state government system, but how do we integrate that with what's the role here with non-state government systems out there? I know the Public Utilities Commission regulates utilities, the regulated utilities, but what's our role with those that other world out there that isn't in state government, and how do we integrate that, and do we have any control in
terms of?
Well, I don't know, in terms of getting answers to who made, what decision was made, when, why did this fail, why did this happen?
This is the spaghetti that I think that Senator Collmore is talking about, and there is spaghetti here. There's no question about that. Because we're dealing with, some things that are totally outside of our control. For example, those things that are federally preempted that are still interconnected with what we do. One of the things in terms of looking at a governance structure, it's very difficult to take a governance structure and put one person in charge of everything because we have different organizations, different branches of government, different agencies that have systems that they have to manage. And that's why I'm suggesting that at least in effect as an interim step, that we should be thinking about dotted lines as opposed to a whole bunch of single lines, because there are responsibilities in terms of things like technology standards, information security standards and so on, that should be consolidated really across government. And that, to me, is the role of a chief information officer, and that's normally the way it's done in the private sector. But at the same time, people who own businesses within government, such as the agencies and departments and independent offices, they have responsibility for their own systems, and there is a command and control piece there. The dotted line and direct line have to integrate with each other. The dotted line is standards, it's consistency, it's those kinds of things that get driven through government. On the other hand, agencies do need to control their own systems because they're responsible for managing them on a day-to-day basis. So there will be a degree of spaghetti, but not the kind of spaghetti that we saw in the EB5 diagram. I think one of the things that we have been talking about on the IT Oversight Committee, though, is on the governance structure, taking it a little more slowly to really define what it is and how it ought to work. And that may be the kind of study that needs to be done between now and the session beginning in 2021 to create a structure that really works and that has thought through all of these things rather than our doing so on the spur of the moment. So it's kind of a two-step process that at least and I don't know if I speak for everybody on the IT Oversight Committee, just think that may be an appropriate way to manage this.
I have, so, sort of, I guess I have a question. So where does the overall vision, where do we think that's coming from? For instance, like something as simple as should something be cloud-based or, I don't know what the term is, site-based, server-based, okay. And my sense is, like, when I heard you say that we've got like 1,400 different type of programs that we're trying to stay on top of, who's going to have this say as to whether how customized a program is versus you're just going to have to deal with what's out there commercially and figure it out? Where does that happen?
I'll just, I can jump in. I really appreciate having this conversation because it's a very important one. You've touched on funding, you've touched on infrastructure, you've touched on governance. And I have a few more years on you in state government, and I recall in the AG's office when we built our own system and we owned it and we built on it. And it's really very recently in my last tenure in the AG's office that this notion that we're duplicating other systems out there in state government came to really anyone's consciousness, and that we can do better. We can start working with other agencies and departments on similar platforms. But 2017 and the creation of the Agency of Digital Service, I think it was just the absolute right thing to do, and I think it's been very successful from my perspective as a consumer and as the head of an agency, and also the one that has to sort of figure out how are we going to pay for our IT needs. So I will just echo that. I think we are, it's going to take a while, but we're starting to unwind the spaghetti, at least internal to state government. That we are talking at the cabinet level, at the enterprise level about our IT needs. We're starting to talk about what are priorities for each of our agencies and how are we going to fund those and what's going to be the funding source. And that has been a conversation we couldn't have had, I think, any earlier than this summer because of the work that Secretary Quinn and his team have done in terms of inventorying our assets, inventorying our needs, and inventorying the risks and the cyber risks. And so I think a lot of work has gone into that. It's going to be very fruitful to this conversation. We purchased cybersecurity, for the first time as a state. Hasn't been a product that's been out there for very long, but we've started to really look at IT as an enterprise basis instead of each little program or department has their own thing that they built, that they own. So moving to platforms, Secretary Quinn's been great. If you have a need, it's like, well, we have this over here that will help. Don't go duplicate, efforts. So I can't say enough about, I think, the work that's been done to date that's going to help inform the conversation. I think when you talk about outside IT, when we need to go to outside contractors, I think that we've got a pretty robust review process for certain projects. Again, at ADS, where we're applying the standards that we want all our contractors to comply with in terms of privacy, cybersecurity, and the like. And I think that that's critical to when we have to go outside. And I think the real nut to crack is the things that are circling around outside us that rely on IT to deliver services and telecom. I mean, it's become a much more compressed world, I think, than when it was all separate. And so I think that's the real challenge for all of us is the telecom piece of it, and the federal government's preemption on cable and the like.
And I'll just add to that I mean, ADS is the internal executive branch agency of digital services. And while John and his people are responsible for what goes on in the executive branch, not including the separately elected offices, he's also responsible for how the state entity of IT integrates outside, but not for things like outside telecommunications and, you know, all corporate other things. And as to funding, I would make a comment that Representative Briglin made about the general fund. One of the reasons we have like hundreds of customer management systems and, you know, case management system is the federal government. Because historically, each individual, you know, CFDA number would say, oh, you can use this money to buy tea, so everyone went out and bought it. And so they have been a large contributor to the reason we have the problem that we have. I mean, I remember I staffed a committee that was made up of Mike Sherling, who was the head of the Burlington Alive at the time, Burlington, you know, Bright, whatever the heck that thing was called, and one of the guys from My Web Grocer. And anyway, so the three of them, and we did a review of IT, and one of the things that was really interesting is when we were talking to all of AHS about, at the time, trying to do the $200 million giant access project. And I remember some of the testimony was like, well, yeah, but if we build it this way and this is the way we don't want to do it, we can cover these other 60 programs. Could you not just build what you have to build for? Could you keep it at what you need, which is an eligibility system? So the federal money is a real, you know, it's a real temptation for people to just run out and get it and spend it and not think about the long-term implication. Having ADS there as a bridge against that to say, okay, let's see what you want, let's see what you need, let's see what other people have. Can we work this together? Can we take what someone has and add you to it? It's such a better conversation than just run out and get that federal money. The feds have not been helpful. I mean, they have been part of the reason we have the structure that we have.
That isn't true just with IT. That's
no, that's true with everything. Yeah,
yeah, they have. It's very tempting to set up a program.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So how do we? I'm sorry.
I just first of all, I want to mention that Sue's doing a great job on this commission, so I want to put a plug in. You're her boss, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I just want to put that plug in to let you know she's doing a great job. So, okay.
Well, you got to quantify great here.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
I did have a couple of things that I just wanted to bring up. First of all, I'm appreciative that the state created an agency for the digital services. That's a real big promotion. And I'm glad that they centralized everything, because that's important too. I used to spend my entire career in Department of Human Resources, and the last couple of years it was very good about getting notices that somebody had opened something up. It opened up a virus, et cetera, don't do it, et cetera. So it was fast response, and I really appreciate that. But I do have a couple of things that are of concern to me. There's 7,000 state employees, and many of them have access to terminals. And with the best of intentions, sometimes people access stuff they're not supposed to. And the last I'd heard when I left state service, that VSEA was going to work with the state on ensuring that employees weren't spied upon, but that the places that they were accessing, et cetera, were going to be controlled, if you will. Okay, so that's one thing that sort of, there were a lot of folks who, I was told, I'm not a big Facebook person, but they're on Facebook all the time, or eBay, or something of that nature. So that's kind of not a good thing for state employees to be using those services. I wanted to know if, in the cybersecurity field, you were accessing Norwich University. They have a very big program over there for cybersecurity.
We are.
You are, okay.
So you should just know.
Yeah,
Okay, and then just one other piece. Where does AI fit in this? Because I assume this is Brian mentioned who's the big boss going to be, and in a few years it'll be AI. I mean, that's they'll be controlling all of this, and you'll have input into it, but they'll be making the decisions and using various apps, et cetera, to control it all. It won't be perhaps an individual, but AI fits in here someplace. Let's put it that way. So I do. The only one I want to have maybe a comment was the sort of VSEA. That's the last I'd known that VSEA and the state were discussing sort of how 7,000 state employees were going to use these new terminals, the services that were available, making sure that citizens got their money's worth.
Right. So I'm not going to go into human resources policy at all, but what I will say is that the tools that we've been installing or implementing across what I would call our perimeter, our intrusion detection system and prevention system, looks for certain types of URLs, looks for certain types of websites. We block those at the gateway into our perimeter, right? So the ones that we know about that are just downright bad, we block those right away to make sure that we're preventing ransomware and viruses from coming in. It's not 100% foolproof, none of them are. Right. But a lot of that stuff is blocked on the outside. At this time, we don't monitor usage of state.
You do not?
No, my
Okay.
agency is not in charge of monitoring time usage of state employees. That would be a question for Department of Human Resources, but we haven't been instructed with implementing anything like that. But overall, the tools that we've been putting in place are really to mitigate the risk if employees do stumble onto a website that may be harmful to the state government.
Yeah.
So, and I would add, one of the risks that we're currently trying to get our hands around at the Joint IT Oversight is what risk legislators pose to the systems. We're working to put together a class for legislators, as well as our municipalities who are tying into these systems. So
I think it'd be really good to touch on the Norwich University thing for a second. 2 years ago, I believe it was 2 years ago, we created a partnership with Norwich University to bring in cyber talent into the workforce, into the state workforce, and to give students the opportunity to work in a environment that has about every type of technology you can think of here, right? We have legacy technology that's 40 years old, that's hard to secure. We have new technology, we have everything in between. So we've created this partnership that does not only internships, but a security operations center at Norwich University where students can get real-world experience watching our log data coming in from our firewalls and things like that, and detecting potential intrusions or attempts at intrusions into our network. So it's been a really good partnership, and I think it's benefited the state. I think we've hired 3 people from the program already, full-time. So it's definitely been one of the better things we've done. All the states are having a hard time hiring cyber talent, but this seems to be working out really well for us.
Good. Okay.
So,
thank you.
Well, I would also add Norwich has helped coordinate this cyber class that hopefully will have legislators taking as well as municipalities.
I'm an alumni of Norwich, and I'm really pleased that they, well, I don't want to put a plug in, but I'm pleased that they, as an academic institution, they don't sort of sit in an ivory tower, that they're out there into the community, into the where they can help out, resources or the organizations in a state. Okay, we're small. Anything that they can do to assist is really vital. It's important.
One of the other things I failed to mention was we implemented a security awareness training program for our state employees. The last time I looked, we had, I think, 4,600 people that had taken the awareness training and walked you through different modules, whether it's identifying an email that may be a spam or phishing attempt, or how to identify websites or links that maybe you shouldn't click on. And we just bought a new software that's going to further refine that effort and be able to offer more trainings in depth over the course of the year.
And the last thing I would add is, we did pass an AI commission. We created an AI commission a couple of years ago.
I saw some, I'm not as in tune with the legislature, with the legislative members. They're you know, more closely attuned to what's taking place. I heard something about that, but, you know, AI is going to connect all of these things in some fashion. Like I say, you know, AI is going to be able, they'll be able to manage all the information that's coming along and coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I note that you are talking in the future tense, but I mean, it's
not.
present tense.
Okay, sorry.
And growing.
So two things. First of all, our IT staff at the legislature has me so nervous about clicking on anything that my family gets really annoyed at me when they send me a link to something and I say, don't trust you. I'm not opening it. But anyway.
Is that why you didn't check your email?
Delete.
But we tell people not to click on any emails from Hormel because they may contain spam.
That's a good one.
So,
You had me at capital punishment there.
So, I kind of going back a step here. I'm a little concerned that, just given what you were talking about with the federal preemption, that we can't, is there any governance structure at all that can that can somehow, and I don't know what it is, but
You're talking about two different things, Senator.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we look at, what John is not, Secretary Quinn is not.
No, I'm not talking about state.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the state here. The state government.
Okay.
No, I'm going back farther to where Brian and I were about in the wild world out there.
Yeah.
That it seems to me we need some focal point that looks at kind of the world of IT out in Vermont, not in state government necessarily, and I don't know what that is, I don't know what it looks like, but how do we do that? We just heard from the State Board of Education. They apparently have no authority to do anything, but they do things, but their goal is to look at the kind of world of education and make recommendations to the agency and to the governor and to the legislature about it. Is there any such thing that we can create or have that would do that same thing, or is that your role? I don't know. Because I'm talking about outside of state government, so that we can.
So you're talking
we
about
have
infrastructure.
any control
Right.
over the Verizons of the world and the AT&Ts, and when we ask them questions and they just say, "Oh."
Could I just,
I don't know.
could I just bring us back to what our mission is for the Sunset Advisory Committee?
Yes.
And Commission, and that I think it was very valuable for us as a commission to hear from these 5 people on the variety of and complexity of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But the primary goal, seems to me here, was to get testimony to help us in our deliberation about these committees, that we understand a little bit better. Okay?
Right.
Not that I'm not wanting to talk about the greater world, but it seems to me that that's probably something that the legislature as a whole needs to work on with, contact with the administration. But for purposes of this, I think we should, if we need any more information that will help us in our deliberations about the remaining committees and boards that we're looking at today, I think we should ask those questions, but sort of the wider discussion about governance and outside of state government, I think we should probably leave to the committees of jurisdiction.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if these people in their wisdom could say, well, one of these is something that could expand into that, what I was thinking, or none of these are, or you should eliminate all of these and start all over again, or...
So you have different focuses on some. So like the agency is all internal, right?
Yes.
And then you look at the PUC and the department, and those are really looking external.
Right.
At our infrastructure, right? The property parcel data is municipalities.
Mhm.
No, what's the web portal board?
Web portal board
This
is
ADS.
Electronic
Oh, that's you too.
transactions state government conducts for money, like permits and licenses
I
and
have
stuff.
fishing license.
Just for a little clarity, the Parcel Data Advisory Board, John Adams is actually an employee of ADS.
Mhm.
They run the geographic information center and provide maps and data to towns, municipalities, state entities. So we are outward facing a little bit with that group.
So, I mean, are you going through like the E911 board is coming in, and I'm just wondering if that's, is that something that could potentially fall underneath, the purview of the Agency of Digital Services?
Well, that, I think Suzanne
So
has
the,
worked.
The legislature has tasked the Secretary of Administration with looking at that very question, which is where should the E911 board reside, if not in its current iteration as an independent board. And when you look at their functions, they have IT function, they have the telecom function, they have the public safety function. I mean, they are kind of crossing a lot of different areas that fit in different parts of state government. So it's not a new conversation. I've gone back and looked at several reports and studies over the last decade that have tried to crack the nut of the E911 board and where they should reside or should they move to public safety. So we're looking at that now, and the report's due in January.
And,
But
we
it's one of-
asked for that report in particular for the very reasons that Secretary Young has mentioned. We've seen failures. And it's the kind of failure, at the end of the day, when a person can't get an E911 call through, I know a question I asked in Senate Finance is, who do we blame? And the problem is, there are a number of fingerprints on it, and that goes back to the spaghetti chart. And that's why I lean towards having at least some dotted line responsibility to the technology piece, the chief information officer, because there is an information and there's an information transmission role that's there. Standard setting, monitoring, oversight, as opposed to direct responsibility, can link some of this stuff together better than it is being done right now, because we do have holes, and we have serious holes.
Yeah.
Many more to come.
Can I just make one comment? We haven't really heard from you, Representative Reagan, so maybe a couple minutes. But following up on Sue's point, we're the Sunset Advisory Commission. We like the sunset organization. That's our, we really get excited about that. I know it's.
Surgeon's got a knife, you got a cut.
You've got a nail with a hammer. But we're, so if there's any organization that's listed here, or other ones that you know of that have outlived their usefulness, we're certainly pleased to hear that information. But I do just want to give you, I don't want to take the chair's responsibility, but just to give you, I didn't really.
So the PUC, I think, absolutely, I'm kidding.
I just suggested that to him. That PUC and the school board.
Yeah, so that'll make some news. I think Senator Collmore's question is the key one that I think you should have front and center as you're thinking about, again, whether to cut, whether to turn the dial slightly on what some of these commissions might be focused on, and what your recommendation is back to the legislature, which is accountability. As I look at these different commissions and boards and how they're set up, and having heard Mr. Carroll, who's a constituent of mine, and Mr. Peltz testify earlier, as a legislator and a chair of a committee that has oversight, we're always looking for who's the neck we can choke. Who's, if something goes wrong, who do you reach out for? And as Senator Brock said, also is, when you have the spaghetti structure, what you reach out for and grab is a handful of sand, and there's nothing there to really hold accountable. So I would say that's issue number one. looking at these different boards, where's the accountability and what's the function? The boards that you're looking at this afternoon, my sense is, some of them I've never had interaction with, but play very different functions. Some of these boards operate with kind of an executive capacity. They actually have functions where they have oversight of an executive that reports to them. And that's a very different function than an advisory board. And that's not to say that an advisory board isn't important. And let me make a pitch for one, which is, I think I agree with what's been said today in terms of ADS plays a very important function in state government that we didn't have before, which is pulling together from different parts of state government a function that was, I don't want to say out of control, but again, there was no accountability for it. And now we have an agency that has the capability of doing that, certainly the mandate. But, where that goes in different parts of state government, for example, the legislature has a committee that deals with IT within the legislature. Where that goes with regard to Secretary Quinn's oversight of the Secretary of State's office, the Treasurer's office, the AG's office, that accountability is not there. And do we want to consider as a state government, more oversight there? But in terms of an advisory role, IT and cybersecurity changes so frequently that I think there really is an important role for a third-party independent advisory role to state government, to ADS on cybersecurity, where you've got kind of the best minds in Vermont who are working on cybersecurity, who can give an outside perspective, whether it's to the secretary or other parts of state government that deal with IT. I think this is a place that's very fertile ground to have that type of advice and that kind of cross-fertilization, if you will. And it's because it's such it's an area that is subject to so much change. And I will say that's in contrast to many other parts of state government where, things just, policy changes move at a much more measured pace. This stuff is changing daily, and I think it's important, as high a caliber, or maybe there's a need for improvement we have within state government. I think we need people from outside state government advising us on what best practices are. So I would make a pitch for, there's an advisory role here that's very important.
And there's one other role that we haven't really talked about, and it may be outside of the purview of what you're doing on a Sunset Advisory Commission, is I think we need a much stronger audit role, because there needs to be not just the oversight and work being done within state government. We need to have an independent set of eyes to look at IT problems from an auditor's perspective. We have one IT auditor in state government right now, the same as we've had for the past 15 years. And IT has plays a much stronger role, a much more prominent role in what we do right now, and that, I believe, is a real inadequacy that needs to be addressed.
So I assume, Senator Brock, your one IT auditor is not sufficient for...
No, and to hire people to come in and do outside reviews is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Extremely expensive. And this is also a problem that we've looked at overall in our work on the Joint IT Oversight Commission is, are we able, at the salaries that we pay in state government, to hire the people that we really need at the level of expertise that we need? And so what we wind up doing, and this was a classic example we saw in Vermont Health Connect. We didn't have the horsepower to do the work, and we weren't able to hire them at state government salaries, even inflated to market factor analysis. And so as a result, we go out to a contractor, and we pay 4 times the rate that we would pay if we had the person on our staff in the first place. And that, again, is something that we've enlisted the human resources folks to look at, to perhaps give us some guidance in that regard, too.
And this is someplace that I think has also moved in a different direction in the private sector in the last 10 years, which is 10, 15, 20 years ago, you went to the private sector and looked at places that used to be considered, I'll say cost centers in most private businesses, which was human resources and IT, have really changed their strategic focus. You look at any private sector business worth their while now, and they are looking at human resources and IT as that's a core strength of the business. And people who are involved in those areas are major strategic players in the organization. It's not the, IT used to be a backwater, and that's not the case in well-functioning organizations now. It's a strategic role, and I think it's important that we think of, from your perspective, as you look at state commissions and who's working on these issues, it's a major strategic function, and we have to have kind of best minds and practices kind of looking at that. This is not a backwater. It's central to what we do.
So one thing that concerns me, I've heard from a number of people, is the lack of oversight of the non-executive groups, whether it's the legislature, the Secretary of State's office. Is any effort being made now to consolidate oversight with respect to those other non-executive agencies? I mean, because it seems like if they're not they're not under the oversight of ADS, they may be doing things that are good from a cybersecurity or other perspectives.
So we have not come forward yet with our final recommendations, but, and that is not one that we've been talking about. What we've been talking about at this point is just having the 3 branches come together to talk on a regular basis, which was not happening. So, and then you've got these outside independently elected offices, et cetera. So, the notion of creating a cyber council, certainly the governor has a cyber council, cybersecurity council. Which I think may have a little bit different scope. But I think there's room for looking at that, for sure.
But that also is a role that the auditor's office is uniquely able to play to go across those branches in state government to look at problems throughout the enterprise, which is why I do emphasize that.
And Senator Bratt, do you think currently the auditor is focused enough on these technology issues?
Well, if the auditor were given an armored car load of money to be able to fund the hiring of the kind of expensive services necessary to provide that oversight, that may be the case. But right now, he's not staffed to be able to do it. He's not funded to be able to do it.
And the auditor's office is also one of those independently elected offices, so
So
there's
they
that
pick
challenge
what they
too.
do and what they don't do, right? I mean,
Well, the legislature can certainly ask them to do some things, and generally you can expect that they will be responsive to that, but we've not asked.
And if are we losing money by not asking? I mean, would we be better off paying the money up front to have the audit done than to lose money by?
All of this work would be done obviously in increments and prioritization, but to ask the auditor's office just to look at information technology risk in a general term and come back with a plan for doing that might be something that might be worth doing. I know we've had conversations with the auditor's office. We've had the auditor in. I think he's due to come back to us with just some additional information that we asked for about approaching this subject.
We are looking at a recommendation around cyber standards. How do we have the means to, putting something like that in statute, as well as notification on breaches of systems. It's been interesting to learn what we don't know.
So am I hearing that part of the conversation really is how much of this do we try to do in-house as opposed to outsourcing it? Is that part of the debate? Or some of the...
I think I'm a plan person, so I think we really have to, think about what are the next objectives that we have here, and then figure out if we have the capacity in state government. I think, we're hearing a lot about the value of outside independent audit, I think.
Yeah, I'm just...
We've talked about potentially recommending adding some capacity at JFO. We have Dan Smith there on IT projects. Is there the ability, should we add some capacity there for cyber security,
Just work it up, right?
We.
You don't use any, is it highway, Hayway,
Oh,
It's
the Chinese,
the Chinese, you don't use any of that stuff, do you?
Huawei.
Huawei, thank you.
No, and given the escalation in my role in 2017, we were able to quickly issue a directive to all of state government saying that we won't be using that type of technology. There were 6 or 7 types of technologies that we banned based on federal guidance.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
I'm up.
Except E911 has some of that, don't they, John?
No.
Oh, they don't?
No, there was.
Got rid of that?
There was some Huawei equipment in a data center that had been decommissioned but still in the rack.
All right.
But yes, there is none in the E911 system that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Who's on the committee? I'm just curious, on your oversight committee? Just the 3 of you?
No, it's myself, Seth Chase, who's also from Energy and Technology, Marty Feltus from Appropriations, Senator Brock, Senator Pearson, and
Senator Kitchell.
Senator Kitchell.
Well, I'm so glad we were able to solve all the issues today.
What is the issue that you would like to solve, Madam Chair?
I would like to have us have some kind of, that's what I was trying to ask about with the advisory. I don't know if these groups, if these boards and commissions are the right ones to have. And some of them may be so specific that they need to exist, and some of them may not. But what I was trying, when I was comparing it to the Board of Education, is I was thinking about what Tim actually said very eloquently, is that we need to have some kind of an independent body out there that is made up of those leaders in that, and I wondered if that's what we need. To advise the state on where to go, cybersecurity, what to do, what to think about, without having it be a governmental body. I just, and I don't know if one of these can fill that role, if, I don't know.
Are you talking about creating a new board?
Yes. As a matter of fact, yes.
So,
Can we create as well as can we sunrise?
Yeah,
as well as
in the sunrise. In the 5 minutes we have left, with the exception of the fact that, John, you're going to testify in the Web Portal Board later, does anybody of our guests or have anything that they would like to add specifically about these boards and commissions that are on our agenda for the rest of the day?
Good question. Very focused.
I noticed a few were removed, so, from the initial agenda, so I think there was quite a bit of obsolescence on the first agenda. And now I think you're gonna hear from the E911 board, and that's a work in progress in terms of governance and whether it should be advisory or not. Property Parcel Data Advisory Board seems to be one that's functioning, but we're gonna have to hear from them and provides a role for municipalities, the PUC, and again, and the Department of Public Service, which is totally different ballgames that I would not even profess to have. The thought of abolishing without great thought and input and insight into that. And the Web Portal Board, which does serve a function in state government, the secretaries are represented on that board. My representative, who's not here this week, says he's pretty excited that there's a little bit of new energy and new direction on that board, which I expect Secretary Quinn will fill in on. But as far as other boards related to IT, I didn't come up with any others that I think are still in existence or functional, so.
I noticed you had Vital on your
Yeah.
I was a little confused by that because I didn't really look at Vital, at least the Vital Board as a creation of state government, but that's more of a semi-autonomous entity that has been charged by state government with a particular function.
Right.
I wasn't sure it was in the purview of this board to sunset that board, but maybe it is.
Well, we might.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that it is in our purview, but
Yeah.
what our role is, I think, is to look at them and then to say, is there a recommendation? And it
Yep.
would be, I would assume, health and welfare.
Yep.
And that would take that up along with the administration, and then, and if it's still functioning the way, then are there legislative changes that need to be made to make it more appropriate to what they're actually doing now than what they might have been doing when they were created?
Right.
We come at it from the perspective that it is, and it's their job to prove to us that we're not supposed to. Okay.
Good.
But did you say there were ones that were on the initial list that aren't on here now?
Well, there were
I
some
can't-
really obsolete ones that intrigued me. The committee to examine strategies to enhance software and information technology sectors,
Well,
and
they
I mean,
still-
things that were in session law that have since sunset by themselves.
And have they sunsetted by themselves, or?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they had a report due in January. I'm assuming they don't exist anymore. In January 2013. So there were some, at least on the initial agenda that I saw.
I think Betsy may have the information on that.
Okay, because some of them, some boards we found that they were created to produce a report, but they still exist in statute, they never were, they never went away.
Or they're in session law and
And,
they
yeah,
are gone.
Betsy will. There she is. Well,
Looks like you had enlightened us. Today.
Okay.
I would put in for the Telecom and Connectivity Advisory Board, that's a board that's making grants. I think it's good to keep some transparency there.
is this the one that's doing the grants
That's
for
it.
the, whatever those little things are?
No.
That was really technically explicit.
Laura knows.
She's talking about coverage go in the radios.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, that would be the department. This
okay.
is with the Universal Service Fund.
Connectivity.
Connectivity Initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And so keeping that kind of separate board, I think, is just good for,
Good hygiene.
yeah.
Anything, any others on there? Vermont Equipment Distribution Program Advisory Council? I guess we'll hear from them, but.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's,
All right.
there are some, and I don't know, I'm not right off, I can't pinpoint exactly what those two boards do, but there are some folks that are very specifically affected by programs that staff some of these boards, and again, there's a sunlight factor there, making sure that things are happening, and
Yeah, and I guess we'll hear from them this afternoon.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for coming in, we appreciate it.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
You know, at some point in time, I've been sort of thinking more and more. One would hope that there is going to be some accounting for, or at least just like the simple realization that the president of the United States is not acting like an innocent person and is not acting like a stable person. And I mean, even from the right, even if they will continue to defend him, as they no doubt will, it would be great just to get that acknowledgement or see them acquiesce to that simple reality. But regardless of what you think about Donald Trump's tax policy or what he's doing on trade or whatever, we are increasingly noticing that the behavior that is visible publicly is not normal. And the latest exhibit in this is that Donald Trump burst on Twitter, is the best word I can think of for it, tweeting 80 times yesterday, including dozens already by 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, mostly about the FBI, impeachment, disinformation, and lies in a completely uncontrolled and irrational way, mirroring the hypomanic behavior that mental health professional Dr. John Gartner told us about last week. We've wondered about, like, what is the process for Donald Trump tweeting? Because we know that in some cases, he will dictate his tweets to someone in the next room. But when there's a dozen retweets in a half hour, or when he is sending tweet after tweet after tweet, it doesn't seem like that's happening via dictation to someone in the next room over. It seems like this is actually Donald Trump on his phone, like a maniac, just tweeting and tweeting and retweeting. Now, if I were to summarize the 80 tweets for you, it's difficult to do, but I would summarize them as a combination of insults, rumors, attacks, unsubstantiated conspiracy theories, and lies, maybe with some disinformation thrown in there. Certainly not presidential in any sense of the word, however it is that you describe it. So let's start digging into a little bit of what went on yesterday. By 11:30 a.m. yesterday morning, Eastern time, Donald Trump had already tweeted or retweeted more than 30 times, and it continued all day, reaching 80 tweets in a day. I don't pretend to be the busiest person in the world, but I am way too busy to tweet 80 times in a day. I have to find time to make 3, 4, 5 tweets and retweets in combination. Sometimes I don't even have the time. Sometimes at 10 p.m., I might send one retweet out with a comment because I'm so busy that that's not even possible. And I'm not even really that busy. This is the president of the United States, and he tweeted 80 times yesterday. Now, to set up the stage for Donald Trump doing this, as you may know, as you probably have heard by now, House Democrats have unveiled 2 articles of impeachment, which are actually being debated right now in the House Judiciary Committee as we produce today's program. And many of the tweets, really almost all of the tweets, are in some way related to that, other than the occasional tweet bragging about this, that, or the other thing. So, for example, Donald Trump retweeting a post about Democrats are running a kangaroo court, which was posted by bomb-throwing Congressman Jody Hice, which said, how House Democrats run a kangaroo court. Ignore the rules, untrue. Refuse to recognize legitimate objections, untrue, and this is how it works. Steamroll the minority and railroad Donald Trump. This entire impeachment has been a farce without any semblance of fairness for a minority or presidential response. So there are so many lies here and so many distortions. Of course, in general, this is not true in the sense that House Democrats have followed the rules that are in place. Some of those rules were established by Republicans. They did the closed-door hearings correctly. They've done the public hearings correctly. This is a farce, generally speaking. But what you really need to understand here is that, number one, when Jody Hice says they've done this without a presidential response, Jerry Nadler invited Trump or whoever he designates to participate in the Judiciary Committee hearings. They turned it down. And of course, Republicans said, well, the participation would not have been fair because the majority oppresses the minority. Do not fall for that, okay? The question is, have the rules been followed? Because this game that they play Democrats play it as well, okay? Whoever is in the minority in the House doesn't control the agenda in the House, doesn't control the committees. That's how it works. This is how the system is designed. And anytime anything is going on in the House of note, you will see whoever is in the minority party at the time say, we are being steamrolled by the majority. This is not the way checks and balances are supposed to work. This is so unfair, so on and so forth. This is the way the game is set up. If it's unfair, the entire system is unfair all the time, even when Republicans as the majority have used the rules to, quote, oppress the minority. Change the rules, many of which Republicans established. So this is how they distort. And low information people, or just, I'm not saying that pejoratively, people who are just busy living their lives making ends meet, they will see something like, well, it's true. I mean, Trump hasn't said anything. Trump has to tweet because he can't go in and participate. He's been invited and he's turned it down. His lawyers have been invited. They've been directed not to go. And of course, this entire idea of steamrolling the minority is a tried and true complaint that whoever is in the minority position will use. Here we have an impeachment, so the stakes are high, I understand, but there is nothing unique about these complaints. Okay, another retweet example, and don't worry, I'm not going to go through all 80 tweets like this. Another retweet example from Congressman Lee Zeldin, who tweeted, with this disgusting impeachment charade, I mean, of course, it's just impeachment. It's a constitutionally enshrined and outlined mechanism. With this disgusting impeachment charade, House Democrats have proven themselves guilty of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. This is a new line from Republicans. Last night, I did a stream when the House Judiciary was starting the debate on impeachment. Yesterday, it was just 5-minute opening statement after opening statement. This is now a line that they are repeating, which is the Democrats' handling of the impeachment inquiry is actually the real wrongdoing that they accuse Donald Trump of. Now, of course, it's not true. The idea of Congress obstructing Congress is kind of a weird concept in and of itself. But more importantly, this is the normal projection that we're used to seeing Republicans do. Whatever they are accused of, they simply accuse the other side, Democrats, Obama, whoever, of doing that exact same thing. Donald Trump also retweeting all sorts of other far-right figures. There's one guy named Tom Fitton. You can Google him if you're curious, and many, many others. But it wasn't just retweets yesterday and Donald Trump tweeting 80 times in one day. Trump also tweeting things himself. For example, attacks on other public officials riddled with lies. Quote, Shifty Schiff, a totally corrupt politician, made up a horrible and fraudulent statement, read it to Congress, and said those words came from me. He got caught, was very embarrassed, yet nothing happened to him for committing this fraud. He'll eventually have to answer for this. I think the only accurate thing in that tweet is the correct spelling of Adam Schiff's last name. Despite being called Adam Schiff by many people, his last name was correctly spelled in the tweet, and that's all I can identify that is actually accurate. Schiff didn't make up a statement. He wasn't caught, embarrassed. This is another calculated strategy from Republicans, which is go after Adam Schiff. Why isn't Adam Schiff here testifying at the House Judiciary Committee? We hear that time and time again during the Judiciary Committee hearings. Of course, Schiff is on the Intelligence Committee, not the Judiciary Committee. When will Schiff testify? Well, why would Adam Schiff testify in this entire thing? This is another line that Republicans and Trump and people around Trump have been repeated. Where is Adam Schiff? He's missing. He won't show up. He's lying. He's fabricating documents. He should be investigated and possibly punished. I'm not going to subject you to all 80 of Donald Trump's tweets and retweets. If you're so inclined, you can review them yourself. But the highlights are lies and disinformation. This is not the behavior of an innocent person. This is not the comportment of a stable person. Blame anyone but yourself for anything you can think of. And again, 80 tweets in a day, including dozens by 11:30 in the morning. When you suspect someone uses uppers and you see what appears to be a manic hyper use of social media, certainly, once again, it raises those questions about what exactly is going on with Donald Trump. What I hope people understand is that this is how Trump has operated his entire adult business career. Blame other people. Shift responsibility to somebody else. buy or coerce your way out of problems, intimidate your way out of problems, pass the buck whenever possible. Count on the justice system to work well for you because you're rich and it usually works very well for the rich. This time, it's turning out to be a little bit harder to get away with it because Donald Trump is president of the United States after all, but he still might get away with it. And that's the worst part of it. Eventually, when you look at the Hollywood movie, the spoiled brat who's mean and a bully eventually gets held to account by the little guy, by society, whatever. Eventually, the strong man has a downfall and the underdog or the people or whatever get their day, right? This is not a screenplay. This is real life. And in real life, we have two justice systems, and Donald Trump may well end up getting away with this. The narcissistic, spoiled brat who in the movies, in the great American novel, whatever, right? Eventually, when you write the story, they have consequences. They experience consequences for what they do. This is not a movie. Our system is not a movie. It's designed to let the rich, privileged bullies do whatever they want and very often get away with it. So that is the unfortunate reality that we are dealing with right now. Let me know your thoughts about all of this if you've been watching the Judiciary Committee debate about the impeachment articles. I am on Twitter at dpacman. You can send me a message there. Please follow me there. You can also, if you're watching on YouTube, just leave a reply as a comment, remembering, of course, to like this video as well. We'll take a quick break. We have a lot to discuss today. I'm glad you're with us.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Please connect with us at The David Pakman Show. It's really easy to do, and I want to hear from you. Even if you don't like the show, connect with us anyway. Just no trolling, please. Follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Follow the show on Twitter at David Pakman Show. Give us a like on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show. We have a subreddit where our viewers and listeners can discuss politics and the stories we cover, get to know each other. Find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Follow David Pakman Show on Instagram for behind-the-scenes pictures. And while you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Have a question or comment about the show? Use the contact form on our website, davidpakman.com. You can also sign up for our newsletter there. And a great way to participate and get in touch is to check out the YouTube live streams where you can ask questions live. Just subscribe for free at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. I look forward to hearing from you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let me say a very sincere thank you to today's new members of the day, Diane Nelson and Jacqueline Purpura. Diane and Jacqueline, thank you so much. Members are the primary funding source for the David Pakman Show, and membership comes with great benefits, including a daily commercial-free audio and video stream of the show, as well as the daily world-famous bonus show, now hosted on Fridays by producer Pat, much to the delight and dismay of different people in the audience. I also want to say thanks to Nancy Lloyd. Nancy is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been a member for almost 5 years. Join in under a minute at joinpakman.com. Coupon code available but not mandatory, which saves you 40%. This is 2020. The code This is 2020 will save you 40% off of the membership of your choice. Okay, let's talk next about some notable stories at the David Pakman Show subreddit. The David Pakman Show subreddit now has more than 16,000 of our viewers and listeners subscribed. You can discuss topics from the show or other topics of political interest with other viewers and listeners. There are moderators. Things are kept under control. Don't worry about trolling. davidpakman.com/Reddit is the place. One discussion I wanted to address was posted this morning, or a few days ago, actually, not this morning. And the question is, will David endorse or at least disclose the candidate he supports? A caller today asked who David would vote for if the primary were today, and he responded with either Bernie or Warren. But will David make either a formal endorsement or at least an official announcement of who he intends to vote for? So I've gotten a lot of emails from people who say they want me to disclose, to make an endorsement soon, and others who say, David, you've made clear that you are a Bernie Warren guy. It doesn't really make sense to throw in who you're going to vote for at this early stage. It's better for you to just keep reporting on policy and whatever. Here's my plan. I am going to tell you who I support in the primary here in the state of Massachusetts. Now, I want to be transparent. I expect that by the time I vote in Massachusetts, we will know whether Bernie or Warren, which of the two, if either, has a shot at securing the nomination. So I don't think that it is going to be a crucial moment at that point anymore. But quite frankly, the reason I'm not saying who I'm going to vote for is I don't know. I'm a Bernie Warren guy. There are lots of reasons why I am more in line with Bernie than Elizabeth Warren. I have some concerns about some of the elements in Bernie's campaign. And I also think about what is most likely to be made policy. There's a pragmatic element. These are not attacks on either candidate. I don't actually know who it is that I'm going to vote for here in Massachusetts, but I will tell you, rest assured. Another post from the David Pakman Show subreddit. Dave Rubin, I am now pro-life. Yeah, so there's a cultural critic and arbiter of ideas named Dave Rubin who interviews people from all over the political spectrum, mostly right-wingers. And he has talked about how he didn't leave the left left him, but his views have actually been changing. And the latest in this evolution is that he now says that he is no longer an atheist. And I saw a video where he said he's still mostly secular, but believes there's something bigger. And it seemed like a way to basically ride the fence so that you don't have to, in a completely embarrassing way, say my view has changed 180 degrees, which for a 40-year-old to have that kind of awakening is odd, is to say the least. But he claims he's had it fine. He's found a way to ride the fence, which is to say he's still mostly secular, but he now believes that there is something bigger. And it seems like it'll kind of placate the right-wing religious folks that increasingly follow him. And so the prediction here from this user on our subreddit is Dave Rubin will eventually come out as pro-life and being against abortion. Wouldn't be surprised. It'd be funnier if he came out and said he was no longer gay. That actually would be more of an awakening. But I don't expect that to happen. And I would not be shocked if he comes out and says he is now pro-life. Also from the David Pakman Show subreddit, Pete Buttigieg releases a list of McKinsey clients, and that list includes Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan and the Department of Defense. So listen, I've already said that Pete Buttigieg is not a progressive. He's really a Biden centrist. That's what he is. He's not been hiding it. His views on campaign finance reform are not particularly progressive. We had video of that for you earlier this week. I think that it's perfectly fine to say part of Pete Buttigieg not being a progressive is that he once consulted for the Department of Defense. What is less progressive than that? Or for an insurance company? But I actually don't think these are the strongest arguments against Pete Buttigieg, in the same way that, you know, we talked earlier this week how there are people going after Elizabeth Warren because she consulted with a lot of different companies over a 30-year period, earning $1.9 million over those 30 years. And there are people saying, well, this client was not good or that client was not good. Lawyers, consultants, I mean, I'm not defending them, but you don't always love every client that you're working with. Maybe he does love the Department of Defense or those insurance companies. I don't know. But there are so many other reasons not to support Pete Buttigieg that I don't know that it's necessary to go down this path. If you disagree, let me know. Join the discussion on the David Pakman Show subreddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. There's a new poll out nationally of hypothetical matchups against Donald Trump. The poll is from Quinnipiac University, and it shows that Donald Trump is behind every single one of the 6 Democratic contenders that poll takers were asked about, or not poll takers, I guess people polled. The poll takers, I guess, are the pollsters. People who were polled in all 6 instances chose the Democratic challenger over Donald Trump. Now, we're going to look at this, but I want to say right now, I wish they had included some other candidates in these hypothetical matchups, and I'll tell you why in a moment, but let's look at the numbers first. Biden versus Trump, Trump is 9 points behind Biden. Sanders versus Trump, Trump is 8 points behind Bernie. Trump is 7 points behind Elizabeth Warren, 6 points behind Michael Bloomberg, 5 points behind Pete Buttigieg, and 4 points behind Amy Klobuchar. So as you can see, these are national numbers. Now, a few thoughts about this. Number one, I would love to have seen hypothetical matchups against Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard, because their supporters already, they call into me all the time and they say, David, the candidacies of Andrew Yang and Tulsi are being suppressed. And they will also often say that their candidate, Yang supporters say this about Yang, Tulsi supporters say this about Tulsi. They will say, the only person who can really beat Trump is my candidate, be it Yang or Tulsi. Clearly, according to this latest poll, it's not the case that those would be the only people who can beat Trump, but it would be great to see Andrew Yang in a hypothetical head-to-head against Donald Trump. Same with Tulsi. Now, my prediction is, especially because of name recognition, I don't think that in a hypothetical matchup right now, Yang or Tulsi do as well against Trump as Biden, Bernie, and Warren. I just don't think that would be the case. But as long as they're not included in the polls, we don't know. And it gives fuel to their followers to continue to say they are actually the strongest ones to face off against Trump, but their candidacies are being suppressed. Look, case in point, their names aren't even being brought up. Now, again, because of name recognition, it's possible that you would have a huge number of undecided if you polled that way, or that the numbers wouldn't be favorable to Yang and Tulsi respectively. But I still think that it should be done. Now, let's get to the caveats and the problems with this type of polling. Number one, our election is really 50 smaller elections. This is an electoral election, not a national popular vote. We haven't had a presidential election where we end up with a 9-point gap on the popular vote, or an 8-point gap, or 7, or even 6, 5, in a really, really long time. Most likely, the 2020 election popular vote is not going to be decided by 6 points, 7 points. It's going to be much, much closer than that. It's going to tighten. When it tightens, the race is going to be about key states that are difference makers. What I mean by that is a huge margin in California for the Democratic candidate in the popular vote is not going to help you win if you can't win key states like some combination of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Ohio, so on and so forth. Now, of course, if the Democratic candidate wins by 9 in the popular vote, they are going to win a lot of those key states by default, because the 50 elections are individual elections, but they also are related in terms of the mood of the country and the general momentum. But that is really the way we need to be interpreting these hypothetical matchups. While these hypothetical matchups do give us a lot of important information about momentum and the mood of the country and favorability and skepticism of Trump, rightfully so, if you see Biden +9 and Bernie +8 and you think this is in the bag, very, very far from it. The other important thing to keep in mind, when you look at a lot of these matchups, for example, Biden versus Trump, 51-42, that's 93% of the vote. That means that there's another 7% that as of right now are either undecided, unsure, or voting for somebody else. That 7% alone, even without Joe Biden losing any support, like imagine that in that 51-42 matchup, Biden gets the 51, but the 7 that is right now undecided goes to Trump. So it's 51 Biden, 49 Trump. Trump lost by almost 3 percentage points in 2016, popular vote-wise, but won electorally. That's why it's really important not to read more into these numbers than make sense. Even, for people who say Bernie can beat Trump, Bernie's up by 8, 51 to 43. That's 94% of the vote. There's another 6% there, which could go to Trump. So it's really important not to get any false sense of complacency because of these polls. We should not be lulled by these results. And especially when you look at what happened in 2016, when you look at Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, for example, being the difference makers, North Carolina. Now I'm confusing myself, but I think you know the point that I'm making. It is really important that our plan B, not just get out the vote generally, because, California, Trump's going to get crushed and the popular vote margin will be huge. But either way, whether you win California by 1, 2, or 10, you just get California's electoral votes. These key states are where we need to be focusing on get out the vote. And when the eventual Democratic nominee is decided, I hope that they actually will do that. Let me know what you think about the hypothetical matchups. Let me know if you agree, disagree that Andrew Yang and Tulsi should be included, just so we can get the numbers, because their followers insist that they are really the ones that can defeat Donald Trump. And in the meantime, we will continue covering this on the David Pakman Show Instagram page at David Pakman Show. And while you are there, I ask you to also humbly follow me on Instagram at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Donald Trump is signing an executive order to label Judaism a nationality. And we talked about this on yesterday's bonus show. I wasn't planning on talking about it on the broadcast show, but the amount of disinformation, misunderstanding, and just plain old idiocy around this makes me feel like it probably warrants a little bit more discussion today. So Trump's idea is that, or at least what he's claiming, is that it could be somebody else's idea. In order to fight anti-Semitism on college campuses, you label Judaism a nationality. That will trigger a clause in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which blocks federal funding from any schools that allow discrimination on the basis of nationality. That's the idea, but there are many, many issues here to talk about. One issue, of course, and it's not even the subject for today, but I find that it's important to get on the record. Some of what's called anti-Semitism on college campuses is anti-Semitism. Some of it is anti-Israeli organizing by people who are against Israeli foreign policy. To be clear, there's both, and there is also stuff that's a combination of the two. That's not the real issue for me here. The real issue for me here is that Judaism simply is not a nationality. And when you label it as such, not only is it inaccurate, you're actually perpetuating some anti-Semitic tropes about dual loyalty that is already the source of so much discrimination and attacks on Jews in the United States. So let's go through this very carefully, because it's really important that everybody understand the completely misguided nature of this. Judaism is three things. Judaism is a religion. It's an ethnicity to the extent that ethnicity exists, meaning I know if you go back far enough, we're all just Homo sapiens. But as ethnicity and race go, Judaism is an ethnicity. And Judaism is also a cultural group. In fact, it's more than one. You have Eastern European Jewry, which has sort of a different culture in many ways than Yemeni Jewry, just as one example. So I am Jewish ethnically. We actually did DNA tests on the show. We had a DNA expert come on and analyze them. My results came back. I am 100% Ashkenazi Jew. This is a sort of sub-ethnic group of Judaism more broadly. I can't convert into that. I can't convert out of that. That's an ethnicity. Culturally, I'm Jewish in that I was raised in a Jewish family, eating traditional Jewish foods, gathering with family around Jewish holidays. And I am not religious. One can choose to be religious or not. You can convert into the religion of Judaism. That won't make you ethnically Jewish, of course. Now, there's nothing in there about nationality. If someone discriminates against me for being Jewish, they are maybe discriminating against my ethnicity. They may be discriminating against my cultural group. They might be discriminating against my perceived religion, even though I'm not religious. But there's nothing in there about country of origin. In fact, I was born in Argentina. I'm now a citizen of the United States. So when you look at my U.S. passport, it's an American passport. I'm an American citizen. And it says, I don't remember if it's called nationality or country of birth. It actually might be nationality on the U.S. passport, Argentina. I went to Israel one time for 9 days, okay, period. So at its core, nothing about this is about nationality. Now, there are people who are defending this decision by Donald Trump in a mildly anti-Semitic way, saying Judaism is inextricably tied into Israel because that's where the religion originates. That's where Christianity also originated. You don't see the same argument being made. And as nationality is defined in the United States, it does not fit. But it's more than just inaccurate. When you label Judaism a nationality, it perpetuates the anti-Semitic trope of dual loyalty. Jews around the world and in the United States have been dealing with this for a very long time. The idea is, you're American, but you're Jewish. So there's some hidden loyalty to Israel or to Jews over country or whatever, such that you're not really loyal to what's in the best interests of the United States in the way that an American Christian would be loyal to the United States. And this is the source of some really, really ugly stuff. So even if we take Trump at his word, he is doing this to fight anti-Semitism. This is still a terrible idea because aside from being factually inaccurate, it perpetuates this idea that an American-born Jew who's never been to Israel, is not even religious, if discriminated against, is being targeted for their nationality. Think about how boneheaded and simply incorrect that presumption would be. It's wrong, it's short-sighted, it's problematic, and hopefully Donald Trump is going to be talked out of this. Now, as with all of these executive order things that Donald Trump does, this was unlikely to really be Trump's idea. This is something that, in all likelihood, somebody came to him with and said, hey, how about this? What do you think about doing something like this? Here's a good idea. Here's why it would be good. This is the group that would be placated by it, or that group would be placated by it. Let's do it. I don't even imagine for a second that Donald Trump has any kind of deeper, serious understanding of what is implicit or explicit in doing something like this. But regardless, it's a bad idea. It shouldn't be done, and it doesn't make any sense. I do want to hear from you about this. If you disagree, if you think this is logical, let me know. And try to do it without perpetuating anti-Semitic tropes, if possible, right? I mean, just with peace and love, I'm suggesting that to you. Speaking of anti-Semitism, we have had another attack that fits the bill. A former black Israelite, I will explain what that means in a second, shot up a kosher market in Jersey City, New Jersey yesterday. 6 people were shot dead total, including 2 shooters, 5 of them in the kosher grocery store called JC Kosher Supermarket. One of the perpetrators previously wrote many anti-Semitic things on social media, according to law enforcement, and is reportedly a former Black Israelite, the Black Israelite movement. We will get to that in a moment. The perpetrator had been previously arrested in 2004, 2007 on weapons charges, and 2009 for criminal mischief. So what is this Black Israelite thing? Black Israelites are a fixture often when you come out of the subway in New York City. They will proselytize there. I have been approached by Black Israelites when I lived in New York City. Black Israelites are sometimes called Black Hebrews. And generally speaking, I want to do as good a job of accurately but not over-representing what they believe. Black Israelites claim to be the real Jews. Now, they are not Ethiopian Jews. Ethiopian Jews are something else, and if you don't know about that, it's not today's subject. But Black Israelites are something else. They claim to be the actual and true descendants of the biblical children of Israel, the individuals described in the Bible. They say that other Jews, what are colloquially known as white Jews, are imposters. They're not really Jewish. They're not really the descendants of the people in the Bible. They are considered a Black nationalist group, the likes of the Nation of Islam, of course, with very different fundamental beliefs, as you can probably imagine here. And what we are realizing is that anti-Semitism is a very real and growing 21st century problem. And you might say, well, but David, hold on. How can people who say that they are the real Jews be anti-Semitic? You can claim to be anything you want. If your fundamental belief is that white Jews are devilish imposters who deserve death or slavery, that's anti-Semitic. And this is a growing problem, unfortunately, in the U.S. and around the world. I recently mentioned this, and there are so many different reports about it, some of which I'll tell you about right now. The European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights has a report out which finds pervasive anti-Semitism in Europe, visibly so in some places where public harassment is actually commonplace. In France, the CNCDH has a big report about the growth of anti-Semitism in France. Germany saw a 20% rise in anti-Semitic crime in 2018. Most of it comes, unsurprisingly, from far-right groups. The Community Security Trust has a report out which found the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents ever in the United Kingdom in 2018. The 2019 AJC survey of anti-Semitism in America finds that American Jews are feeling less safe than they've felt in a very long time. And then the Anti-Defamation League in 2018 recorded the third highest number of anti-Semitic incidents in American history over the 4 decades that they have tracked this. That's how far back that goes. And what does Donald Trump do? Well, as I told you earlier, he says, let's pass an executive order to label Judaism a nationality, which is not only completely incorrect on the facts, it is also absolutely counterproductive and only furthers this anti-Semitic trope of Jewish dual loyalty by suggesting that an American Jew born in the U.S., who maybe has never even been to Israel, as most Jews, I believe, have not, might have something in their nationality that is anything other than simply being an American person. We already talked about that. This incident at the kosher market in Jersey City is absolutely a horrible one. And for some reason, there were people contacting me saying I wouldn't cover this incident because the perpetrator was black and not white. I don't know what other shows are doing because I don't watch other shows, but shying away from stories on this program, newsworthy stories based on the identity of the perpetrators or victims, that is not something that we have done. We've been doing this show for a long time, and that is not something that I do. We'll address that later in the voicemail segment. We'll take a quick break. The latest from Tucker Carlson coming up, and many more things that I want to discuss with you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit at steemit.com/@David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I've previously played for you the really out there things that Fox News host Tucker Carlson has said. He's talked about how white supremacy is a hoax. He has said that immigrants make our country dirtier and poorer. And this week he hosted a guy named Seth Barron and brought him on to talk about the district of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a congresswoman from New York City. And Barron was able to deliver the very salient analysis that AOC's district is dirty. And it's dirty because you've got immigrants, you've got pig grease, you've got trash, and it's not a very American district. This apparently counts as analysis on Tucker Carlson's program. If you're watching, you'll notice that at the bottom of the screen, there's something like Tucker investigates. This is considered this is investigative journalism, getting a guy on to say that there's pig grease and it's dirty because there's a lot of non-Americans in AOC's district. Let's take a look at the video.
We're connoisseurs of irony on the show, but if you claim to care about the environment, you think that the little piece of America you're responsible for, that you represent in the Congress, would be clean, but hers isn't. Why?
Well, part of the reason is because her district is actually one of the least American districts in the country. And by that, I don't mean that it's not part of America, but it's occupied by relatively few American citizens. A very high percentage of her district is, in fact, illegal aliens. Now, the way they inhabit housing there is such that they live in a lot of illegal spaces like basements, and many people live there. So they wind up producing a lot of garbage that the landlords don't want thrown out normally. So hence you wind up with a lot of garbage on the streets. You have illegal food vendors pouring their pig grease into the gutters. Yeah, I mean, I worked out there. It can be a little gross.
Why isn't it clean? Well, there's lots of non-Americans, and there's pig grease, and there's trash. So there's a few layers to this that are important to discuss. First of all, once again, Tucker Carlson crafts a narrative on his show of the dirty, not white immigrant. The country is cleaner when we have just good old boy Americans. It's better run, and we're just better off in all ways. That's the narrative that continues to be crafted and curated on Tucker Carlson's program. That's not new. It's also not new that Fox News seems completely fine with this being the narrative that Tucker Carlson is crafting and espousing. Now, the reality is that aside from the argument about, being more or less American, that's a ridiculous argument. Poverty is overwhelmingly in red states run by Republican governors and or Republican legislatures with what they call conservative political policy. It's very easy to pick a huge city, the biggest city in the country. It's even easier to pick like a specific area of a huge city and point out how conditions aren't good. But we're talking about huge cities. When you have more population density, aside from whether AOC is or isn't your representative, and by the way, she's only been sworn in for 11 months or something like that, you are going to be able to find trash on the streets, or there is going to be pig grease or whatever it is that this clown is talking about. If you really want to do this in a serious way, like let's pretend for a second that this isn't just another attempt to post facto find ways to criticize AOC and to criticize non-white immigrants to the United States. Let's say you really want to do this. If you zoom out, you would see, wait a second, the poorest states are Mississippi and Louisiana and New Mexico, West Virginia, Kentucky, Alabama. These are Republican states. These are New Mexico. Okay, it's more of a 50-50. Then you see Washington, D.C. in there with a lot of poverty. Of course, Washington, D.C. is it's a state that's a city. It's not a state, but it's only a city. So when you consider that the places with the highest population density are going to tend towards having more people living in poverty, then it just continues with Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee. Are you seeing the trend here? Arizona is a 50-50 state, but then you've got Georgia and Texas and North Carolina. Only then do you get to states like Michigan and New York in terms of poverty rates. So I get that it makes really great red meat for Fox News viewers to talk about those dirty, dirty New York City immigrants and those liberals all packed together with that socialist AOC leading them, who, by the way, has only been leading them representing them for 11 months. And there's pig grease and trash and brown people. But the poverty problem in the United States is overwhelmingly and disproportionately in red states, states that, by the way, are heavily subsidized by taxes paid in by blue states and given back out by the federal government to red states. They talk about small government conservatism. They talk about reducing taxes and getting the federal government out of states as much as possible. Well, if they did that, a lot of those red states would be even worse off than they are today because they are so heavily subsidized by blue states like California and Massachusetts and New York and so many others. Now, of course, it's very popular for these right-wingers let's now talk about policy. They love talking about how urban cities are places of blight and chaos and crime and pig grease, apparently. But the other hypocrisy is that they also oppose all of the ideas and proposals to deal with issues that the United States has in cities. Housing. Well, let's build affordable housing. We have a huge affordability crisis and inventory crisis when it comes to housing in a lot of these big cities. No, they're against that. Rent controls, subsidies, they're against that. Make sure everybody has health care so that they don't fill up urban emergency rooms without insurance, raising everyone's rate. Nope, they don't want that either. And on and on and on. So to sum up what they do, they lie about the problem. They then oppose the strategies to fix the parts of the problem that are real. And then the Fox News audience gets this completely harebrained analysis, if you can even call it that. And they say, that's it. That's the problem. And then the talking points become codified in Republican orthodoxy. I wish I could play a bigger role in fixing it. I'm doing what I can. It is depressing that it just does not seem, it's not easily fixable, is I think the point I'm trying to make. A judge has permanently blocked Donald Trump from using military funding to build his stupid border wall. This is being reported by Slate. A federal judge in Texas ruled against Donald Trump, trying to take $3.6 billion from military construction funds to build the border wall. A permanent injunction has been made to block Donald Trump trying to do this or doing it on the basis that the executive branch, which is where Donald Trump exists, does not have the constitutional authority to take money that has been appropriated by Congress. The judge in this particular case was District Court Judge David Briones, a Clinton appointee, which of course is going to be the subject of Donald Trump. And Trump is saying, look at these terrible biased people, has made a permanent what was previously a temporary injunction from October. This, according to the Washington Post, is, quote, the first instance of a local jurisdiction successfully suing to block construction of Donald Trump's border barrier. Now, there's a few things that I want to talk about here. Number one, what we're really talking about here is a form of theft, and I think it's important to use those terms. Trump diverting military funds that have been appropriated for the military and using them for a pet political project, that is a form of theft. Now, is it criminal theft, the type that the police come and arrest you for and then you get yourself a lawyer and try to get probation over? No, it's not that type of theft, but it is a type of theft. And we know that this is the way Donald Trump has operated in his business career for a very, very long time. Now, if you want to take the position of We want to support and defend the military. We need to treat those who choose to serve so that we don't need to draft well. You know, all the stuff that the right claims to want to do, support the troops, yellow ribbons, and all of this stuff. Military spending that has been debated and approved and appropriated, it should actually be used to protect our troops, to protect national security interests. If you believe in American dominance around the world, that's not my politics, but again, I'm thinking of it from the point of view of a right winger. You would want it used for that, to project power, all this stuff that right wingers claim to want and whatever. You should be furious that the president is saying, I'm going to take the money, $3.6 billion, and I'm going to build a border wall, particularly when we've seen time and again that the entire idea of a border wall to fix the problem of undocumented immigration is simply a bad idea from the get-go. We have looked at that in detail when we talk about, number one, if you really want to deal with the problem of undocumented immigration, then you've got to deal with, number one, overstayed visas. Number two, let's deal with the proximate causes in other countries that are pushing people to want to come to the United States. That would be a far more stimulative use of money. It wouldn't require stealing $3.6 billion from the military in order to build the wall. And then, of course, you get to the specifics of the wall. You can get a $100 tool at a hardware store, as we discussed, and cut the prototype wall that Donald Trump thinks is virtually impenetrable. You can climb over it, as we've seen done in a number of viral YouTube videos. And then in the end, remember, undocumented and documented immigrants commit crimes in the United States at lower rates than native-born Americans. Even undocumented immigrants are stimulative to the economy, not only because there are entire industries that depend on them, including agricultural industry and the restaurant industry, but by virtue of being here undocumented, very often undocumented immigrants, as I've said before, this isn't news, are paying into welfare programs that they will never draw money from. I'm not cheering about that. I think people who pay in should be able to draw benefits, but that's the reality. That's stimulative. That keeps that floats the viability of a lot of these programs. And on every level, the quote analysis of this issue that we've seen from the right is completely wrong. We are also at some point, hopefully, going to see Trump held accountable by Trumpists for the fact that he didn't build the wall, if the Trumpists realize this, because you have two different situations with Trumpists and the wall. One is they believe he's building it. Trump has tweeted dozens of times the wall is being built. It's not. There are some sections of wall that were already there before, fencing, that were scheduled to be replaced, and they are being replaced, repaired, whatever you would call it. So there are some Trumpists who say, oh, he is building it. Now, we saw CNN interviewed 6 white women without college education about how Trump is doing for people who voted for Trump in 2016. And when at least one of them was presented with the fact that Trump hasn't built the wall, that's a promise he hasn't kept, she excused it by saying, well, that's not because of Trump, that's because of Democrats or something else, right? So that's motivated reasoning to find someone else to blame for Trump's failures. And I would expect both of those to play a big role in Trump retaining a lot of his 2016 support in 2020. Let me know what you think about all of this, about the judge's decision, about the wall, about Trump voters thinking he either is building it or that it's not getting built, but it's not really his fault. All right, we have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. This is funny. We have very often heard from a guy that I know as the San Antonio troll. And one of the things that he does frequently is call in and attack me either for the position I took in a story I didn't actually cover. He'll say, David, how dare you say XYZ? And it's like about a story I never even covered. Or he likes to call in and say, David, you will never, ever cover this story because it conflicts with this narrative or that narrative that you're trying to perpetuate. In this case, here is the San Antonio troll telling me I will never, ever, ever cover the incident that took place yesterday in Jersey City of a former black Israelite shooting up a kosher supermarket. That story, you might remember, was covered 20 minutes ago on today's program. Take a listen.
Hey, Pac-Man, I know that you know, the second you end your show early in the morning, or in the afternoon, you put yourself on a bunch of different medications that you got from your psychiatrist. You fall asleep early, and then you hear the news. I know your face probably lit up when you saw there was a shooting in New Jersey. Bad news, it wasn't a white person, so leave it alone. Don't touch the story. Doesn't matter, even if it were Jews that were the unfortunate victims. But just don't touch it. Saving you time, man. It wasn't a white person, so those are right to your agenda. So yeah, just leave the story alone. Anyways,
That was weird. I don't know if that was like another person in the background. There was a weird kind of sound there. Of course, I did cover the story. And listen, this is not a program that ignores stories because they don't fit a particular narrative. We all have our biases. I do the best I can to always examine what the facts are and to integrate those facts into my broader assessment or position or worldview. I didn't ignore the story. I covered that story. It was an anti-Semitic incident. We talked about Black Israelites. We talked about all of the different elements surrounding this. And sorry to disappoint you, San Antonio troll, but the story has been covered already. On today's bonus show, we will talk about Nikki Haley's statement that the Confederate flag could not be taken down in South Carolina in today's outrage culture. What on earth is she talking about? We will talk about yet another one of these instances where a big corporation puts people's lives at risk. People actually die. And then they pay a tiny, tiny fine to regulators or to the government. And there's really no consequences that actually seem like they would dissuade corporations from engaging in the exact same type of behavior. Again, in this particular case, we're going to talk about Boeing on the bonus show and the 737 MAX. And then also, there is a lawsuit which claims that SAT and ACT scores, ACT tests, ACT tests, are illegal in California admissions. Why? I will tell you on the bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access: become a member at joinpacman.com or become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I was just saying, sitting up here waiting for the final 2 commissioners to arrive feels a little bit like standing behind the curtain, waiting for the curtain to go up. But that's why we are here. We are coming for the annual meeting for the Brattleboro Housing Partnership. And I welcome you all to this meeting. And I'm trying to be modern and use my phone to remind me. My children keep trying to teach me. And a personal reflection first. Last year when I was here, I had lovely white tights because I was still wearing surgical stockings after a knee surgery. And it feels really good to know that I have healed and you all have grown, and that we as a group together are doing some exciting things. Certainly there have been some changes, and I'm honored and delighted to see the sign reflecting how many commissioners there have been of Brattleboro Housing Partnership. We've lost one commissioner, Pat Smith, who, close to finished her term, has recently died of breast and bone brain cancer. Her memory has been very important, and I was really touched by the fact that the family asked for donations to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership in memory of her. We are looking for a proper way to honor all that she did for this community. And Chris Connolly, who was a commissioner with me, withdrew because of poor health for herself. So we are welcoming 2 new commissioners, and one of them isn't here because she's had poor health. Liz Harrison and Byron Stuckey are new members of the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board. Welcome, Byron. Lots has been happening this past year. To particularly Chris Hart and Christine Hazard. One reason I took a year off and said I really wanted to come back and be on the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board was that Chris Hart had confided in me that she was thinking of retiring, knowing there was going to be a grandchild arriving shortly. We convinced her to step back and not retire, which I am very grateful for. And I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that. And Christine Hazard, whom you've all known as the head of SAC, has moved up and moved in and through holding this group together, and will be the new executive director as of the 1st of January. A very quick comment on how that decision was made. First, the board decided they didn't want to go out if we had a good candidate here. The Board of Selectmen, who would bless or object to that process, said, fine, do what you want. And then 2 commissioners, myself and Donna Rathbun, interviewed staff. Who do you think would be a good leader for Brattleboro Housing Partnership? What are your concerns? What are the concerns of residents? And to my great delight, without prompting, more than one person said, we'd like Christine Hazard to have that position. So much for technology. It keeps turning off on me. I don't think we have much more to do now, except to turn over to the Red Clover Commons presentation about community building, which is very exciting. And thank you for being here. Steve, do you want the microphone?
No. I'm going to try to do my best. So thank you everybody for coming, and I appreciate, I just want to say a special thank you to a lot of our residents who came, and some of our residents are part of this presentation. I apologize because our system seems to be a little off, so I'm going to try to play a little video that we made here at Red Clover Commons to start, but you're just going to have to give me 1 second. To introduce this video, I wanted to say the Red Clover Commons community identified probably last winter that they were struggling a little bit. People came to property management, they came to myself and saying that they were having a hard time sometimes getting along. And so we worked together for several meetings, and the residents really came up with some strategies on their own. And I'm really, really proud of some of the things that they've done. They've hosted community get-togethers, like a beautiful harvest dinner that incorporated most of the residents, and there was more food that could have filled 5 Red Clover Commons. And then they recently hosted a ice cream social where residents dressed up as 1950s soda hops, and they took orders and they decorated this room like it was like a beautiful little 1950s cafe. And so they're really working to create a stronger community, and I think that they are a great example of just what you can do from within. So give me 1 second to try to play this video, and I will.
My name is Gina, and we're here as a small group.
Maybe if I move it will work.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's not going to work. I'm really sorry. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but would anybody from that group like to come up a little bit and share a little bit about their community and some of the positive things that have happened? Okay, I will not. What? I will not put anybody on the spot.
You go, and then I'll go. Suzanne.
Okay. So, I guess we're going to move on a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit about the next thing I wanted to talk about is we have this wonderful resident advisory communications committee that was formed about a year ago, and they have worked on lots of little projects, but this is one project specifically that was very important to them, and so I'm going to ask one of our residents, Bridget, to come up and just introduce the project a little bit and talk a little bit about it.
So would I get my video be there?
Probably not.
It's okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bridget. I'm a resident at Ledgewood. I recently joined the board to get involved in the community, and together we have addressed several issues that we wanted to take part in throughout town. Locally over the past year or so, there's been a lot of focus on race and the Black Lives Matter movement, and also a lot of hatred that has come along with that. Together as a group and to give back to our community, we wanted to show everybody that where we live in our residency, in our community, in our complexes, our apartments, wherever we are, we don't tolerate any form of racism, hatred, bigotry, anything like that. So to display this, we decided we would get together. We brainstormed a couple of ideas, and from those ideas, we decided that we were going to create a banner, and the banner represents Hate Has No Home, and that banner will be displayed throughout all the properties. And so we have the banner here that we're going to show you guys. And these will be up so that we can let everybody who enters our community know right when they come in that we do not support any type of hate, and we do not tolerate that type of behavior, and we accept and welcome everybody. And so this is the banner that we're going to hang, and like I said, they'll be everywhere, so that way people know that we're just an open community and willing to accept everybody.
So I just wanted to say a special thanks to Bridget, also Ashley, Trish, Tracy, I'm sorry, and Lynette. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What was it? Oh yeah, yeah. And these guys are from Morport. Bridget's from Ledgewood. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Thank you.
Will there be enough banners for all of the?
There will be a banner at every single housing site, including Red Clover Commons and the AMW Richards building.
Wonderful.
Yes. And so they'll be going up this month. Sure.
Hello. I'm Lucy Taylor on the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. One of the many rewards of my job is reconnecting sometimes with some folks that I might have worked with earlier in my job career, either at the shelter, at Life Skills Housing, or going back farther to the family garden, which is daycare. I've been around. And so it is with Damaris. We first met almost 20 years ago when I was working at Morningside Shelter, and she was with Rich Moore as part of their service-enriched housing program. Rich left and I took over his caseload, which included working with Damaris. She was living in an apartment through Wyndham and Windsor Housing at the time. Fast forward to now, where I'm once again working with Damaris through my family self-sufficiency program, and she has a Section 8 voucher with Broadmoor Housing Partnerships. I've always been so impressed with Damaris's drive to pursue goals and better herself. She comes across to me as a bound and determined woman. She's always first in line to take advantage of any program that is offered that might help her to further achieve her academic, employment, and housing goals. And thus, she is one of my FSS STAR participants. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Damaris Mills.
Thank you, everybody. Before I read what I wrote, I just wanted to let folks know one of the main reasons why I'm so grateful to the Housing Partnership and other agencies that have helped me in the area, because when I first came up here in '98, my kids were already grown, and I had discovered Landmark College. When Ennis Cosby was killed, it was all in the papers and magazines about Landmark College, and I had found out that I had learning differences as well as my kids. So I was blessed and was able to come up here. And after being here a year, I said, well, I'm gonna stay up here in Vermont. And I had tried another couple of colleges and flunked them, but I graduated in '02 from Landmark. So, but when I was younger, like most people are, in my opinion, I always felt that most people are looking for houses when they're like maybe in their 20s, 30s, or 40s. But I'm a late bloomer because of my learning differences. But I plugged into everything I could possibly get into. Whatever opportunity opened up for me, I went and took the chance on working with the folks like Lucy, who keeps me in check. So now I'll read what I wrote. Okay, in the beginning of the Family Self-Sufficiency Handbook, it encourages you to invest in yourself. And that by joining FSS, you can create your nest egg to success by paying yourself first. Well, I never understood about how to pay myself first but joining FSS made that easy for me. By turning in each of my pay stubs to David DeAngelis, an escrow account was set up for me where a certain percentage of what I make is matched and put into an account by Big Brother of the FSS program. These nest egg accounts can go toward buying a home, a computer, a car, or starting a business. My goal is to purchase my own home. When you join FSS, you are expected to accept the challenges and take the necessary steps it may take to obtain your goals. Even though the Family Self-Sufficiency Program is a voluntary, goal-oriented employment and savings program, it is very helpful to have an FSS coordinator to work with on a monthly basis to help to encourage you and to keep you accountable. Lucy Tell is my coordinator mentor, and she keeps me very accountable. Sometimes, if I procrastinated on something, it's helpful to know that Lucy's coming over, that I had better take care of what I needed to take care of before she gets here. A few years ago, when Claudia McCarthy was my coordinator, she turned me on to Sevka's financial fitness program, and it was there that I first began to learn how to clean up my debt and repair my credit score. I also joined Sevka's IDA Individualized Development Account Savings Program. This is also where I found out that it was not impossible for me to become a homeowner. After a guest session with folks from Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and the USDA. See, personally, I grew up in the projects, so I thought you had to be rich to buy a house. But when I took the financial fitness program, I learned otherwise. At that point, that became my biggest goal. I have also been in contact with Thelma Patterson up in Montpelier about the Section 8 homeowners program. I am happy to say that over the last 4 years or so, I have reached most of those goals. I've cleaned up my debt, raised my credit scores, and in one meeting away from finding out I had finally mortgage ready. And to my own disbelief, I have money saved in 2 different banks for the first time in my life. That's a big deal, y'all. I'm 70. That's a big deal. Okay? So, with Lucy, Claudia, and some of the other FSS coordinators that I've worked with, I have successfully developed short and long-term goals that I have reached and that I am still working on. I am definitely taking control of the quality of my life, and I can actually see now where my dreams are slowly but surely soon to become a reality. Thank you to Section 8, the FSS program, Lucy Tell, Sevka, Wyndham and Windsor House, for all the support we can.
Damaris, that's absolutely wonderfully impressive. Well, as commissioners, we have a report from Lucy each time we meet, and the amount of escrowed money because of FSS is impressive to us too. Thank you. Remarks from the executive director, who is hoping that our commissioners will get here. They've not found them. failed. Not at all.
All right. That was wonderful. Thank you. We've always wanted to have an FSS participant come up and brag and tell us just how well they did, and I appreciate it. It's a great program. So, hi everybody. I'm Chris Hart, the Executive Director for the next 6 weeks. And I was given the very small task of giving you the history of the Housing Authority in its last 57 years. So if you'd like to curl up and go to sleep now, that'd be fun. The Housing Authority was started in 1962. It was started by a group of folks from the town that wanted to have low-income housing primarily for the elderly in Brattleboro, but for all of those of lower income. It was the second federal public housing authority established in the state of Vermont, and started out with a bang with the construction of Melrose, Hayes Court, and Moore Court. During the 70s, the folks focused on staying current with ever-changing HUD regulations and really starting to manage the public housing program. They also brought in the Section 8 Housing Certificate Program, which was a huge success and started a wait list almost immediately and has always had a wait list. In the 80s, they built the High Rise and Ledgewood Heights and focused their maintenance on properties and their administration on the ever-growing list of HUD regulations. In 1995, an interesting thing happened, and the whole board was replaced, and a new director was hired. The first chair was Tom Yon, and the executive director was me. The first order of business for us was to ensure that the internal operations of and policies were up to date, and that we needed to do a great deal of capital improvement. So we undertook that as well. The staff was growing with increasing demands for more social services and maintenance needs. The Section 8 certificate program was converted to the Housing Choice Voucher program, which is what you think of and know of as now. In 2000, really zipping through time, we started to address our need for elderly housing, feeling that elders in housing needed more assistance. And we were looking at what I would call a build solution. Build a building that has an ability to incorporate more services, but is not fully licensed assisted living. So we started on that and then got waylaid for 2 years because Mark Richards, who owns the Ann Wilder Richards building above Hayes Court, which is where we were going to put our new building, approached us and said, could you turn this into housing, and would you? And so we took a little side jaunt for 2 years and renovated the Richards building into the Ann Wilder Richards affordable housing. We also, during this time, came up with a very comprehensive energy improvement plan for all of our properties. And we were just weeks away from both starting that and really starting the rebuilding of Hayes Court when Tropical Storm Irene came through Melrose, and that was the end of that story. And the beginning of the story that you all know, which ended up here with 55 units at Red Clover Commons. I think a tremendous testament to the entire state of Vermont to have this building built and to have you have a very, very safe place to live. There are still 25 residents at Melrose, and we are working on a Red Clover 2. It'll be a small building at the bottom where the parking is, and that will house the last of the folks at Melrose. Now, after the storm, while we were still doing other things, the Housing Choice Voucher Program continued to roll along very, very well, bless you. And we had got involved in 3 homeless grants, the Shelter Plus Care, Transition to Housing, which we actually wrote, and the Family Supported Housing. And we've remained very active in those 3 grants and probably house 75 to 80 homeless families and individuals in those programs at any one time. We also went through a very comprehensive 5-year strategic planning process, and one of the great outcomes of that was that we changed our name. And we changed our name because at the end of a long process that involved you all and the community and our commissioners, we decided collectively that we just didn't like how authority felt. It was like, ooh, nah, you know, just too up above, you know. And so partnerships was the word that we came to. I think Jan had a lot to do with that. And we all really felt that that really said what we do. We were a founding member of the highly successful statewide SASH program that I think you all know of, and that program really replaced any need for a built solution to how to get better services for our elderly and disabled residents where they live. And that was the point of a new building, and SASH came and delivered it. So we're very happy to be part of that program, and we're very proud of the program that Christine and her staff have developed. We also got 2 grants, one of which you've heard and seen a terrific success, the Family Self-Sufficiency, and the other is our Resident Opportunities and Supportive Services program, which worked with families to bring around supportive services and help them with self-sufficiency. So these programs and some success with our financial management enabled us to finally create something that I had always wanted or hoped that we could have here, and that is a resident wellness and supportive services team, which is really a group of people whose job is to work with the property management folks and maintenance and bring services to residents to avoid sort of the calamities that get started when somebody has a flat tire or their car needs a repair. And then 3 months later, they haven't paid their rent. And we're looking at them and going, rent. And they're going, no money. So we were able to bring this group together, and under Christine's really exemplary leadership, it has really brought an enormous amount of support and positive assistance to our residents. I said to them when they started, well, think of it this way. Who would you rather come to your door if you didn't pay your rent? Courtney or Lorelei? And they all went, Lorelei! Lorelei, unfortunately, isn't here, but her mom is. So where am I? Let's see. I'm almost at the end, folks. Hang on. So the other thing that happened, we did that, and then starting in 2018, we began working with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, on a new plan to turn Melrose into a flood mitigation area. We applied for, and we're still waiting to hear on an application to become a moving to work agency, which would allow us to be even more creative and more resident focused than we are now. But we haven't, I don't think we will hear on that for a while. And we started in earnest the planning for phase 2. So as 2019 comes to a close, I want to look back with you and the staff with a great deal of pride on the work that we have all done. Every staff person at BHP has worked to achieve these successes, and they have done so with substantial dedication and respect for the work they do, their coworkers, and above all, the residents that they serve. And I include the board in that. We have strengthened our resident communications this year by putting in a very active resident advisory and communication committee. The resident wellness and services team has really solidified its presence as a critical component of our housing retention and resident support. The voucher program and its grants remain fully utilized and are really seen as models for the entire state. The maintenance team has been reorganized and is more fully focused on the needs of specific properties. And believe it or not, 3 years later, we got our FEMA award. So we will be starting our $3.2 million project to convert Melrose, more than half of Melrose, into flood storage. And 4 of the Melrose buildings have come down. The development team for Red Clover 2 has gone beyond 50% design development on that project. So we're really cooking here. The 2 greatest achievements for us in 2019 have to be the conversion of our rental subsidy from public housing to RAD, or the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which I think for those of you that are residents, you're so tired of hearing about it. You're like, stop. Stop talking about it. But that program is done. We got to closing. We have now converted our properties. I think it will make life much better for our residents, and for the agency. We now own the properties outright, which we did not before. And we always had to go and ask HUD, Mother, may I do this? May I do that? And it always entailed about a 3-year process of filling out forms and seeking approvals. We don't have to do that anymore. We own the buildings, and that's exciting. And then the last but not least was the executive transition, which the Board of Commissioners undertook and created a very smooth plan where I will make my semi-exit at the end of the year, and Christine Hazard will become the 5th executive director of the housing agency. This is a terrific staff, a dedicated board, and I know they will give Christine their full support and help into the future of BHP. One last note, while I have the mic, I just wanted to say I thank you all, every one of you who have been a part of my truly wonderful career here. Thank you.
Well, I want to definitely say thank you to Chris. That was a very comprehensive history of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and while it was very thorough, I can imagine it was hard for you to edit it down, because if anybody knows Chris Hart, she knows that she loves to talk about Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and she's very proud about it, and she always shares great stories, so this was definitely a triumph. I wanted to thank Chris for 24 years of service. We're so fortunate to have had her leadership during those years, and she's really brought the organization to a great place. So as I talk about the future of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, I'm going to start off today by talking a lot about Chris as well. So if you're not tired of RAD, you will definitely be tired of this. So, but frankly, I wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't for Chris Hart. And in all honesty, none of us would be in this room or in this building if it wasn't for Chris Hart. So just looking around, it really is a testament to her. So Chris has the rare and unique ability to focus on the big picture, while also sensitive to the fine details of running an organization. An example of this is Red Clover Commons and the residents within. Chris worked tirelessly from the late summer of 2011 through the winter of 2017 to create a safe and thriving space for our residents and the Brattleboro community. During this time, her vision of this space never faltered as she chipped away at the daily deliverables, the problems, and the issues that came across her desk. And there were several problems. Chris always continued to prioritize the big picture and the light at the end of the tunnel. So as the new executive director, I will strive to prioritize positive growth for our residents and community by looking broadly to see how to improve our neighborhoods within the Brattleboro community. I will balance this with the understanding understanding the many small details of the organization and how combined they add up to big issues. Chris's vision for supportive services predated my time here. However, I've had the fortune to be given the opportunity to focus on the resident wellness and supportive services group for several years. One of my goals going forward will be to continue to strengthen this group to understand the needs of our residents and community members as we plan for the big projects of the future. It's rare to find someone with the combined skills of being able to come up with creative ideas and the practicality and work ethic to make them happen. I will say that Chris has had a lot of creative ideas. And sometimes the staff, myself included, has tried to rein her in a little with some of them. However, the Rental Assistance Demonstration RAD program conversion as well as the Moving to Work application are two places where I have witnessed the gears turning and there was no stopping Chris. As she envisioned new and creative ways to make Brattleboro housing more sustainable as we move through the changing landscape of public housing. The first few years of my role will be to continue the process of implementing the RAD program by focusing on capital needs improvements and planning for future improvements of our neighborhoods. During this time, I will dive into our financial management to ensure that we maintain the financial stability that Chris has worked so hard to improve after the devastation of Hurricane Irene. I will continue to focus on maintaining and creating affordable housing opportunities that offer deep subsidies for our current and future residents. Like Chris, I clearly understand that all creative and important projects to improve the neighborhoods of our residents cannot happen if we are not a financially viable organization. There are many creative thinkers on our staff, just look around, all of you, and they always come up with great ideas, and also creative thinkers from our Board of Commissioners and our Resident Advisory and Communications Committee. I will prioritize the continued work we have done to improve communication between these three groups and to help our community members in Brattleboro understand the needs and ideas of our residents. I hope to lead in a process of seeing these ideas realized to enhance the lives of our current and future residents and the vitality of our community. Brattleboro Housing Partnership staff has developed into a high-functioning team, and this was not an accident. Chris has cultivated this group and should be very proud of the team I am now fortunate enough to lead. The Brattleboro staff thinks every day about developing and maintaining our neighborhoods that support independence and create opportunity. I will continue to support them as they continue this important work. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank Chris for her dedication to our community and residents. Chris told me on the first day, I'm not going to get upset, but on my first day at Brattleboro Housing, that her belief was that everybody deserved the opportunity to live in an affordable, safe space. I agree with the sentiment and will carry this with me as I navigate my new role. I have really enjoyed the last 7 years of working directly with residents in a supportive role. I have learned so much from our residents that I cannot begin to measure the impact their lives have had on my life. This is the main reason I accepted the opportunity to be the next executive director. While I know I have very big shoes to fill, I promise to continue the big picture idea that Chris has held in the forefront of every decision she has made, and that is to ensure the provision of quality, affordable housing within viable communities to support independence and create opportunity. I appreciate the guidance Chris has given me over the last 7 years, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as she transitions into her new role as Special Projects and Development Manager at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And at that point, I'd like to say thank you, but I know a few of our residents would also like to come up and say thank you as well and bring a small gift. you want to come up? Everybody wants to
try now. Shy group.
Lena, did you want to do the flowers?
I can't hear you. I'll come to you.
Okay.
How's that?
I'll come. She's gonna do them.
Okay.
Lena's gonna do them.
Okay.
Thank you all.
What it says on my program is what has been waiting over there, looking very attractive. A refreshment break. So we won't officially adjourn this meeting until after you all are well fed. Thank you. See you.
Could we just do a round of applause for Bratt? Thank you so much.
I can show you them on my computer. I just can't get them to go on the screen. We had done it and it wasn't today, and there's some wires that's like, there's, get back.
work on this, I mean, it's really groundbreaking, as we all know. I say that, with all the work that has been done, the work is really just going to be beginning to make this real and to understand the impact it's going to have on everybody involved in the system. I at some point in the later today, I will just remind the committee that in looking at how far we've come with this particular proposal, this approach to youthful offenders, we've got to remember that it still has to fit within the context of a juvenile system that is being impacted not only in the CHIN's docket with filings, but also the increase in youthful offender. And for as much success as we've had in bringing people together with this concept of 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds coming in, I think in a lot of respects the work is really just beginning to understand what we have, what we're doing and what we're trying to do. So I look forward to the challenge, but it certainly will be one.
Great. And again, my name's Lael Chester. I am the director of the Emerging Adult Justice Project at Columbia University Justice Lab, and I've been leading this sort of project now for a few years. And this is a burgeoning field. This is not something I've been in this field for decades, and I didn't know emerging adult justice wasn't on anyone's radar. And so we work with jurisdictions from around the country, and we've been able to observe and help and do research on different approaches. And it's really all a matter of public safety, right? If you can increase positive outcomes for young people, we all benefit. They certainly young people, their families and communities, but we all benefit, and we also can reduce costs. So it's really been a total pleasure to work with Vermont in the last year, a very, very thoughtful process. But I'm going to kick it off to Karen so she can describe what the absolute focus of this research project was, and sort of the key components that went into the report.
Okay, so I think we'll go to the second slide, and this is just an overview of where we're going to go today, and just a reminder to kind of speak the committee in the work that's ahead, is that DCF is required to submit a report, and I believe we have some extra copies for anybody who needs one, but we were required to submit a report on November 1st to explain how we would implement Act 201, which is the legislation that raised the age of juvenile court jurisdiction to include 18-year-olds and then 19-year-olds starting on July 1st, 2020 and July 1st, 2022, respectively. So on the next slide, this is just to give you an idea of where we're going, and for those of you who've had a chance to read the executive summary or sections or all of the report, it's a long report. But what you'll see here on slide 3 is this is basically tracking almost exactly to the report. We'll walk you through the impact of Raise the Age. We'll talk about all of the strategies that we have dug into and the recommendations that ensued regarding diversion, maximizing court efficiencies, close marriage options, physical custody, victims' rights. We'll talk about an operational plan, which I know was something that Representative Pugh, we spent a lot of time talking about this when the legislation was still being debated in the House, was thinking about how DCF would absorb the caseload and what plan would need to be in place to ensure that we are taking into account the dual roles of the Family Services Division with respect to child protection and supervising youth who've been adjudicated delinquent. We also have some statutory changes and data. So that's sort of an overview. And then just so you all have some background on the work that went into preparing this report, on slide 4, what you'll see here is that we are so lucky to have retired Judge Davenport very much involved with the Children and Family Council for Prevention program, and that she's
still very active as an advocate for juvenile justice reform in our state, and we were able to contract with her last summer, fall, to start this process by diving into the court data. So Lael will walk you through some of the data that Judge Davenport helped us to put together and analyze. And that was really essential for us to get our hands around what juvenile delinquency numbers look like, as well as the number of 18-year-olds who were going through the adult division court. So we also had the benefit of being able to repurpose one of our district directors for a period of time to assist us in this project, and she conducted 12 community district meetings around the state, and this was to not only explain to people what was going on, but also to hear from our partners what their reactions were, and any recommendations that they wanted to make, and any gaps that they were concerned about. And so those all helped to inform the work of this project. And then last fall, we issued an RFP, and Columbia University Justice Labs was the organization that we selected to help us with mapping out strategies, and they obviously put in a very strong proposal, but we really appreciated a number of things that I think you will get a chance to hear about throughout the report, including their approach to working with states and jurisdictions using action research methodology, which I think we as Vermonters can really appreciate, that we want to include everybody in our decision making and recommendations, and I think that they did a nice job of being very inclusive and very transparent in our conversations and work. And then I think, Ken touched on this, but we couldn't have done this work or even have gotten this far if it weren't for the members of the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group, which includes the Judiciary, State's Attorney and Sheriff's Department, the Office of the Defender General, Attorney General's Office, Victim Advocates, the Department of Corrections, and of course, DCF. And this group has been great in that even though we don't always agree and we sometimes have some very energized and robust conversations, the goal with this group has always been to try to find common ground and to ensure that there are no statutory prohibitions or barriers from us being able to get this good work done that the legislature has set forth for us. So that's been great, and they were involved with the recommendations in this report that are system related, and so they supported the recommendations that we're going to walk you through that are related to the system. And then finally, DCF leadership and with the help of the Justice Lab and some of our national partners, we've had a number of opportunities to do some off-site learning opportunities. And in late September, we actually had a conference at the law school that was sponsored in part by the law school and then also by the Children and Family Council for Prevention programs. And at this conference included 24 judges, state attorneys, pretty much representatives across the entire spectrum of our stakeholders, as well as community providers for diversion programs in the field. And what's important to note about that conference is that we were able to get a lot of feedback and input that also helped to inform the report. So to the extent that we've been able to, the goal has always been to cast as wide a net as possible to both inform people about the work and then also to ensure that people's voices and concerns, as well as recommendations and hopes for this change, would be able to be incorporated in the report. So we've done our best to be as inclusive as we possibly could be. And so from here, I'll hand it to you, Lael, on background on emerging adults.
Sure. So it was interesting. It was in the about 2000s that there was a lot of money pumped into research on children. And the question was, are children different than adults? And if they are, how is that relevant in the justice system? And this was after the 90s of sort of super predator era. Some of you may remember, you do the crime, you do the time, and it was interesting because the research came out with yes, the answers were yes and yes. Yes, children are not mini adults, they're inherently different. And that is relevant in terms of the justice system. That's why we have a separate justice system. That's why you have a family court and a family division. That's why you have DCF that works with youth charged with crime. But one of the things that came out was that a lot of this research happened in universities. And they were trying to compare. They have a contrast group, right? They have children and then they have adults. And college students are sort of cheap for researchers, right? So they had children, then they had college students, and then they had, people in 30 and beyond. And what they didn't realize when they started to analyze the data was, wait a minute, the 18 to 25-year-olds look a lot like the younger peers, and they're really quite inherently different from the 30-plus-year-olds. It turns out that 18 to 25-year-old is actually a distinct developmental group. And it was sort of interesting. I mean, I don't think they weren't looking for it, but they started to get the numbers, and they were somewhat shocked. And so that means that they're like their younger peers. They're risk takers. They're thrill seekers. They're impulsive. They're influenced by their peers. That's both the negative influence, but also positive influence. When kids go off to college and it's, they're in a pro-social setting, they often flourish, right? That's being influenced by your peers. And that many of the things like not being able to think through the consequences of an action, which makes parents ask, what were you thinking, when you have a bright person who does a really dumb thing, can actually be very much more pronounced if you have a history of trauma or any kind of brain injury. And that's why you see so many youth who have been abused and neglected and had sort of traumatic histories end up in our juvenile justice systems, right? And it is going to take them longer to sort of develop the maturity. Now, that's the difference between what we call hot cognition and cold cognition. Young people are super bright, right? They can do extremely well in school. They can think through who they want to vote for. All those things in a kind of a nice, quiet setting. They're great. They're all in. They're probably better than any of us as we get older. But their hot cognition takes a lot longer to mature. And that's what makes them impulsive and unable to sort of think through, especially when they're with their peers. What's interesting is while you have sort of developmental psychology and neurology research, you also have this body of sociology and of research. And what it turned out is that young people are taking longer to reach the developmental milestones of adulthood. That path to adulthood is become prolonged. And we know that in the sense that I have an emerging adult, right? When will they truly be independent emotionally, financially, and practically? I'm not sure, but my 20-year-old is a long way off. He's a great, able college student, but he is not an adult yet. And he relies on parents or other adults all the time. And so that is important implication for the juvenile justice system, right? Is to recognize that when people say, well, my grandfather was fully employed, had their own apartment, their own car, but that's simply not true today for many reasons. But I think we have to recognize that research as we talk about this. There's really good news. Almost all youth will grow up and out of crime. By the time they reach 25, which interesting is when that frontal sort of prefrontal lobe is fully developed, they will grow up. They will not see them in the justice system. And the other thing that's really good news is that this 18 to 25-year-old they're incredibly malleable, right? They're really susceptible for interventions, positive interventions, and rehabilitation. They are very responsive. They're not set in their ways yet. They don't know who they are, and they don't know what they want to be yet. And so there is a way in which you can take advantage of that moment in time to help steer them, right, the direction we all want them to go. The other thing I'll just mention, and you have a kind of a crazy chart that we hand out with like concentric circles like an onion, but it is worth sort of thinking about this, especially if you're a parent or are responsible for someone this age, is that the youth justice system very much focuses on positive youth development, and that is a framework that many states have officially adopted within their justice system, and that is where you're focusing on building youth assets, right? They need to reach these developmental milestones, they need to desist from crime, and they need to develop into healthy and productive citizens. And so you have these, what they call these sort of 5 domains that you look to sort of create that pathway into healthy adulthood. And it's really important in that journey, right, that youth are making and the system is responding to, is that responses in the justice system are youth appropriate. I think we said youth led last time. I think I'd say youth co-led. You've got to get youth buy-in, and they need to be part of it. They need to see how this is going to affect their future. It needs to be very concrete, and it needs to be positively framed, right? These are their life goals. Where are they trying to get to? And if they're motivated and they see those goals, they will move towards those positive goals. The justice system traditionally in the adult side is punitive, and its focus is on the deficit. And I think that might be one of the many reasons why emerging adults right now in the adult system have the worst outcomes of any age group. They are overrepresented, and they have the highest recidivism rates. And they also have the highest mortality rate, especially for drugs. So I think it's just really important to note is that by shifting in Vermont the framework from just sort of lumping them in with 40, 50, 6-year-olds in the adult system, you are grabbing this opportunity to provide tailored, developmentally approached responses. That does not mean it's a pass, does not mean you don't hold them accountable. Of course you do, but you're going to be doing it in a way that hopefully you're not going to then see them again cycling in and out of your justice system. So why is this so important? It is because of public safety. This is why we see this enormous activity across the country in this topic, is that when you look at the data, you have to think, could we do much worse with emerging adults? I'm not sure. So let's try something different. And Vermont is on the cusp. Vermont is the first state to raise the age, but you have states at your heels. You got Massachusetts, Illinois, and Connecticut, and now, as of last week, you have California in play. And I think you're going to have Utah and Washington State as well. So you guys are leaders, but this really is catching on because when you look at the data, it's sort of shocking. And I think it's because we've not recognized that they are in a distinct developmental stage, and we've not taken advantage of that. So you're increasing accountability and responsibility, you're improving outcomes, and ultimately you are reducing costs. Because if you can get them out of the system, otherwise, once they're in the system, you will see them probably for the rest of their lives in one shape or other. So I'm going to quickly go just at the data. I think it's important to know, okay, so we're raising the age. Who's coming into our youth system, and what's the impact going to be? And so we have this sort of quick just reminder that there is this language differences on the youth side of the fence in justice, but it's not just language. It actually has a really important significance, which is that at the end of the day, if the court has found you committed a delinquent act, you are adjudicated, you are not convicted. And that language is really specific to the juvenile system. We talk about dispositions, we don't talk about sentencing. Yes, you may lose your liberty. That is actually one of those dispositions you could have, but we're looking at it in terms of the youth lens. And we talk about, instead of a trial, we talk about merits. You have the flow chart, which is in the report, and maybe it was also a handout. And I think that the things that I want to point out is that when you raise the age, you still are using police, state's attorneys, and defenders in the same way, right? Kids are being arrested, they are being prosecuted, you are reaching, and they are receiving representation, hopefully zealous representation is constitutionally mandated. But one of the two biggest differences, of course, is that you're now in the family division, and DCF instead of DOC, the Department of Corrections, is the sort of, right, the state agency that has the oversight and the responsibility. I think one of the interesting things about this flow chart is that there are a lot of what we call off-ramps there's opportunities for diversion that's embedded in the youth justice system in a really important way. And that is to be able to take the cases that could be appropriately served outside of the system and just keep those cases that actually really require the attention and the resources of the youth justice system. And the other thing I think is interesting is that when you look at your flow chart is that you have this, what they call YASI, this risk needs assessment instrument and tool that's used in the youth side, and that includes an assessment predisposition. So you're getting a lot of information that allows you to sort through your cases and again to become individually tailored. Case filings, this is important. This is the last fiscal year. Remember, when you raise the age in Vermont, you're only looking at the non-Big 12 cases. Unfortunately, most of your cases are non-Big 12 cases, especially with youth. That's kind of typical. But the more serious cases are peeled off and will be handled separately. But even within the non-Big 12, what you see is the vast majority are misdemeanors, right? You have 18-year-olds, you only have 47 who are not misdemeanors or felonies. So this is important just to keep in mind as you think about it. It also helps that you've staggered implementation, right? You're bringing in the 18-year-olds in July, you're giving yourself 2 years, and then you're bringing in the 19-year-olds. That's a very smart move and allows the state to sort of assess and adjust. This next chart shows you the different offense types. And what you're going to notice is that the darker blue is the under 18-year-olds, sort of the whole body of sort of delinquents. And then the yellow are 18, and then the kind of turquoisey kind of, I don't know, is 19. And what you notice is, right, the vast majority of these cases are public order offenses. That's like trespass and disorderly conduct. That's that kind of very typical youth-driven crime. And the things that really differentiate a little bit with the 18 and 19-year-olds is you're going to see an increase in motor vehicle offenses. They have more access to cars. And you're going to see a little bit more increase in drugs. And that is because this is a time of risk-taking, right? And they're experimenting. And it's also a time where some of the major mental health disorders can manifest themselves, and there's some self-medicating involved. And so that's where you're going to sort of see some differences, but otherwise, it's not like suddenly you have a different pot. I think the group is going to say, aha, we've seen this before, because they do look a lot like their younger peers. When we looked at sort of a 3-year look at the data, and this is a little confusing, the lighter green is sort of the FY, fiscal year 17 and 18 combined with fiscal year 19. But what is really encouraging news for Vermont is that you're trending in absolutely the right directions. Your diversion numbers of completions have gone up, and the convictions have gone down. And that means that you're looking at your other resources in the state, and Karen will talk about this, where it's very impressive, the restorative justice, the diversion systems that you have in play, and you want to be accessing those so that you can, again, the court can focus on the cases they really have to focus on, and you can get good results. The other good piece of news for Vermont is just that when you look at the 18 and 19-year-olds who have been in the adult system and prosecuting the adult system, and they end up with a conviction, almost 50% of them will get a fine only. That's the disposition. That's it. And that tells you that then there are a lot of those cases could be very ripe for diversion, right? You don't want to go through the whole court process. If you don't have to, if you can hold them accountable, you can make them understand the impact they've had, you can help them in some cases restore the harm through a restorative justice project, and then have them hopefully healthily age out of the system. So I'm just going to say that when we looked at the court data, and again, retired Judge Amy Davenport was super helpful with this, not just collecting the data, but thinking through and analyzing it, is that we see that your numbers are going down as a state, which is great. This is particularly notable because you recently incorporated 16 and 17-year-olds in a new way in your youth side. And we have seen this in all the states who have raised the age, which is really fascinating. you know, there were these predictions that, ooh, numbers going to go, like New York just went from 16 to 18. Their numbers have gone way down. So this is just good news. That you're looking at a population that looks like very similar to your other population that you're used to in the juvenile system, the similar offenses, that a lot of them are low level and therefore should be ripe for diversion, and that a lot of them did not require any supervision in the adult side, right? And so that's, again, that especially as we think of like DCF and taking on this new cases, we need to think about how are they going to use their resources in the best way possible. I'm going to just touch very quickly on the fact that all states struggle with racial and ethnic disparities. That is a societal problem. There is not a justice system that does not. And Vermont also has the same issues, right? 3% of the population, youth population of Vermont are African American, but they are absolutely overrepresented in the delinquency system. And one of the sort of advantages of Vermont is that there's federal law, which the Federal Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act, which really ties in federal funds with the provision that states will both monitor the racial and ethnic disparities in their youth system and address any disparities that they can find and try to figure out where would be the best places to kind of intervene and change that trajectory. Nationally, 18 and 19-year-olds have actually the highest rates of disparity of any age group. So African American males are 7 to 9 times more likely to be incarcerated. So even though the numbers are somewhat hard to sort of accept, right, as a justice system to have these disparities, I think when you bring the 18, 19-year-olds, the disparities will actually appear even higher. But the good news is because you're now including them in the justice system, they will now be part of that cadre of population that the state is looking at, that they're tracking and that they're trying to address. And so that's a really a very positive thing that would be happening in Vermont. So with that, I'm going to throw it over to Karen, who's going to walk us through one of the topic areas that we've spent a lot of time looking at, which is diversion.
Okay, thank you, Lael. And just take a little second to let you all know where I am right now is actually the Coalition for Juvenile Justice. Every year puts on a conference on addressing racial and ethnic disparities in the juvenile justice system, and I'm very proud to report that I'm here with a strong cohort from Vermont, which includes a school official, a school resource officer, a number of community advocates and community members, as well as members of the Children and Family Council for Prevention Programs. And it's been an invigorating conference, and it's again, we're all now thinking about these strategies to address structural racism through the lens of also raising the age. So it's a really, really exciting moment in time. But to pick up where Lael left off, based on the data, what we realized that we needed to dig into fairly quickly as part of this work was the use of diversion. I think that this committee was very aware of the Family Services Division and the workload. I'm sure would appreciate that. We want to make sure that we're controlling the resources, or we're controlling the valve and the number of youth and emerging adults who hit our system, so that we're reserving the resources of DCF for those youth who are highest risk and highest need. And so without further ado, if we're on slide 19, Lael, with respect to diversion, I think it's just important to note that, throughout the country there is greater attention to increasing diversion opportunities and building a strong network of providers. And so, especially at conferences like where I am right now, I'm continually impressed with the fact that Vermont actually already has in place a very strong diversion network throughout the state with many off-ramps, which I think gets back to that handout that you all have in front of you on the youth justice flow chart. So just so that you all have this in your mind as we're going through this part of the discussion, we have strong diversion practices before a youth is ever even cited to court or charged. We also have diversion practices post-charge and then also post-adjudication. So then moving to the next slide, the current state of the community-based restorative justice programs, just wanted to make sure that we all know who these players are. We have the community justice centers, or the CJCs, that are funded through the Department of Corrections. We have the balanced and restorative justice programs, which are BARGE, which DCF is the funder for those programs. And then also we have court diversion through the Attorney General's office, and I should really call that the court diversion program as I'm talking about it. So, as I indicated, we have an incredibly robust network of these programs, and that restorative justice is a well-established and trusted approach to both victim support, which is important for us to note, as well as youth accountability. And in preparing for this report, we can share with you that, the programs have some similarities and key differences, and it is our observation, and the stakeholder group supported this observation, that the counties where the programs are housed under one organization, that it was our observation that the referrals and stakeholder communication is stronger in those places, and that also it's important to know that there is variability in how the programs are utilized, and that has a lot to do with the players and school involvement and local practice, such as school referrals, can really make a difference in how these programs are used, as well as having a presence of a strong pre-charge program. And I think it's also important to note there is this prosecutorial discretion of using a community-based program in lieu of charging. I do need to say that while we did not do an in-depth analysis of all the differences and what was driving those, we do want you to have in mind that there are differences. So moving to the next slide, these are our recommendations, that we seek opportunities to collaborate with schools and also doing outreach to members of law enforcement. And those two bullets actually really directly dovetail into the third bullet, which is this goal, and this is a goal that we want to strive for, is to increase the use of pre-charge diversion to 50 to 60% of cases, even from hitting any formal system involvement. And then, and with respect to the formal court diversion program, which would be the cases that are accepted post-charge, that we would like to increase. And in many counties, this is really a matter of maintaining 25 to 30% of cases. Sorry, lost my thought here. 25 to 30% of cases being referred to court diversion, and also. And this is all of these were supported by the stakeholder group, but there's acknowledgement that we need to evaluate and address barriers for youth participation. And an easy one is that, when a youth has a meeting, knowing some of those, the realities that Lael already presented to you, that it's really important that we use different strategies to remind them of their meetings and to make it really possible and concrete for them to participate. And I think I just also want to acknowledge that over the last couple of years, we've seen some changes in our statute that has allowed for a really strong foundation in place to expand the commitment of, expanding diversion, and that already we're seeing that state attorneys are making more referrals. And I think that they've made, and I think this is worth noting for the group, that they've made considerable progress in making more referrals over the last couple of years. So we believe that the numbers are going in the right direction. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Judge Grierson regarding the Family Division of Superior Court.
Thanks, Karen. I guess I would start by reminding the committee that the juvenile docket, if you will, encompasses CHINS cases, it encompasses abuse and neglect cases, the delinquency, youthful offender, and truancy. There is only one court in the state, Chittenden County, where a juvenile court has the docket every single day, and it has been like that for as long as certainly I've been on the bench. The other courts, over the time I've been on the bench, most of them were 1 day a week, sometimes two. The increase in the CHINS filings, the abuse and neglect docket, as a result of the opiate epidemic. Courts that normally would be 1 day a week, when I last sat in Barrie, for example, before I took this position, it was 1 day a week. They're now have expanded to two, and that's similar in most counties. And I will tell you that even now, before this influx of cases, the judges are saying we need more time in the juvenile court. The juvenile cases, of course, have a priority over every other filing, criminal, civil, domestic. But the problem is that the courts, at least from my perspective, the juvenile docket has been expanded really to the extent that it can be without seriously impacting the other dockets. In other words, if I were to expand a juvenile court docket by even 1 day or a half day, that means another day or half day missing from another docket. And so the pressures are impacting all of the dockets. And I think what's important to remember as we go forward, as I said, this is a challenge. If you look at slide 11, that's the one that talked about the filings that we can anticipate with 18-year-olds. It would amount to, if you take all of the 18-year-olds that are now in criminal court filings and bring them into the juvenile docket, that would increase the caseload alone in the juvenile docket by about a third. And clearly the court, nor the parties, can absorb that kind of increase. So this, what Karen was just talking about, the need to divert cases, free charge, free merit, I think is key to making this workable. And the state's attorneys have done a good job in the last few years of increasing the number of cases they have diverted. But remember that they've always had the authority to divert. And it wasn't until the legislature gave them a nudge with a presumption on certain cases that these numbers have gone up. The number of cases, the other slide that I think is important, so we have a potential of a 1/3 increase in filings. The one that is also, I think, significant in terms of what we do with these cases is on slide 14, where we're talking about the cases that were disposed of in a criminal docket with fines only. Because that was about 42% of the cases, if I'm reading this chart right. When those cases come into juvenile court, we have no ability to impose fines in a juvenile context. And as far as I know, no one involved in this discussion is urging the legislature to go in that direction, which means you've got a large number of cases coming in that we have to find another disposition that historically in the criminal docket did not involve any supervision by Department of Corrections. It was simply pay a fine and you're done. And so we have to look at alternatives available in the juvenile docket to do that same thing and not involve people in services that they don't otherwise need. And so we have to be wary of that. I think, and I will say that, and I think most of the committee members have probably heard me make this argument before, for as much work and that the state's attorneys have done with respect to diversion, and they should be commended for their work. This project, as I said, it can't be viewed in isolation, and as another example, I was at a sentencing commission meeting the other day, and I think one of the recommendations coming out of the sentencing commission, although it deals with the criminal docket, is going to be for the legislature to consider giving the court, meaning the judge, the authority to divert cases over the objection of the state's attorneys. It's not one of the recommendations that's in front of you, but going forward, I think it's something that is at least worth considering. So moving ahead on the slide, and Karen or Leo did point out the time frame for a juvenile case on slide 23 is essentially 60 days from filing to disposition, meaning the case comes in, first appearance in court, and then the case is supposed to be resolved with a disposition in 60 days. I will be the first to say that those timelines are very rarely met. And we have to do, and I say we, I think the judiciary has to do a better job of making parties and attorneys adhere to those timelines, particularly with this influx of cases coming into the system. We have to be more conscious of those timelines and enforce them. These cases nobody benefits by these cases not being resolved, be it the individuals who are charged with the delinquency or facing delinquency or the victim. And so one of the things we have found in a number of dockets that oftentimes the attorneys don't get a chance to talk about cases and resolving them until they actually come to the court. And a court hearing, if you will, call it a status conference, a court hearing is not the best place for the parties to discuss the case. In other words, there has to be a discussion, an opportunity for the state and the defense to talk about these cases essentially outside of the courtroom. But sometimes they need the imprimatur of the court to make sure they do talk. And since they're not frequently talking outside of court, one of the proposals that I've made, and there are others involved in this discussion, would be to schedule essentially conferences on a regular court day, but do it in such a way that the attorneys don't have to come into the courtroom unless they have a resolution. In other words, it gives them an opportunity to discuss these cases and hopefully reach settlement. Right now, under the current system, 15 days after the initial appearance in court, the parties are required to come to court for what's called a pre-trial or status conference. I don't find that those conferences really accomplish much. So we would use that same time frame, but allow the attorneys to come to the courthouse that day and give them the opportunity to try to resolve these cases. If not, what we're going to try to do with this docket, with this influx of the 18-year-olds, is create a docket that says, okay, if you don't resolve it at the 15-day mark, you will get a final hearing date, and there will be no continuances from that date. And hold people's feet to those timelines. And it's not going to be easy from the judiciary's perspective or from the attorneys, but I think it's really a cultural change, if you will, because these cases need to be heard. And one way of doing it is to change the focus of the hearings when they come to court. And when I say cases can't be continued, obviously there are circumstances of which no one has control. unavailability of a witness, sickness, those types of issues. There may be some cases that are more complicated, but I think for a vast majority of the types of cases coming in, if they're not resolved through diversion, they would be the equivalent of misdemeanor offenses in the criminal docket, and they are generally speaking one or two witness cases. And there's no reason why those types of cases can't be put on a strict calendar, and it is up to the court to hold the parties to that calendar. And that's one of the recommendations that we're making. We talked about this briefly at the Vermont Law School conference that Karen mentioned, and I have heard comments since that time about folks involved in the process thinking that that may be beneficial. In other words, they're willing to change their thinking. So what we hope to do between now and July is perhaps pilot this concept with the current cases in one or two counties to see if it can make a difference, so that when the cases start coming in July, maybe we have a frame of reference to see what's working and what isn't. I guess it's a long way of me saying that we're facing a significant increase in the caseload, in both in diverting cases out of the system and the way we handle these cases in the system need to change, because there's just no more hearing time available, and we have to maximize that hearing time, or the opportunities for hearing time.
Okay, so I'm going to take on sort of the next topic, which is, after the court process is sort of complete, or most of it, merits have been found, the issue of probation. So it is the most common disposition nationally at the end of any case, both a juvenile case or an adult case, that there be some kind of probationary supervision. And this has become very much a hot topic nationally, and a lot more research is being devoted to it. I think in the past we sort of just let that slide and didn't think too much of it. And I think what's interesting is that turns out that there's, ironically, if you have sort of intense supervision for a low-risk youth or an individual, you actually could increase recidivism rates. I mean, I guess we kind of know that as a, parenting or looking after young people, but turns out science has proven that's true. And so you want to really reserve, just like you want the court to focus on the cases that can't be resolved outside, right, getting the parties together. Similarly, you want DCF to be focusing on their sort of interventions and supervision for not the low-risk youth. I want the low-risk youth to have another option. And it's what research says is being shorter and more focused is good for kids. When you drag stuff on, they can't even remember sometimes. Life's changed so much in a year, right, in their life. For us, it's a blink of the eye. But, you want to hold them sort of accountable. You want to do it. And you want to do it, again, linked towards their personal goals, right? This is the positive youth development framework. What we have found is, looking into Vermont, is that, as Judge Gerson pointed out, we have this group of 18, 19-year-olds now who are currently just getting a fine only and moving on. There's no equivalent, there's no fine in the family court, and for good reasons. That kind of contravenes the values and the goals of a juvenile court, and in fact, many states that do allow fines in a juvenile court are abolishing them. And there's also a question of really who pays the fine anyways, right? It's going to be a burden to the family. And so it's going to be important for Vermont to find alternatives, and those alternatives need to be immediate and short term, and not rely on increased supervision and that staff time from DCF. And one of the things that some states are really looking at is trying to find some targeted programs. So if your issue is shoplifting, or if your issue is whatever, that you can have a targeted program on that. And we don't have to always do such a deep dive. We can tailor it. The recommendations are to continue to not use fines, and I think that the stakeholders group was certainly on board on that. To expand these immediate short-term targeted options. To increase some direct referrals to the community. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you don't want young people relying on the justice system for services that they need, right? You want them to be connected to the groups in their own towns and areas where they're going to, when the case is long gone, they're going to still have access to them. We're going to have developed relationships and mentorships, etc. And so instead of just sort of the blanket sort of standard probationary period, you want to think about there's some cases that can go directly, not that there's some supervision, but they're going to be served by those community groups. So you want to end that sort of routine use of probation, just the default, whatever else does, you just do that. The other issue is proportionality, right? We looked at sort of the length in which young people are on that kind of the probation period. And again, short, sweet, and targeted is what you're looking for, right? So misdemeanor, really beyond 6 months, unless it's some extraordinary case, they need to have moved on. And similarly for a felony, 12 months is a long time in a youth's life. And of course, you want to incorporate positive youth development. You want youth involvement. Always do better if they feel like they're part of the process than just digging in their heels and resisting. And that's going to require some training and support for the Family Service Division, who are taking on a bigger group of youth, a somewhat older group of youth, some of the course same issues, but there are different stages of life. Just as Judge Grissom was saying, for the courts, they need to be able to sift through those cases well and focus on the cases that really need the intervention. Karen, I'm throwing it to you to cover physical custody.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to skip to slide 31. I think especially the folks in this room appreciate that when DCF has legal custody of a youth, that it means that we are their parents, and that we can make and do make decisions on their behalf. And that this is a puzzle for us to work through with respect to raising the age of juvenile court jurisdiction, because, as I'm sure everybody appreciates, that the age of majority is 18, and that that means that emerging adults are their own legal entity. And so we will need to define what this means for DCF, and that courts will actually need to grant physical custody to DCF in cases where that's appropriate, much in the same way that the adult courts grant that authority to the Department of Corrections. So DCF will need to consider where it will place youth, including secure and non-secure settings. DOC currently, I think it's worth noting, the DOC currently holds very few 18 to 19-year-olds in its physical custody. And at the time of drafting the report, the point in time count was 2 detained and 4 sentenced 18 and 19-year-olds. So going to the next slide, for our recommendations, that DCF should continue its aim of operating a continuum of care for residential treatment and out-of-home placements for all youth in the delinquency system. And that you'll see when we get to the statutory changes that we will actually need to modify our statute so that if DCF has custody of an 18 or 19-year-old, that we're being clear that we need physical custody and not legal custody, and that as sometimes happens in our world, that DCF is also working on a simultaneous report that is due to the legislature in January regarding the placement and treatment options that will actually delve into this a lot deeper. So moving along to victims' rights, I just want to note here that as we were preparing for all of the conversation have, that the first big topic that we tackled was victims' rights. In part because I think that there can be confusion around this, and also in response to what we were hearing from victim advocates and others in the field, that this was a concern that they wanted to make sure that we gave priority to. So on page, on slide 34, Lael, I think it's a great place for us to start is just to note for the committee here that we have strong victim rights in place already. That we have an incredibly strong statutory scheme that supports their right to a victim advocate, the right to be informed. They also have the right for notification of release of a juvenile delinquent from a secure setting, and so that applies to the youth who are in our legal custody now. And I also should note, it's interesting, in Title 33, we don't usually refer to listed crimes or non-listed crimes, but with respect to this piece around victims' rights, that victims of a listed crime, even though we don't usually use that language in the juvenile context, but a victim of a listed crime, if they request it, can receive notification of this release of the youth from a secure setting. And then finally, that victims have the right to both restitution and compensation. So in our findings, I will share with you that DCF rarely receives a request for notification from a victim. Also, that it's worth noting that DCF does have a domestic and sexual violence unit that can assist with juvenile cases involving those types of crimes. And that while there is a process in place for requesting restitution, it's frankly very confusing and goes underutilized. And then finally, as in all things, I think that we can always strengthen our communication, and especially in this area with respect to the communication between victim advocates, the family division, and DCF. So our recommendations are that we want to clarify that victim advocates should be provided in all cases and strive for a consistent dissemination of information. We're recommending evaluating the process for requesting and receiving restitution, and I'd like to note that the Center for Crime Victim Services is willing and will be taking a lead on that particular bullet point. And finally, that we need to formally create regular opportunities for strong coordination between DCF, family services workers, and victim advocates. And I'm really proud to report under Lindy Boudreaux's leadership that we are actually already making some significant headway with both the first and third bullet points.
I want to point out that she is in the room.
Yay. Yes, hi Lindy, you're doing a good job. So then moving right along to the operational plan for DCF. Just some background for you all. As we've already touched on, that we have this broad mandate in the Family Services Division of both child protection and supervision of youth adjudicated delinquents. I think we are really proud, and I'm sure Representative Pugh might have some comments about this as well, but we are really proud of the fact that we apply the principles of social work to our casework and really to how we run the division. So that means that whenever possible, we are looking at the whole family structure as well as the way that we communicate, I think, is deeply undergirded by the values of social work, and we're very proud of that. The Family Services Division, as you all know, has seen significant caseload pressures from both child protection as well as, and Judge Gerson noted this for you, as well as youth adjudicated as youthful offenders. And just as a sidebar, because I'm not sure that all of you live in the same realm that we do all the time and knowing and fully understanding the different statuses, but what we mean here is this status that allows for supervised by both departments for children and families and the Department of Corrections. So it's a much more labor-intensive approach than just a straight juvenile delinquency. And then finally, and now that you all have met Lindy in the room, there's only one person in the Family Services Division Central Office who is in a dedicated role of supporting field staff as well as policy on juvenile delinquency, at-risk youth, and adolescents. So these things were all really important in terms of thinking through what are the important pieces that we needed to consider in our findings. It's worth noting that GCF staff work very closely with their local barge provider, which we talked about earlier on in this presentation. And the barge provider is key for supporting youth in successful completion of probation, and that's also where we are seeing restorative justice processes and outreach to victims and just additional support and case management for the youth. So we really work hand in glove with the local barge providers. There are many DCF staff who handle both juvenile cases as well as child protection cases. The Family Services Division Deputy Commissioner, Christine Johnson, does not have any direct reports focused on juvenile justice. And so what I mean by that is there's nobody reporting to her in the leadership level who is exclusively focused on juvenile justice.
I'm sorry.
And, sorry?
Karen, I'm sorry, I'm breaking all my rules. Then who does Lindsay report to? Who's Lindsay report to? If it's not...
Lindy, you report to, as the director, she's a director of policy and planning.
For the record, this is Lindy Boudreau, DCF. I report to Suzanne Shipley, who's a policy and practice manager.
Okay.
And she reports to Christine.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing in terms of considering our system, but I think the main takeaway here is that the Family Services Division, in terms of how they have structured the support that goes out to the field staff, that understandably, because of our caseload percentages, it's more heavily weighted on child protection. And I think in sharing these findings with you, I think it really helps to illustrate that point for you. But I think it's also worth noting that we're seeing these increases already with the youthful offender caseload, and then also we will be anticipating some increases with the Raise the Age effort. So this is all to help kind of get us to where we ended up with the recommendations. I just wanted to note two more things, and that is that victim advocates have requested that DCF have a point or points of contact to work through case questions and that sort of thing. And then finally, that currently we do have a staff person in the Commissioner's office, a juvenile justice coordinator, whose role it is to staff the Children and Family Council for Prevention for prevention programs. And it's important to note this is actually a federally funded role, and also that this is a staff person who can support some of the system work with respect to implementation of Act 201. So here are our recommendations. We want to clearly differentiate the casework policy, training, and leadership structure within FSD between child protection and juvenile justice / at-risk youth. And I think here, when we talked about this in our internal conversations, some of the language that we were using is the way to protect both caseloads and the work that's required is to have this differentiation. And we are recommending at the writing of this report two phases to this. Phase one is to address central office infrastructure by allowing more than just Lindy to hold all of this for the entire field staff, that we need additional support to do all of this work. And so what we've been thinking about is, a way to have better, more coordinated oversight of juvenile delinquency, and ensuring that we have all the that needs a little more, we need more people to be working on that. And then finally, with phase 2, reassessing the needs of direct service staff. And as noted with, Barge being, a community provider who works hand in glove with us and is our very trusted partner, that we need to increase sources to community providers to support diversion from the system, as that is a role that they play. So if you look at slide 40, you can see here what we're thinking about. All of the yellow squares or rectangles are existing positions, and then the blue ones, and I need to note, this is actually, I should have changed this in the slide, but the first blue one, the Juvenile Justice Coordinator, that's Elizabeth Morris, who I was describing earlier. Her role is federally funded to support the work of the council. But part of our federal funds actually require, as Lael touched on earlier, not only are we monitoring racial and ethnic disparities, but we also have to monitor any place that holds youth to ensure that there is sight and sound separation from adults in the system. And so we actually have a compliance monitor. This is not a position, this is a contract, but it shouldn't appear as if it's actually a position. So that's an error on that slide. Apologies for that. And so what we're recommending here is that we repurpose positions so that we can actually have a juvenile justice director of operations who is at the same level of the director of operations that we have in place currently. Many of you may know Brenda Gooley. And so the idea here is that it would allow Brenda's position to be more focused on the child protection side of the house, and that this role would be more focused on juvenile justice. And then we're looking to add a juvenile justice victim liaison policy and practice specialist. And I just want to mention here that it may be that we add somebody to the existing victim advocate unit for domestic violence and sexual violence, or it may be that we actually have a dedicated person. We're still working through the details that will work best within the existing infrastructure, but we are looking to repurpose the position to be focused on that, and then of course the administrative piece as well. I'm going to keep going, not being able to read the room unless anybody has a question that I need to clarify.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. So the next slide is focused on the changes needed to implement Act 201. And so what we mean here is that, when we were, analyzing Act 201, when it was still being discussed in the legislature, there were a number of things that we just hadn't had a chance yet to imagine would need to be changed. And so this process of, which I think was really smart on the legislature's part, this process of giving us this time to plan ensured that we could also do this deep analysis to ensure that there would be no barriers in statute to successful implementation of the law. So there are 5 statutory changes that the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group has recommended. And as I understand it from the Joint Justice Oversight Committee meeting last week, Senator Sears shared with the group that he has already put in a drafting request with respect to these changes. So they include clarifying and setting the age of supervision for the Department for Children and Families. So we basically need to make sure that we're raising that age to ensure that we would have ample time to work with folks adjudicated in Manley Court. And so the idea there is that we would extend it a year and a half beyond the birthday of jurisdiction, which is what it is currently. We just have to raise that to be commensurate with 18 and 19-year-olds coming into the system. As I noted for you already, we need to clarify and adjust custody to include that physical custody piece for 18 and 19-year-olds. We also want to make sure that the Tamarack program, which is currently available for adults, would be available to 18 and 19-year-olds regardless of the court handling their case. And then we just put in a big bucket for poor Bryn that we're calling technical corrections to address any references to age. So we'll just have to do a deep dive to make sure that we haven't missed any other references to age that would need to be adjusted to make sure that the law goes, when the law goes into effect. And then finally, the citation of emerging adults by law enforcement to court. We'll need to clarify that as well.
Okay.
And then I think it's you, Lael.
It's me. Okay, data. A really sexy topic. But I'm going to dive right in and say that the report, which I know is long, but it also includes a pretty detailed analysis of data in Vermont and gives you a list of what is available, what relevant is readily available, what of relevant data sets are available but not readily available. They're out there, but someone have to bring them together to be able to monitor, and then potentially what pieces are missing. And the two key findings we bring to the table is that the data varies tremendously in terms of coverage and reliability. Again, nothing unique to Vermont. This is the case for all states. Just putting that out there. But good to recognize, and it's always good to know and to be working on that. And that a lot of the data points are not connected to those positive youth outcomes, right? So when you're studying this, you want to make sure that you're collecting the data to know if you're moving youth along to reaching these important milestones, because that's what's going to get them out of your justice system. So we have some recommendations, which is really important. Is you have data, you want to be compiling in an aggregate way, nothing personal, confidentiality breaches or anything, and you want to be looking at that on a regular basis. You want to identify somebody in the state to look at that and generate an annual report. That somebody needs to sort of take on that responsibility. They can help identify again ongoing what's missing, so that can get filled in and fixed. And I think this is a really wonderful opportunity to actually do some research on outcomes. And it's not just, it'd be nice for the nation, right? Because this is where the country's moving. But you have 2 years before you're going to bring in another cadre of youth. You are going to want to know how it's going. So take advantage of that. And one of the nice things about the way you've done it in such a thoughtful process in generating this report is you now have baselines. And so, that was a lot of work, but it's been done. Take advantage of it, build on it, and keep planning out that. Those are my words of wisdom, if that's what it is. And that really comes to the conclusion. I know we're going to have time for Q&A. But Karen, do you want to kick us off, and then Judge Gerson, and then if there's anything left, I'll say a word.
Yeah, last words by Lael.
Yeah.
Looking forward here, just a quick recap that the key to successful implementation will be Vermont's use of robust and effective diversion, streamlining the court process as Judge Gerson described, which also I should note had the full support immediately from the entire juvenile justice stakeholder group, just in terms of thinking that through for better outcomes for both victims and the juveniles. And I thought that was just something worth sharing with you all. And then also strengthening the interagency communication, and then ensuring a full continuum of dispositional options. So I think, in conclusion, the stakeholders have been given an opportunity to collectively examine the current system, identify critical areas to improve upon, and find ways to better serve all youth. We'll be able to tap into this incredible expertise that we have in our state. And it's just incredibly exciting. I know that we have work ahead of us, but it is still incredibly exciting to be a part of the state that's leading the nation in emerging adult justice reform.
Thank you. Thank you, Lael and Karen and Brian. I want to say, to be respectful of the person who's actually in the room, who I imagine is driving back to Manhattan tonight. She said, as long as I'm on the road by 1:30, she gave us legislative time. So we have about 15 minutes at this point to have questions and clarifications from folks. So take it away. I asked you to wait.
I'm waiting. No, go ahead.
No, before.
My question is for Judge Grierson to start off, so I want to wait until you've had a chance to talk with Leah. Well, and I will have other questions maybe.
One, I want to say thank you. Thank you on behalf of the legislature for the part of the Justice Center, the Emerging Adult Program, for doing this, and I want to say for your recommendations that we continue to evaluate, because if we do not put if we don't put resources into evaluation, then we won't know whether it makes sense to move on, or how to move on, or what changes that we need to make. I'm not quite sure who some of my questions are for, so go ahead.
Okay, well, let's go, go to data, and are there recommendations for how we might expand our data collection so that we know we're moving in the right direction based on what we've already done? So.
Yeah, there are, and there's some particular data sets that we identify in the report that would be helpful to know. And just remember that one of the reasons why it's tricky is that you had the 18 and 19-year-olds on the adult side, and you had the under 18 in the family division, and so they're being collected in different ways. They're in different agencies. Each agency has their own way of collecting data, and so that just was a natural challenge. But now the 19-year-olds are coming too, and so trying to align and make sure you're collecting data on the 19-year-olds before they come in and get incorporated in your juvenile system would be really important. The stakeholder group has been marvelous, and some of the folks in that room, and Judge Chris can talk more about it, but the folks in the judiciary that have know about this data, and it's their job to call it and do all that, are part of that group. And so that's sort of an amazing resource for all of you. If that group continues in such a thoughtful way, I think that you can fill in the gaps and make sure it's all there. But it would take a conscious effort, right? And that's where I think the recommendation is to designate some entity to be the lead. Because I think it's easy to let, everyone's so busy, it'd be easy to let that slip. And I think it's worth making that really a prominent feature of your rollout of Raise the Age.
So to ask the question, was there any discussion within the stakeholder group about who might take that lead? I'm thinking about the technology and the communication systems that might need to be in place for this all to happen. So
right.
Yes.
I mean, it's I like Karen and Judge Gerson, who are members, say I would say that. I could see a couple of different opportunities within Vermont to do it, but I do think there is value to have sort of asking that question to the stakeholders, because you got everybody in a room. It may be a little bit of a hot potato. You take it, but I don't think so. This is a group that sort of wraps their arms around it. So I don't know if Judge Gerson and Karen, you want to forge ahead on that.
Yeah, I would just. From my perspective, I would certainly need someone who's more technology savvy than I am to respond from the judiciary. Again, I'll remind the committee and folks that we're in the process now of going from our old system to a new system. The Wyndham, Windsor, and Orange region is just starting that process. So we've got a lot of technology issues already going forward, but I'm certainly willing to talk with folks about who should take the lead on that.
Yeah. Okay. We have another question. Oh, sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Senator Lyons, that I appreciate the question, and I think this requires some more discussion. But one thing I really, really appreciated is that we have very reliable court data, and that Dawn Sanborn, who is a member of the Juvenile Justice Stakeholder Group, has been working on creating a new dashboard that would allow us to get our hands around the data and understand it a little bit more easily. And she and Lindy Boudreau have been working very closely. So just to say it, I think we're making some good inroads, but to answer your question, this is a recommendation in the report that we will need to continue to work through.
Yeah, not the first thing that's going to happen, obviously. But the other real quick question, I don't need a long answer, but the supervision piece obviously becomes interesting because there'd be some supervision based within DCF, within the restorative justice programs. How do we see the supervision being carried out and allocated? And seems like a huge job to me.
So I think the idea here is that we would overlay this on the existing structure for how we delineate our caseload. Okay. That said, per a number of the recommendations in the report, and Lael and I both touched on that we will continue to need to train our staff in actually, there are some differences for 18 and 19-year-olds, especially when looking at their community supports, and their goals are going to be changing. You may not be looking to support an 18 or 19-year-old with completing high school because they may have already done that. It's likely to be transitioning to thinking about employment and career readiness and those sorts of adjustments. And so, again, the division is already taking steps to bring in the training and to make more robust training available through both foundations as well as for the existing staff. So I would say that's an ongoing part of this, but this is what is nice. It's not that we have to build the system anew, that we have an existing system that we just need to make sure that can absorb these cases and well.
Mary Beth.
And I'm wondering if there's, is there any way there's a look-see at those cases? I know that's a very challenging question, but now that kind of the light bulb has gone on and we realize this is kind of the trajectory of an emerging adult, is there any way we look at those cases again?
So,
the cases that have already been adjudicated?
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Redmond, I want to make sure I understand your question. Is it about the types of supervision they currently have in the Department of Corrections, or was there something else I should address?
It's more of a question, an idealistic question of the fact, and that's usually where I come from. But
I like that.
Those individuals, it's a very small number, but there are 2 detained, 4 sentenced. And does any of this new approach inform those cases?
I see. Yes. So I did do a deep dive with Colin Bullard from the Department of Corrections, who is in charge of population management. I think is part of his title, but I'm sure I messed that up in some way. And so we did a deep dive on those 6 particular cases, and both of us agreed, and I in conferring with Lindy about this, that a few of those cases would be very appropriate for the type of supervision that DCF provides. But what's interesting, though, is that we were more focused, frankly, on the rest of the body of cases, not the ones that have ended up in physical custody, because I think that gives us an even better sense for who's going to be hitting our system. And the fact of the matter is that most of them are misdemeanors. As we've described, most of them are getting a very light touch, if anything, by the Department of Corrections. And so that's where, with respect to Lael's overview of our post-merits options, we were really talking through those because we really just have one option in juvenile delinquency, and that's probation. And so we want to expand the types of options that are available so that we also can have commensurate light touches similar to what you see in the Department of Corrections and still age appropriate.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, this is Anne, and I will fully admit I'm coming from the perspective of human services more than the court system, and I may have misunderstood some things that were being said, so I'm trying to get some clarity. On one of the slides, it says convictions resulting in fines only for 18 and 19-year-olds. It looks like that number is, good. I mean, it's increasing. Then one of the recommendations is that that fines aren't a good thing. So how do we marry that? How do we? This is what is happening in the courts, and the recommendation that I thought I heard was that fines was not an effective strategy because who's paying them? So I don't know. I'm just noting what I see as a challenge.
So I think I'm going to speak a little bit about this is sort of a pattern around the country, is that in the adult side, the collateral consequences of getting an actual conviction is enormous, right? And it's housing, employment, mortgages for life. And so sometimes it's judges, or this is not just Vermont, I'm talking just nationally, they're convicted, that's a huge deal, and then they just throw in a fine at the sort of to say something. Whether 18 and 19 are paying fines, we don't know. We know if they are, it's really not them, it's other people. So, but when we were thinking about this 18, 19-year-old, looking at those numbers and thinking, okay, we're going to incorporate it in the family division, one thought was, should the recommendation be that the family division is allowed to assess fines? Because right now it's not. You just can't assess fines.
So this is clearly they're saying they shouldn't have that.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we're saying let's not change that. I mean, they still can, restitution can be paid to victims, all those kinds of things. But let's not inherit that from the adult system. Let's think about it in a developmentally appropriate perspective and say, okay, if we're not going to use fines, let's also not do 12 months of supervision. Let's think of, some targeted approach. And does that help?
No, it does. It does help. I mean, some of this is. I'm just learning, so trying to understand what I'm hearing. Right. And the other was, I think it was you who reiterated the point that sometimes for certain juveniles, more is less. That you want to have a light touch,
right,
in terms of supervision or supports. Right. And then later on, we hear about how that there are a group of emerging adults who are not just supervised but supervised by two in terms of both DOC and family services, and maybe they're different youth. But if they are the same, maybe we need to look at this concept of dual supervision.
The youthful offender status.
Yeah, is that what that is? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
The youthful offenders are supervised. It could be dual supervision, but if all these cases come into the juvenile court, it would be DCF.
Okay.
Right, and I think that especially once the Raise the Age effort goes into effect, I think that we will naturally see that youthful offender will be used less and less and less.
Okay.
And to your point, I think that it would be reserved for cases that are much higher risk, where you want to be having more resources used to ensure that that youth does not reoffend.
Okay. And then my last sort of question of curiosity, if we're talking about risky young adults, and you were talking about also domestic violence and sexual assault, sexual abuse, what about human trafficking, especially as it relates to labor, drug, and sex.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that
Yeah.
population or the work, the groups that I guess maybe I'm just highlighting it that no one needs to answer. But
Right.
I don't see that in any of this material. And my understanding is this is an increasing. This is something that we are noticing that is actually happening in Vermont.
Right. I mean, I think you raise a very good point. I think one of the sort of the advantages of incorporating 18 and 19-year-old on your youth side and being the first state to do that is that you're going to then you're bringing the resources and expertise and adolescent development to that age group, and they're asking questions that the adult side they just don't ask. So I'll give an example. Is I've been to court many times where I've seen a 20-year-old come in and they collect in and say, do you have an address? Yeah, they write down an address. Do they really have an address? There's an address they can remember. But on the youth side, there's more questions about how long have you lived there? Who are you with? What you find with this age group is a huge amount of couch surfing. Mm-hmm. So they're not coming up as homeless, but in effect, they're homeless. For young women in particular who are couch surfing, that puts them in a very vulnerable position where they feel they owe somebody something. And I think the more research we are doing on emerging adults, the more we realize that they were being underrepresented and under-identified for all the things that you just mentioned.
I think they would.
Hold on, Judge Gerson. I'm looking at the clock, and it's 10 of, and our the person who's in the room needs to get on the road. So I want to ask the people around the table if there's anything that they want to ask her. And then I want to highlight that we did have someone on the phone at 1:30, and we have someone then at 1:45. We're running legislative time, but just to keep our comments and questions to the thing. But I want to say thank you, and please
I'm
give you
happy to do it. Thank you so much. It's been
to leave. I really appreciate it.
It's been a great pleasure. It's a wonderful group. You have so many dedicated people in this state working on this issue. It's really so wonderful to see. And I would just say this is challenging, but I do think it's eminently doable. I think you are on the right track, and so I'm really thrilled. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Karen or Judge Gerson, do you have a 1-minute comment that you want to make, or are we finished?
So I think everything has been said.
Okay.
From our
Yes,
perspective.
and I'm appreciating your questions. I'm also appreciating that this is a huge body of work for you guys to sit through in an hour and a half. And so I did just want to share with you all that I'm happy to answer questions at least until December 13th. And so feel free to send anything along to me if you think that there's something else that we need to consider, especially ahead of the next legislative session.
Okay.
We would love your thoughts on that. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks again, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye.
Safe travels.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Dean Thomas.
Yes.
This is Representative Ann Pugh. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Nice to hear your voice this morning.
Thank you, and I apologize for our legislative time lateness, and appreciate your being able to still communicate with us.
Well, you bet. These things happen. I understand that. I do have a flight that I need to catch, and I'm going to need to leave here by 15 after the hour.
Okay, then that's very helpful. Okay, we asked you to testify in terms of giving the Child Protection Oversight Committee, which is a joint committee of the House and Senate of 6 members, but to give an update on the scope of work that UVM is going to be doing for us related to sort of discovering what's going on with the entrance of children in custody.
Sure. Would you like me to just jump in?
Yes, please.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you also very much for your interest in this very important project.
As you know, I am Scott Thomas. I'm the Dean of the College of Education and Social Services at the University of Vermont. I am in an interim capacity also serving as the Dean of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences at the University of Vermont. This project is an outgrowth of a series of convenings to explore the drivers of Vermont's child custody rates over time. And different groups have come together over the last year, say 8 months to a year, to really try to understand the different dimensions that drive child custody rates in Vermont. And there is a perception, and perception-based and empirical fact, actually, that Vermont has an unusually high rate of custody relative to other states across the U.S. The project was designed to focus on more than just what are the one or two drivers that are influencing these higher custody rates. And we decided that the best way to examine this was to focus on individuals, children, in the context of their environments and in the context of the policy domains in which DCF and other service agencies operate. I'll talk a little bit about how we've arranged the study and organized it. Let me first introduce the team. And they're here with me. I'm going to just tell you who's on this team driving this. I am joined by three very talented colleagues. Professor Jessica Strollin, a social worker. She is in our Department of Education at the University of Vermont in the College of Education and Social Services. Some of you might be familiar with Professor Strollin's work through the Child Welfare Training Partnership, and one of her more recent projects has been the Placement Stability Project, which is a trauma-informed adoption competent response to improving well-being for youth in foster care. She's very talented, very well-respected nationally, and brings a very unique set of skills to the problems that we're addressing. Second, we have Professor Tammy Colby, who is a professor in our Educational Leadership and Policy program. Professor Colby is a state policy expert in social service policy and education policy. Some of you may be familiar with Professor Colby's work recently in the special education study that was a prominent feature in the last legislative session, and she's also involved in the school waiting study that will be coming up during this legislative session. Finally, we have Dr. Hannah Holbrook, who is a recent graduate from the University of Vermont Educational Psychology doctoral program. And Dr. Holbrook's dissertation, I'll give you the short title, was Referral Patterns in Service Provision and Child Protective Services. She's one of the most talented doctoral students and doctoral graduates that I have seen across my career, and her work speaks very powerfully to the problems that we've been charged with addressing through this study. My own background is rooted in sociology. My work is focused more on the research side of this. My work focuses on modeling the effects of environmental context on individual behavior. So, for example, how does school climate affect teacher behavior and learning? How does family structure shape children's opportunities? Or how do state policy environments shape individual well-being? These are the types of problems that I study from a modeling perspective to be able to say how different factors relate to outcomes that we might be interested in. So the four of us are engaged in a phase study, and in the scope of work, we have three pieces in two phases. The first is a review of what we know from other research that's been conducted over the last 20 years. The second is a case study of students where we had proposed following individual cases to examine the different points of contact that these children have had with different service agencies and, let's say, healthcare, education, these types of things that might inform an assessment of a child's condition at any given point in time. The third component in this phase study is a longitudinal analysis where we have proposed to go back 20 years or so and look at the actual records of cases that have come through and try to capture why there's variance in custody intake across time, What are some of the factors that are driving intake decisions? Is there recidivism in intake, repeat occurrences? Recidivism is absolutely the wrong word there. I apologize for using that. It came from a different context entirely. And really putting those decisions, those custody decisions in the context of families, in the context of communities, in the context of other service provisions, and in the context of policy changes that have occurred over time, to try to understand what might be driving the variance in custody decisions across that time period. So those are the three phases. Let me stop there for a moment. I want to go into those three phases a little bit more to talk with you about how we've conceptualized four areas that are going to be important to us. But I want to stop and see if there are any questions. I'm a body language reader, and obviously I'm seeing no body language here.
It's all good.
It's all good, and I'm sort of a taskmaster. I've already told you that we now only have 15 minutes before you lose your plane. So go ahead.
All right. So let's go with how we're what we call in academia framing the problem. What are the things we think are important for a thorough understanding of this problem? And if you kind of envision a circle in your mind and you draw a line down the middle of it and line across it, you can come up with four quadrants. Pretty easy. So in that top left quadrant in your mind's eye, think about a label that might say community factors. What are the community factors that might inform or might affect the probability of child custody rates in any given town or any given district or any given region of the state? Move over to the top right quadrant and think about what the individual factors might be. Race, substance abuse in the family, the age of the child, the type of abuse, SDM risk scores, those types of things. So those would be individual factors. If you're going clockwise now, move down to the bottom right quadrant. There could be other factors like interprofessional collaboration that's going on in different periods of time. There could be legal considerations that we might want to account for. There could be fluctuations in workforce characteristics, worker caseload sizes, media pressures. There could be high-profile cases that bring attention to the environment that shape the way decisions are made. So those would be other factors in that bottom right quadrant. Move all the way around now to the bottom left quadrant, and there are policy factors. So there are statutes, policies, legislative changes that occur that influence the decision-making frameworks for people who are really evaluating and making decisions about a child's status at any given point in time. So those four factors, again, community factors, individual case factors, these other factors about the environment, and then policy factors are four areas in which we're organizing our work, and we have a whole series of questions in each one of those areas. That's what we'll do is we're examining the literature and the work that's been done over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years perhaps, and that's what we'll be doing is we're examining the existing data within the state of Vermont to really get at this empirically. So the data pieces are what are going to present a challenge for us at some level. Data are going to be drawn from what others have done across the country over time. That one's fairly easy because that's in the public domain. Data will also be drawn from DCF, and then we're going to supplement those data from some other agencies where that's possible. That sounds like a great study plan, maybe. Some of you may have a difference of opinion, and you'll share that with me perhaps. But the challenge is in actually getting those data in a timely way and ensuring that the data are actually of the quality that will allow for the best study that we can conduct. Now, the latter part's out of our control, like the quality of the data. We need to get in and actually have a look at that. DCF and UVM have an existing data sharing agreement as part of Professor Strolin's placement stability project. And in that agreement, DCF and UVM have contracted with a third party called Vertical Change. And this third party effectively takes data from DCF and anonymizes it, and then passes it along to UVM. So they're a broker. It's kind of a blind third party to this arrangement that ensures that the privacy of the records is protected. Now, we were hoping that we would be able to use that as a starting point to just add additional data that we need to conduct the study that I've been describing to you over the last 10 minutes. It looks like, as DCF has looked at this, and the federal state agreement folks have taken a look at this, that it will probably be easier to actually come up with a new data sharing contract. But in either event, these things take a fair amount of time. And right now, it's looking like the earliest we're going to have these data, according to the last round of emails that I saw, would be March. So that puts us in a jam in terms of being able to address the components where we really need the Vermont-specific data, and it's going to back us up further into the spring, into the legislative session at that point. Now, we're still working on the exact timeline, but I've already got a yellow flag planted right there that might hold us up on some pieces of this. There's still a lot of things that we can be doing to help inform the legislature early in the session. But you've asked for an update, and I'm telling you that I'm seeing a little yellow flag waving right here about our access to some of these data in a timely way. And our partners at DCF have been fantastic. This is not anyone dragging their feet. This is the web of regulation that's guiding the sharing of this type of very sensitive information. And these are important and valid regulations that preserve the privacy and protect the individuals. So we're aware of all that. But I do want to stress that this is not an agency at all holding us up. This is the reality of us having to navigate the regulatory environment. So let me stop right there, and I'm happy to talk with you about your ideas or concerns and respond to the best of my ability.
I'm looking to see if there are any questions or comments. Dean Thomas, I guess 2 questions. One, does it make a difference if, you say the recommendation or the feedback is that you need a new data sharing contract. So the old one doesn't work at all?
No, the old one does work. The old one will be renewed, but the belief is that renewal will be more onerous and time-consuming than creating a new data sharing agreement around this project without the restrictions of that other data sharing agreement.
Okay.
Because that was for a different purpose.
Okay. In the, thank you, in the appropriations bill that was passed that sourced the money to UVM, it says there'll be some sort of report by January 30th. Now, clearly that's not going to happen. And you're not alone. I've just signed about 3 different, okayed about 3 different things from state agencies saying we need some more time. But my question is, do you think, to you and maybe to the committee, does it make sense for any kind of report versus a email that says we need more time on January 30th?
Representative Pugh, I would affirm that we will have a report to the legislature by January 30th.
Okay.
On some piece of that first phase.
Okay.
We'll certainly have a substantial set of information to report at that point.
Okay.
It's the second part that may take a little bit longer.
No, that's fine. And I wanted to see whether folks thought that was feasible or whether, and I appreciate that. I think it will be helpful to us, helpful to the various parties who were interested and to want to ensure that this money was in place to help us frame our future directions. I see that you have exactly 5 minutes before you can catch your plane, according to our clock. Are there other questions?
No, I think the timing question will probably become more apparent with your January 30th report. So
Okay.
I don't have anything further at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, and this was very, Dean Thomas, this was very helpful in outlining and especially setting clear the framing of the problem, and it's exciting the three people that you have, including yourself, the three people that you have involved in this project.
Well, thank you all for your interest and support, and I look forward to working with you and others who are committed to understanding these problems and finding viable resolutions. So let's go forward. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. Erin. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, we are totally changing populations, and, I mean, you know, we're still talking about people. But the Reach Up Case Management Review and Community Engagement Report was to come to us, as well as other, here, we'll pass this to you. And, I'm learning about passing papers.
Spending a lot of time in pre-K classrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought I would just kind of go through some of the main points of the report, and as you know, this was requested.
Erin.
Oh, my name. Sorry. My name is Erin Olikin, and I am the director of the Reach Out program. So thanks for having me today. I'm here to talk to you about the Reach Up Case Management and Community Engagement Report. It was requested that we submit to your committee. So I wanted to start with the vision and the mission of the Reach Up program. This is a vision and mission that we've developed over the last couple of years to really reflect where we hope to be and where we are right now. So our vision is that families will be empowered, connected, and thriving. And our mission, the work that we do here and now every day, is that Reach Up joins families on their journey to overcome obstacles, explore opportunities, improve their finances, and reach their goals. And it's really important to us that the word families is in there, and that was very deliberate because we do work with families, and the needs and the needs of the entire family are really carefully considered, and we look to the well-being of the children and the parents or caregivers as really inextricably tied. So I'll just kind of go through an outline of what I'm going to talk about today and the different areas of this report. The first is I'll outline the current components of the Family Development Plan, and that's the plan that every adult who's receiving Reach Up puts together to plan for their goals and to eventually attain employment. The second is to identify what modifications may be required to make sure that there is a comprehensive assessment of the family's strengths and needs, and so that the Family Development Plan addresses those strengths and needs in the care of the children. The third is I'm going to review how families who are at risk of involvement in the child welfare system or family services division, how we identify those families and how we work to prevent involvement if at all possible, and then continue to work with family services division if family services does take custody of those children. And then the fourth is to examine current practices of serving Reach Up families, and some of these practices include home visiting and numerous referrals and engagement with community partners and on community teams, various community teams, and that's to ensure and enhance parental care and family stability. So the first part is the Family Development Plan. This is something that is statutorily required that every adult, either parent or caregiver, has a family development plan. And this is a plan that outlines employment and other goals and the steps that are necessary to achieve those goals. It's developed by the participant, so it's really a participant-driven process. And then the case manager is there to help and support and guide that process. and to use what we know in science and evidence to help people to be motivated and to reach their goals. So there are 5 main components in the FDP. We call it the FDP for short. One is the employment goal. The second is the responsibilities and the required activities that both the case manager and the participant have. So it's really a legal document. It's something that both parties agree to. Third is the number of hours that the participant is going to take part in any activities. The fourth is the participants and the family's strengths and in any areas where they may need additional support. And finally, we identify resources such as support services, so that may be additional help that the program can offer the family to help them meet their goals. So it's really a living document. It frequently changes, and it also contains elements of or references to other plans that the family may have. So families often have plans with Family Services Division, with Head Start, with the Vermont State Housing Family Self-Sufficiency Program, Children's Integrated Services, and we really try to incorporate those things in the plan, or to at least reference them, so that it's acknowledged that the family is often working on many different things with many different service providers, and we don't want to duplicate efforts. We do want to support them and offer them whatever kind of help they need to meet their goals in other areas as well. And it really does reflect a holistic approach to family well-being, because it does address the needs of both parents and children. So sometimes a family development plan will have things on there that are specifically related to the children. So it could be that the family is working with Children's Integrated Services or with Early Head Start, as just a couple of examples. So in section 2, any modifications that may be required to the program, I did want to start with what we are doing well and what we do right now to address the nurturing and care of children, because the program really does quite a lot. In October 2017, our independent contractor, Leslie Black-Plumo and Rob McIntyre, produced a report for us that examined the indicators of child well-being. They looked at a cohort of families who began receiving Reach Up in 2013 and 2014, and those families had stayed on Reach Up for at least 24 months, which incidentally is typically about the average amount of time that families do stay on Reach Up cumulatively throughout a lifetime. So in this case, these were families that stayed on for 24 months. And what they found was that the families who had participated in the Reach Up program showed marked improvement in things like housing stability, access to high-quality child care, early education, mental health and substance use of the parents and the families, and parenting skills 2 years later. And so all of these things, you know, as we know, the importance of housing stability for the healthy brain development of children, and the mental health and of the parents is critical for children's health and well-being, and of course access to high-quality care has predictors for children's future success, and this is all based on research. And so it's very encouraging to see that Reach Up has had such positive outcomes on families with children, young children. So Reach Up case managers use a strength-based coaching model of case management. So it's really focused on building a mutually trusting and respectful relationship. We recently transitioned to a new assessment process, and the tool that we're using now is called Stepping Stones. In the past, we used the Self-Sufficiency Outcomes Matrix. And this new tool asks about family and child well-being. This whole process has been guided by nationally renowned experts from Mathematica Policy Research and Dr. LaDonna Pavetti, who's been an expert in TANF policy and change for the last 20 years, and she's from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. So we've been really fortunate to work with these nationally renowned experts in helping us transition the program and continue to work in evidence-based ways and using research and science as our basis for what truly works. And so this coaching model is a science-based approach to helping participants achieve their goals. So one of the things, so you might ask, what does goal achievement have to do with children's well-being? Well, one of the interesting things about setting and achieving goals is that it strengthens critical core capabilities. And this has been very well researched by the Harvard Center on the Developing Child, that when adults develop these core capabilities, that they're more able to effectively parent their children and have responsive relationships with their children. And so additionally, the case managers and participants are modeling those responsive relationships of give and take and trusting relationships that are necessary within a family. And so it really builds those responsive relationships, not only between the participant and the case manager, but also within the families who are working, who are participating in the Reach Up program. So one example I just wanted to give of somebody who found some success with this new goal-oriented approach, and this is a shift from the previous, previously it was very regulation-driven, and pretty much somebody came in and a case manager would say, here are the requirements, this is what you must do, you know, and kind of would outline it for someone. So in this particular example, there was a young man who had wanted to do something in, I believe it was the music industry. And in the past, what we probably would have said was, well, that doesn't fit into the requirements of the program, and so you can't do that, but you could do this unpaid work experience. This time, what we did with this new approach is the case manager talked to him using motivational interviewing, asking him, well, what is it that you're really drawn to in this? And said, okay, if that's what you want to do, let's figure out how to do it. So what happened was fascinating. He spent the next week or so researching everything that needed to be done in order to reach his goal, his, you know, kind of dream job, and realized he really needs to get a job in the meantime. And within about 2 or 3 months, he had a very well-paying job, and has stayed off of Reach Up and had through setting those goals on his own and discovering that on his own. This was somebody who had been on Reach Up for multiple years. And so it's really fascinating to see the shift when we, you know, give people the dignity and the structure around helping people to identify what are their goals and how do we strengthen those skills needed to achieve our goals, that it can happen. So that was just one example that I wanted to share with you, but we have many, many more that I'd be happy to come back at some point. I'm sure I will at some point somewhere to share with you. But some of the other activities that may be found on the FDP, the Family Development Plan, are things like working with Children's Integrated Services, working with Head Start, attending therapy appointments, working with family services, attending parenting classes, housing search, childcare search. So all of these things really support, and again, just the parent or caregiver and the child being so inextricably tied that the well-being of one is going to affect the well-being of the other. And I think our case managers really understand that. In all of our training, we kind of reinforce that. Some improvements that we know that we can make and that we're working on right now. One of the things that we're doing, and this is an ongoing process, is assessing the program through a trauma-informed lens. So we are receiving peer support through the Administration for Children and Families, and have been working with a trauma expert from Rutgers University to assess the program and to make changes to the program as we go along, incremental changes to become more and more trauma-informed. And we estimate that probably at least 90% of the families we work with have experienced trauma in their lifetime. So it really is important to understand that in order to help people be successful. And we're also working really closely with Auburn Watersong, whom you may already have met. who is the AHS Director of Resiliency Development and Trauma Prevention. So she's working closely with us as well to make sure that we are really coordinating with other trauma efforts in the state. We're also increasing home visiting when it's appropriate and desired by the family. So that has been, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. And we are continuing to work in collaboration with Head Start and Family Services, CIS, and Parent-Child Centers. So that is always something that we can improve upon and continue to build on those collaborations to work together. And the third area that I'm going to talk about is child welfare and REACH-UP's role in prevention. So REACH-UP families, as I mentioned, they develop really those trusting and responsive relationships with the participants they're working with. And so they are often the first to hear about struggles within that family. So that they either, the participant may share that with them, and that in the combination with going into the home when a participant invites them into their home is a really effective way to be able to prevent children from going into custody because they can work with them on the front end. The other thing is just having some basic needs met through the REACH-UP program is just a critical component to preventing children entering into the child welfare system. Case managers also regularly coordinate team meetings with family services and with other services that the families are involved in. So they're often kind of the main coordinator of those meetings and will very regularly have teaming meetings, child protection meetings, and the REACH-UP case manager will be there to support the family in those meetings. Case managers are also participating in ongoing professional development to increase their skills, and that's something that when I came on board as the director about 4 years ago has been really important to me and to our team as we move forward, is to ensure that people have the training that they need to be able to do their jobs well, feel confident in their jobs. So our latest training was our day-long professional development day, and the theme of that was working with families with complex needs. And so some of the topics for that day included mental health, trauma and resiliency, child and maternal health, employment for adults with mental health needs, and domestic violence. And additionally, the REACH-UP team and Family Services Division staff work together to coordinate services when a child is in custody. And so each of the districts has local teams that work together to identify those families and to make sure they're surrounded with the support that they need. And finally, current practices that we use to support family stability and healthy parenting. We've already heard some of them. There's certainly some overlap between these areas. But we really recognize that in order for families to thrive and improve their finances, which is part of our mission, all members of the family need to be healthy and safe. And again, that goes back to our mission and vision, is that family is in that mission and vision. It is about the family. So recently we put a protocol in place to offer home visits to every family when it's safe and appropriate. And back in 2017, we recognized the need to provide training to REACH-UP case managers in order for them to have the skills and the confidence they needed to go into homes. They were already doing home visiting at that point, but we really recognized that they needed some more training in that area. So we started then, and since then there have been multiple trainings to address safety needs and kind of home visiting best practices or providing services in the home. So we started then in July to track the number, to really be mindful of tracking how many home visits are happening so we can get a good idea of what's happening on the ground. And in July of 2019, 31% of face-to-face appointments were home visits. So by September, so just a couple months later, that had increased to 34%. So it's been gradually going up. And when families are not being met in their homes, they're either being met in the office at ESD or at a community outposting area. And so we do have case managers who outpost in some of the more rural areas especially, so that they can provide a little more efficient service and serve people in those areas. So they're outposting currently at some examples are at NECA, Northeast Kingdom Community Action, the Orange County Parent-Child Center, the Family Place Parent-Child Center in Norwich, Parks Place in Bellows Falls, and Notch Partnering Project in Richford. So those are all areas where they're in the community. And then I also just wanted to share when when meetings are not or when they are happening in the office versus in the home, that some of the reasons that people cite for that are just plain preference, because we ask them, and we won't go into their home if they don't want us there. And also just, it may be the very first meeting between the case manager and the participant. Sometimes they drop in because they're there for other reasons, so they just dropped in, and so they're obviously already at the office. If a family is homeless, they may not have a home to visit in. And then one of the biggest reasons is that they're accessing other resources wherever it is that they happen to be. So they might be going to Department of Labor, or visiting with an employment specialist or WIC, and so they're already in the area, so it makes sense for them to combine appointments. And then another piece is that connections with community partners is really a critical piece in supporting families. So we are connected with multiple community partners, to designated agencies that provide mental health services, preferred providers that provide substance use disorder treatment, VOC rehab, family services, CIS, parent-child centers. The list kind of goes on and on. Our case managers locally and our local reach-out teams are very well connected in their communities, and often sit on many of the kind of teams that are happening in that local area to support families. So some examples of that are ComStat or KidStat, CHARM, child protection teams, some of the housing review teams, and continuum of care. So really, whatever they can do to support the families is where they are in the community. And I did want to note also that in 2017, Mathematica Policy Research did an independent evaluation or assessment of the REACH-UP program, and one of the things that they noted was that teaming and service coordination occur frequently between REACH-UP program staff and community partners. REACH-UP program staff and community partners reported regular teaming arrangements within and across agency to coordinate services for clients. We found, this is Mathematica speaking, a strong commitment to holding regular service coordination meetings involving the parent and a full array of community partners, including child welfare staff. So REACH-UP program really is well poised to coordinate with community partners and address the needs of both parents and children. We're always looking for ways to do things better through training, through building more partnerships and more collaborations, and are really committed to continuous quality improvement.
Erin, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Is this what folks wanted in terms of what was in the appropriations bill in terms of a report? I mean, it covers, but I'm looking to our member of the appropriations committee, if you remember that. If there was anything in particular in addition.
No, I think it's a good overview of what they did. I think, with the drop-off in numbers, that was a piece of the why that's happening is a piece that I'm not sure that this gets at what the population looks like.
Right, and I actually just pulled I did not, excuse me, with a little help from my friends.
Yes, I don't have that ability, but I think.
No, I mean, and we didn't really ask that.
Right, right, but it was, I think, quick, you know, as we did it at the end, but I think the piece of what the population looks like, not exactly what we're doing, is a piece of what was contemplated in that.
Right.
So are you looking for?
There's been a significant drop-off in population. We're in the nature of what the population looks like is very different than what it was even just a few years ago.
Right.
So in serving that population and figuring out what we're doing, it isn't just about what structurally it looks like, it's what do they look like.
Yeah.
And so I think that was a piece of what we were interested in.
Well, I'm happy to talk about that if you'd like to hear a little bit about that. I don't have all my statistics in front of me, but I can tell I can talk in kind of general terms about, in particular, how the demographic has shifted in the last 5 years or so.
And I'm happy to have you talk about that. I will say for me, it would be better if it was down in a form where I can look at it, digest it, and ask questions.
Right. It's hard without having it have been in the bill itself, but
right, we didn't ask for it.
Yeah, I know. It's hard.
Right, but that was a piece of what was in the back of.
Yeah.
So fair warning between now and January. Now that you've given this, we're like, oh, this is good. Now we want more. Please, please, ma'am, we'd like some more.
Okay.
So I think some of that might be that.
I think Jimmy might have some add-ons to that too.
Right, well, we could ask for the change in demographic. I think that's a really good place to begin. If that's easily put into some format that we could look at, doesn't need to be a formal report, but a presentation that we could have in our committees, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I mean, some of the things that we see, which I'm sure is no surprise, is an increase in some of the mental health barriers and substance use disorder. Some of that is very hard to track because it is self-reported and we don't have a system that's good for collecting that data.
In 5 years.
In 5 years, yeah.
Usually we say 3 years.
Well, yeah,
but in next year it's 3 years, and then the next year is 3 years.
Right. But that is also a trend that nationally, that TANF programs are seeing nationally, is that the folks who are left on TANF, pretty much everyone who can get a job easily has gotten a job.
Yep.
And so we, of course, still have people who come in and are on REACH for a month or two, and then they're off and they're employed. And the folks who are remaining do tend to have much greater needs. Homelessness, I mean, you know what all those needs are, I'm sure.
Can you do that by category for us? So we know, because that'll inform where we need to put other energies. That's good.
So interestingly, like some of the areas that are very nuanced, which is why I would love to kind of be able to explain some of that better. Like for example, homelessness data. We have folks who are, I heard one of the previous speakers talking about couch surfing. So no one can afford housing on a REACH grant unless you have subsidized housing, and even then it's a stretch. And so so families are doubling up or they're sharing space with, and all of that, as we know, is incredibly difficult. It's very damaging to children in those families to be so insecure in their housing. So, yeah.
This came on,
No.
This came on the backside of the increase, because it's been so long, and we are still so far behind. So a piece of this came out of that, and then concern about the population. And it was all done at the end of the process, so it was, but that's where the concerns were.
Sure.
So what would be helpful, I think, for us is to know when you might have some of that information in a form that can be presented to our committees.
Can that be like a PowerPoint?
Yeah,
or a
that's
thing?
what I'm thinking about, a simple PowerPoint.
I'm out the first 2 weeks of
You know,
December.
this is
but
January.
Oh, January.
January.
Okay.
This is our last meeting. This is our last
gotcha.
meeting.
Yeah, anytime January or after, I certainly could.
Okay, but I mean, my problem is right now I don't have an administrative assistant to say, remind, please contact so-and-so. So if you could send an email along.
Peggy will keep it.
Peggy will
You can
keep
send
me
it to me and
informed.
I'll.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'll
Great,
put it in a
thank
little
you.
folder just for
Thank
you.
you.
I thought generally we were all overstaffed.
Oh, we are. We're all overstaffed.
And overpaid.
Overpaid.
Right.
Mary Beth.
A question, I was very heartened by this transition from a regulation-driven approach. And I'm curious where you think you are at as far as all of your family service workers in that kind of full transition. Like, where are you at? Like, are you in the early stages of that? I know that there are family service workers who've been with you for years and years. I mean, and that's not an easy, it's almost like a culture shift.
That's exactly it.
And I'm just curious, do you feel positive about that? Where do you think you're at? And I think the approach, the team approach, I think that's a really worthwhile thing to help that happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, such a great question. So it kind of depends on the case manager. Like any culture change, some people are on board right away and others are kind of, well, wait and see. And then there are others who are kind of like, no, this is not the way. But I would say for the most part, we are on our way, but we still have work to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of constantly reiterating, why we're doing this and the science behind it, and that it really truly does work if we do it the right way, and that we assume the best about people and that people have the best intentions and want the best for themselves and their families. And if we do that and we work, with intrinsic motivation and all that we know about responsive relationships, that we'll get there. And so I think the more we talk about it, the more training we do, the closer we're getting. I would say we're somewhere between kind of like probably like intermediate to advanced intermediate right now.
Great.
So yeah, we're getting there. It's very exciting. I will say that we recently hired a case manager who had been a reach-up case manager a number of years ago, went to do something else, and then when there was an opening in that district, she decided to come back and she was hired on again. And she said on a training phone call that we had on the goal-oriented approach, she said, I have to say that I love this new reach up. And she said, I feel like it's actually working. It's actually doing what we want to do with families, and that families are finding it to be so respectful. And, families say, nobody really has ever asked me that. Mm-hmm. And when you hear things like that, you think about, oh my, how much families have been told what to do in so many different realms and so many different services that they've received. And to be the simple question of being asked, what do you want to do, what's meaningful to you, how far you can get with that question is pretty astounding. It's exciting, very exciting.
Good work.
Thank you.
That's great. And as you're coming back at some point in time, because we love hearing this kind of stuff, Mary Beth just talked about how this shift to in practice, and you said, is working. Mm-hmm. My question will be, even though I like to get into the weeds, trying not to get into the weeds, is anything statutorily preventing you from doing that?
Great question.
And if there is, then whether we'll change it or not, I don't know, but let us know.
I'll be happy to let you know. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you very
welcome.
much. Really appreciate it. So we have a little bit of time for committee updates because some folks have been engaged in other kinds of activities related to this work. And as Erin's walking out the door, I'm just going to say I'm part of the two-generation group, which is community, someone from community, a participant, the whole 9 yards, and really trying to focus on doing work differently and connecting with folks. And I'm actually going to a meeting next week. I missed one yesterday that was in Vermont, but going to another meeting in Rhode Island for a day. This is spearheaded by NCSL and the federal, whoever they are, Department of Children and Families kind of thing, in terms of underwriting it and trying to get the community involved. There's, in theory, from some of the other states, there is a philanthropist involved to try to, so trying to sort of get the whole community involved around supporting families and ensuring that families aren't in poverty. And that really is what Reach Up is all about. These are families who are in deep poverty.
So, me next?
Yes.
I talked about this a little bit the last time we met. We're spending 2 days in Ohio talking about the foster care system. We were supposed to come back with a few action steps, and I couldn't remember all of them the last time. But the first has to do with the fact that, and I know this is it's like a broken record thing, that the IT system is just old and outdated, and maybe a 5-year joke isn't going to be acceptable for too much longer. And what struck me about hearing about the research that's going to be done is that there's a chance that they may not be able to get the information that they're going to need to evaluate the system, and that's pretty telling. So maybe it's time to have a serious discussion about that. The second thing was hearing about the foster care advisory board, and it seems that Vermont has something akin to that, and I don't, maybe Amy can remind me what it's actually called, but I don't remember.
It doesn't have an official name anymore. It was formed out of the Foster Care Bill of Rights, and you had statutorily asked us to form a committee with court, DCF, and foster parents, and we met for a year and presented back, and then we've just continued to meet ever since. So it's a work group that meets quarterly, and then there's subgroups that meet monthly from that.
So given that it seems like it's sort of an informal thing, maybe looking to formalize that, and that came out of some discussion from foster families that said that having that kind of voice they found to be really, really helpful for themselves and for the system at large. And along with that went a sense of having some peer support built into the system in a more formal way. And what I've heard from some people who are involved in foster care is that they tend to do that in a more informal fashion, and they kind of support each other, but it's not kind of baked in, and it might be something could be helpful all around, and maybe be done in conjunction with the advisory board. Maybe not. And then my fourth, well, they were sort of fourth and fifth thoughts, was looking at co-parenting between foster families and birth families, and when appropriate and able, asking them if they can participate together in forming goals towards reunification with birth families, and maybe trying to knock down some of the whether they're perceived or actual, but like adversarial situations between foster and birth families, and making birth families feel like they're not
Important.
yeah. Thank you. And again, if that's an actual part of a spoken goal and not just left to being an informal thing. Potentially helpful, not in all cases, it's clearly not something that can happen in all cases, but, and then a fourth little thing that came up is that if the goal is reunification, but you're also hoping to provide permanency for a child, if you're dealing with a family that has a substance use disorder of any kind, as we know, that treatment and recovery are a continuum and an ongoing process, and are there sort of artificial barriers to reunification, because there can be a lot of stop and start, and maybe how to work into the system different timelines where that's a factor.
Peer support. Too.
Yeah, and peers, right, and that, you know, they sort of larger than just the.
So Kelly, this looks, a lot of this looks really good. I know that we've talked about some of this in the past, but it gets to be more and more important going forward. Are you thinking about putting a bill in, legislation in to begin the conversation?
I would certainly be willing to. There are the other thing that came along with my little hand scratch list is some examples from some other states that are doing similar things or have done similar things. So there's some good jumping off places. And so I don't know if we want to pick and, or if I want to, in discussion with you or all of us or whatever, pick and choose one or two things. I know that the IT system is a much bigger.
I'd say the lower the fiscal note, the better off we are.
That is very true. But I don't, you know. Yes, I'm completely willing to do that.
I think you should. I mean, you've done a lot of work. It's up to your chair, though,
whether it goes anywhere. But I'll also put in a plug for the, you know, the Office of Child Advocate bill that's hanging on our wall, which we have heard about, is something that came up at this conference as well. And I had some discussions with the representatives from Maine and New Hampshire about their programs, and something that we talked about. So.
You know, and then after listening to the report earlier, becomes more and more apparent that that conversation has to happen.
Well, and there's, I mean, that there's a part of me, just even hearing some of what was said, and just as we're beginning to refocus on foster care, what I just came to realize, and I'm embarrassed because it is out of my other life, parts of my other life, in terms of training of family service workers, in terms of recruiting and, let's say, supporting foster parent retention, that's through the Child Welfare Partnership. That is not through, I mean, it's through a contract with DCF, but I mean, that is not done by, and so it's like, it probably is, and they've done some research and they're also doing things. And we probably should hear what they're doing and what they're, I mean, some of this has been, Dean Thomas talked about Dr. Stolen, Professor Stolen, and her work, which was funded through a federal grant. And so what is the outcome of it, and is this another example of a fabulous federal thing that's now disappeared, or is it ongoing? And so, I mean, there's a part of me that thinks that along with everything else, along with seniors, along with everything, but we need to focus. I mean, I think I'm going to blame it all on you and the Senate appropriations. You sort of put some things in the budget that I think to highlight areas that maybe we need to look at more closely, one of which was, Reach Up, and the other is our child custody and how do we support families.
Good. But the child advocate, I know that there will be, the money issue is always a problem, but defining that as something that fits Vermont and may not be the full-blown everything might help move us along.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's in your hands.
Wait a second.
Well, I think there is energy in our committee, though, to look. That's the sense I get.
Right, but you don't want you don't want to have the energy bubbling over and then you don't want to stop it.
Yeah.
It needs to be collaborative.
Yeah, right.
I got it. I know.
No.
We'll be happy to look at something. But again, it's money. It's all about
Yeah.
what
You
fits
want
with
what,
Vermont.
Senator?
Oh.
Don't tease. So, is there any?
Yeah, I do have one other thing.
Okay, good.
All right, it's a little thing. It's a small thing. It was a great program last evening in Winooski, a film that was brought to us by Let's Grow Kids. And it was really, I felt, a celebration of all the work that we have done with early child care. And last session, we did a huge amount of work. But the movie itself is very compelling. It's about an hour long, maybe a little bit longer. And I really think it would be great to expose our colleagues to the film. So I'm just throwing it out on
What's
the table.
the film?
It's called A Small Thing. And it's about childhood development. It goes through the whole system of child care and early child care. So from brain development to families in need and everything that we know and have talked about. But I thought it would be, I have talked, who did I talk with? Maida was there last night, Maida Townsend. She's interested.
I mean, there is, and I've talked to another chair, this whole concept about brain development is of interest to a lot of people. And then as we're talking about adolescence is longer than it used to be.
It's all part of it.
And I'm sitting there going, what does that mean for things that we've done that say at 21 you can do them? Do we need to, anyway. I wonder if, how we share that information and do it in a way that people can, if they want to.
This one is more about early child development. So the first 3 to 5 years of life, and but also about the system of care or early care that exists or doesn't exist. Pretty generic film, even though it wasn't made in and about Vermont, but it does relate very much.
Thank you.
So
I'm going to leave it.
Yeah, we'll work together.
Senator Westman, do you have anything? No?
You covered it.
We covered it? So thank you all. I think that we met, 4 times, and we got a lot. I think, we have heard and we've, got a jump start on things that we want to pursue. What I would suggest to you, and Dick isn't here, but, and Richie, as to how it makes sense if you want Bryn or me or you to come to your respective committees to give an update, because if you think as it is appropriate in terms of what we did. I think it's really clear today's first report. We'll start with judiciary, and for appropriations will clearly have a role in that, but what is the role of healthcare, health and welfare, and human services? We'll need to see whether just to pay attention.
Well, right. I do think that the first report is really important to go both of our committees.
Okay.
We have to hear it.
Okay.
As that bill develops in judiciary.
Okay.
And or appropriation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good work.
Yeah.
Good work, all of
Representative
us.
Hugh, thank you for your
work on this. And we're 3:00.
everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, additions to the agenda tonight, I have none. Does anybody else have any?
I have been asked about some contract questions. Could we possibly get an answer on that this evening?
How are we using that?
Contracts regarding what?
Employee
I can make it.
contracts.
Okay, employee contracts. So we're gonna add that as number 2, a new business, employee contracts question.
So moved.
Can I get a second, please?
Oh, second.
Moved and seconded to add employee contracts question, new business, part 2 tonight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Approval of meeting minutes, regular meeting and budget meeting, November 19th to 20th.
Actually, have a correction for regular meeting. On page 4, under the giving tree, I did not vote on that. I had recused myself. Page 4 at the top of the regular.
So that was for the meeting minutes on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll accept a motion to approve as corrected.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the regular meeting minutes of November 19th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. November 20th budget meeting minutes, please.
On page 2, should be from the capital fund, or capital plan. To forego the bid policy, take the money, not from the capital, but the capital fund. Right.
Are we on the motion?
Yes. It just says from the
Just spelling.
capital.
Up from the
Capital.
capital plan. I move that we accept the minutes from the special budget meeting on Wednesday, November 20th as corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the November 20 meeting, budget meeting minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Those in warrants, please.
Move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 12T, accounts payable, $183,700.83. 46S payroll, $6,872.78. And 47S payroll, $8,614.43.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Salvage yard permit. You are first on the list, John. So I know you stopped in the office today and didn't quite have everything signed yet, but you have everything now, you believe?
I think we've got everything.
Okay. So, in light of the fact that we don't have anything in front of us right now, what we're gonna do is we'll accept the copy that you have. We'll make copies of it for the select board. We'll have Tim take your check for the permit, and then we will discuss this at the next meeting. Because without having anything in front of us, there's really nothing for us to talk about, unfortunately.
It's my fault for not, I didn't realize it had to be in this quick.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's see if I've got everything in order for what you guys need.
Okay.
Michelle was nice to help me with everything there, and I think I've got.
Yeah,
I wanna
if you
pass
wanna-
you everything and see if you've got everything, and Kenny can explain to you, we got a copy of the map and drew where the property, where he
Okay.
plans to put these cars and the house and the barn fence to build on the property.
Okay, so if you wanna hand all that stuff to me,
I think
do that real quick, make sure that he's good to go. And like I said, we'll put you on our next agenda to actually have the full discussion. We won't do it tonight just because we're just now receiving the permit, so we really don't have anything that we can discuss at this point. So,
And did you get the book, the deed book and page?
right here, I didn't know you did that, so I thought that was a mistake. Okay, and I'm gonna give you everything, you give it back. There we go.
yeah, we'll just,
That's everything I've got.
we'll hold on to it, file it with the permit.
Yeah, and whatever you need, but what I wanted to say is that, Ken, I asked him all the questions on that page you asked him to, and he's not gonna be doing any of those things.
Oh, this is what the information Tim gave you?
What's that, huh?
Tim gave you this information? The deed and page?
No, I got that for Tim, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will have you, we'll have you back once we have copies to all the select board members and the maps and all that kind of thing, and we can all sit down and go over it all together on the 17th.
Super, that's it, yeah.
All right?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you coming.
Yep, thank you.
I'll just keep all of this together for
Keep it
you,
all.
so I'll just come back to
You got it.
Okay.
You found the check too, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it was, I saw it stapled on there.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody, have a great night.
Okay, employee contracts question.
So the long and short of it is two people have asked how come one person has a contract and other department heads do not. So here I am asking that question, and I'm curious what the response is.
I have also been asked that question.
I would imagine.
And, my response to the inquiry was, it seemed like the appropriate thing to do for that position. I didn't hear any more kickback after that. I don't know whether they, but there still was, like, how come we don't get, we're also town employees.
So I'm torn on it because I feel that there is some merit to it. I
Yes.
have a contract to protect my job. I would assume you have a contract to protect yours, you do not? Nope.
I don't have one either.
Well, that's,
And you're not getting one? I'm year to year.
so I don't know, I mean,
No contract.
I'm curious if there is a reason that we didn't look at that, or if there's a reason that we should not look at that.
Yeah, I think I wondered also, in light of finding out administrators in the area that do not have contracts, that I think when we went through that process, we kind of thought that they all did. So, that's just kind of the other side of the coin.
So my take on it is that there's only 2 employees that are not elected officials that are department heads outside of Michelle. That's Seth and Dave.
Jane?
She gets
Well, I
paid
have
from
my
a
own
separate
board.
budget
Oh.
and her own board, so it doesn't really count. So there's only 2 others. Traditionally, and I'm only just saying it traditionally, is that those are not contracted positions. One, a rec facility doesn't even exist in the majority of towns around here. 2, I don't know about highway contracts, I have no idea whether they exist around here or not. So that could be, something that we missed and something that we can look at. But the majority of town managers, town administrators, that kind of thing do have contracts. Because they are the head of the department heads, so to speak. If you look at an organizational chart.
No, and I get that,
Yeah.
but at the same time, we were worried about it, so
Yeah. That would be my reason.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's somewhat common to have a town manager, town administrator, with a contract. I don't believe it's customary with the town highway boss or recreation director.
And I would say that it probably isn't. I think that and correct me if I'm wrong, I would assume that it's probably the same people that have raised it, but that there's a sense of protection over here for the one contract that was signed, and there's a sense of, well, what the heck, I've been here this long and I don't get that same
Right.
protection given to me.
But at the same time, it was never asked for either.
But on the other hand, it really is, it's, you say, protection, but we really all have the same thing, because there's reasons why a town administrator could get dismissed that are pretty much the same things that an employee could get dismissed for.
Right,
So-
but with the contract, that clearly spells out what happens upon that dismissal, what kind of protections you are given. I mean, it is
Yeah,
clearly
financially
outlined
and
for them.
everything, right, right.
But then, like
Right.
my contract only states that this is my job position, this is what I'm paid, and the rest of it is all within the employee handbook, what my protections are.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and to say that it hasn't been asked for, no, it wasn't asked for because it was never on the table until we presented one, and now they're curious why they weren't afforded the same.
It was afforded to their boss, not to them, I guess is how I would put it, so to
Yeah,
speak.
I mean, I think that I said that it wasn't unusual for, town administrators to have a contract, and that it seemed like the right thing to be doing. And like I said, I never heard anything else again, so.
Okay.
Maybe they went to you then.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Can I add one other thing?
Sure.
Remember that contract really also protects the town. Cause if I give you 2 weeks' notice, there could be some serious financial ramifications for what, like grants that are out there and things like that.
Yeah.
That would be very, very difficult to manage, and have somebody walk in 2 weeks to pick it up, and I can't do that to you. I can't just say, I'm out in 2 weeks. So it does provide the town some protections too.
Right.
Which can be very important.
But I think, yes, I agree, but I think in most cases, a contract is much more protective of you over the town.
And that may or may not be the case, depends on how you look at it. But it is also your protection too.
And I wasn't disputing that,
No, I
but I think that there is a lot of protections in there that certainly serve you as well, that aren't just to protect the town of Vernon.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Good. Anything further? Okay. Articles for consideration. Shall the voters appropriate, I'm just gonna go right into this, cause we're getting accustomed to this, process of articles. Shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund? So we talked about this, with the grant that we're seeking out, but we need to have the matching funds in there and available as well. So I think that's why this was added, correct?
No, this is.
Well, it's something that we
this has
always
been
have,
here
but
every-
it.
Right.
Every year.
But there were some questions about what the culvert plan was.
Yeah.
So I had emailed Dave and he had sort of spelled out.
You sent his response to us.
Right. And so you had asked for it to go back on. These are the same numbers that were in last year.
And you
So-
said he was fine with those, right?
Yes, this is
Yeah.
what Dave asked for.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we happy with, the number of 40,000? Okay. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund? Chris?
Yep.
Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy? Yeah. Okay. Good with that one. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised in taxes to the town parking lot maintenance fund? Really gonna screw everything up, Gene?
I know before we wondered what the parking lots were, so apparently it does include the school. So, yeah, there's a few parking lots.
Yeah. Yeah, I have questions about that side of it.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Well, I think traditionally what's happened in the past, just like the reason that we plow, just like the reason that we've had rental fees and stuff like that, is at one point, it was extremely beneficial for the town to take on any expenses they possibly could for the school.
Right.
It was beneficial to our taxpayers because of the tax rate and all that kind of thing.
Right.
That switch has kind of been flipped and it's now kind of a wash.
Yeah.
And I think at some point it's gonna flip even more and be in the negative, so that's something that we should, probably, I don't know how to determine who actually is responsible for the parking lot if the town goes, we're not doing it. Is it WSU's problem because or does the town have some sort of liability to the parking lot at that point?
Who owns the parking lot?
But
Well,
we're
that's,
not-
there's the
Who owns the
thing,
land?
that's my question.
Well, the town does because we are out of the district.
Yeah, we're not gonna get anything out of them.
No, to maintain, you know, we've kept our own school,
Yeah.
so we're out of it for them.
But that could change in a year, and it probably will, would be my guess, but,
Really?
yeah. It's just my line of thinking, I don't have
It
any
used to be
special
once and done.
insight,
You were
but.
out, you were out. Never
Yeah.
come back.
That legislation is so screwed up, you can do whatever the
Yeah.
heck you want, they don't even know what's going on till it's over, so. But, okay,
Yeah.
I guess that answers my question. So, Jean, you're good?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yeah.
Jeff? Chris? How does it feel to be last? The first shall become last, the last shall become first?
Kinda like it, it gives me a chance to think, make sure I,
Okay. So, public
You can
participation
decide
on
how everybody
non-agenda
else
items.
votes, then go with
There's
it.
no public.
There's no public. So, correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all the correspondence in your packets. Did everybody get the email with the invite to Montpelier for the governor's award ceremony for the community grant? Please let me know if you would like to attend, and I'll RSVP for the town of Vernon. And that's a negative here. And also, I did wanna ask the select board's permission. I was approached, by a member of the motorcycle club a couple weeks ago. They're having their toy drive, and, they were looking for a way to distribute the toys. So after talking with Jean, it's a little much for the Giving Tree to tackle this year. I've spoken to the Rotary, and North Star has also agreed to help, to try to do a shopping evening, because last year they had like 175 toys and 9 bikes. Wrapping that many toys is out of the question, but we would need a space to have like a Friday night, Saturday kind of shopping day for parents to come. The logistics I'm kind of working out, but I think I've got it figured out so that those toys can stay in Vernon for Vernon kids. But need permission to use the building. I can go to the Rotary to get their liability insurance, so it's really not a function of my job. It's just asking for permission to use the space.
I think it's a good idea.
has the school been kept in communication on all of this? I mean, as far as the children that would benefit from this, how does that work?
So I talked to, because it's part of Rotary and North Star's involved, I'm kind of in the middle as well. So I talked to Mary today. We're gonna be sending flyers home with each one of the kids. And essentially stating, you know, if you need the help this Christmas, please return the flyer to your teacher or to the Vernon Elementary School office. And then that's how we'll capture the folks in need and be able to reach out to them and, you know, kind of make sure that everybody has what they need. So yes.
And the Giving Tree has already gotten a lot of referrals also for that, so. It was just more than 3 of us could handle, like 100 and whatever toys. Yeah.
So the guys from the club are gonna collect.
Yeah.
North Star has agreed to come in and send some volunteers to help organize all the toys, and then do the shopping day with us, along with a couple members of the Brattleboro Rotary Club as well, so.
Yeah.
And when are
I think
we?
it's a great idea.
When are you trying to do that?
They.
December 20th and 21st would be the shopping days
Right.
here, but they would need to drop off the toys a little bit prior to that, obviously, so we can have volunteers come in and, arrange everything. The actual toy drive, a little plug for the toy drive, is the 7th. Bring your new unwrapped toys to the club on Governor Hunt Road. So, if everybody is okay with that, I entertain a motion to let those organizations involved utilize the space.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to let all those organizations that we just mentioned, the Brattleboro Rotary, North Star, and the Iron Militia Motorcycle Club, to utilize the space for the toy drive. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
So, Select Board Workshop, December 4th, regulars, December 4th.
It's tomorrow.
Regular Select Board meeting December 17th, and Select Board Budget Workshop on the 18th. We will reconvene tomorrow for our budget meeting. We are adjourned.
Call this meeting to order. We've got a couple changes. There's a change to a couple of the warrants. There's cemetery, it's not 4, it's actually 1. There's a reappraisal, RF5, and then there's a capital fund for 3. Capital Fund 3. So, how about the minutes? We were all at both meetings.
I will move that we approve the minutes of November 20th and November 27th.
I'll second that.
Discussion on those? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, how about warrants 12, 12P, Cemetery 1, RF 5, and Capital Fund 3?
I'll move to approve bills for payment warrants 12, 12P, Cemetery Committee number 1, reappraisal, RF number 5, and Capital Fund number 3.
I'll second it.
Discussion? The Capital Fund one is for the heat pump. It's $3,600, but there's a $400 rebate that we should be getting for that. So that'll bring it down to $3,200. Other than that, any other discussions? All those in favor?
Aye.
No visitors. Road foreman's report. I've got a call in to a company about the bats up in the attic. And I haven't heard back from them, but
To clean up.
for a cleanup to get a price, and haven't heard anything. So when I do, I'll let everybody know. And so correspondence for information. Anybody see anything they wanted to discuss? Correspondence for discussion and/or action. Anything? Okay, new business, library trustee appointment.
I would move that we appoint Phyllis Emery to the library board.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
She seems great.
Yeah, she did. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unfinished business, nothing there. So, anybody else, anything they want to bring up? Okay,
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Second?
all right, we are adjourned.
Again, with my apologies, I call the meeting to order. Has anyone anything they'd like to add to the agenda for this evening?
Just the change of the gentleman who's visiting today.
Right. I understand there's no reason for an executive session this evening. I believe we could proceed by moving right to the scheduled member of the public, Mr. Simmons, is it?
That's me.
Yeah, we'll go, they will, after that, we'll come back to approval of minutes, road business, etc. Sir, thank you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me, and I really appreciate your moving me up in the schedule so I can go home and play in the snow. So my name is Tom Simmons. I live in Chester. I'm a partnerships specialist with the U.S. Census Bureau, New York office, which is a fancy way of saying I'm not the guy who knocks on doors taking information. What I do is I'm in charge of going to community groups, town boards, senior centers, Rotary clubs, Lion clubs, all throughout Windham County, Windsor County, and Sullivan County, New Hampshire. I got a big territory. In preparation for the 2020 rollout of the census. Just so everyone understands what's happening, and when the phone calls start coming into town hall, you know what's going on. So we have to do this every 10 years. This is the decennial census. It happens in the years ending in a 0. And this is, and the Census Bureau does other surveys in the years in between. So sometimes people will say, well, I just did the survey, 2 years ago, or someone just came to my door. That's not the decennial. That's really just information gathering. The decennial is important to the town because, first of all, it determines the reapportionment. And while it's not likely that Vermont's going to get a second congressperson in Washington, it is likely that it will change the configuration of local representation in Montpelier. And in Windham County especially, one of the concerns has been the number of senators in the state Senate, because a lot of indications have shown that population has fallen in Windham County relative to some of the other counties. So we want to make sure that everyone gets counted. Everyone gets counted once, gets counted in the right place. The second reason, and this might even be the more compelling reason that this is important, is because $675 billion every year at the federal level is allocated to the states based on these numbers, and they're locked in for the next 10 years. And the programs that are attached to it are school lunch programs, women, infant, children, special ed, funding for local schools, which, as I don't have to tell you, has a big effect on property taxes, and it's a big part of your school budgets. Meals on Wheels, Medicare Part B, first responders, economic development grants, fuel assistance, housing rehab. There are a lot of programs that our local people benefit from and that bring dollars to the community based on these numbers. So it is of utmost importance that everyone gets counted. Now this year, there's a lot of changes this year. So if you're used to what's happened in the census in the last 10 years ago, it's different this year. Starting in March 12th, that's the actual rollout of the general census. Every household will get a letter from the Census Bureau inviting them to take the census online. For the first time in history, online will be an option. Which for many people, that's going to be great, and we're hoping it actually helps to elicit some good response. If they don't respond in a week, they'll get a follow-up. Hey, we haven't heard from you. Go online or give us a phone call. It will be available online and on the phone in 12 different languages. And a week later, if we haven't heard from you, it's, hey, what's the matter with you? We haven't heard from you, do it. By the first week in April, because that's really the official census date is April 1st, anyone who has not responded in one of those fashions will get another notice from the census. This time the form will be in it. Now, the issue that could possibly raise its head here, all right, is that not everyone has access to the internet. Not everyone is comfortable putting things like their birthday over the internet. In particular, obviously there are some problems with some rural access issues. But from my discussions with other groups in other communities, there's a large number of senior citizens who are reluctant to do this. And as soon as they hear me say you can do it online, there's some fear and trepidation there. They will get the form. They will get the form. They can do it the old-fashioned way. However, we've got to make sure that they don't get the first mailing from the census, see it says online, throw it away. Get the second one saying go online, throw it away. Get the third one saying, hey, go online, throw it away. And then when the fourth one comes, throw it away. Because these are not addressed to people. The census is not addressed to Jane Smith. It's addressed to 15 Blueberry Hill. It's addressed to occupant at. So we don't, we want to make sure that people, especially older people and people without internet access, don't get into the habit of throwing away bulk mail from the government addressed to occupant, telling them to go online, right? And in Newfane in particular, one of the things I do is pour over all the statistics for all of the communities like crazy. There are no red flags. You don't have proportionately larger numbers of, let's say, seniors or minorities or foreign-born than any other town in Vermont, but 23% of households still are seniors, which is typical of Vermont. So there's a, you know, you got that red flag there. We don't want people to avoid doing the census because they think they have to do it online and they've thrown it away. There's also a number of people who just don't like responding to surveys, who ask, why is the government asking me this? Why do they have to know this? A big change this year as well. There was no long form census. No long form. It's been done away with in the decennial. So no one's asking how much do you make. No one's asking what's your roof made out of and how many bathrooms do you have in your house. It's simply what's your name, your address, your phone number, your birthday and age, how many people live here, race and gender, and you're done. It's simple. It's also extremely confidential. We are not permitted by law to release any individual or household information to any law enforcement agency, to immigration, to ICE, to the local building and zoning inspector, to the school district, because a lot of people, you know, they overthink, how is this going to affect me? I'm on the lease, but my boyfriend lives with me, so I shouldn't put him down. No, you should. Well, I've got someone living with me in the garage or in the RV in the backyard. They're not supposed to be, so I don't include them. You're supposed to include them. None of this, you know, gets shared with any agency. And I can say that till I'm blue in the face, but that doesn't stop people from being reluctant because they don't know how the data is being shared. So, bottom line is to wrap this up. It's important to your town for all of those funding programs I mentioned that we get an accurate count, that every single person is counted. And I mean, we can do what we can do at a federal level, and we will be doing a lot of PSAs and a lot of advertising and putting a lot of information. But you're the trusted voices in the community. It needs to come from the community. It needs to be a bottom-up effort as well as a top-down effort. The more that there's talk in the community that the census is coming, and this is important for our town, the better the response is going to be. We know that for a fact. Now, I was really happy to see you have a poster at Town Hall for census jobs, because it's much better. If you don't respond, we're going to knock on your door. And it's much better if someone can say, hey, you know, Joe came to my door last night with the census, as opposed to some guy I've never seen came to the door and asked my phone number. Is this legit or not? Everyone who comes to the door, we want to hire locally. So, you know, push that. The jobs pay $17.50 an hour. And even though they don't start until, say, April, we start training them in February, and they get paid from that point on. So it's a really good part-time, flexible hour job that'll last through the summer. They'll all be fingerprinted. They'll go through a federal background check. They'll all have these tags. And the police will be notified before people go out, and they'll have official Census Bureau placards in their car and on their iPads. And I tell you all that because 10 years ago, down south, there were scammers who went door to door and said, hey, I'm from the census. Can I see your ID? What's your social security number? We're not asking any of those questions. It's the basic questions that I just went over. So if anyone is doing that, you know you got some scam artists in the neighborhood. The other thing you can do, and these are just some ideas I'll throw off you. If the town has and I don't know if you do, a listserv or a website or some way of communicating with the public. Some towns have newsletters, some have
Website.
I am happy, and I do this for 80 different towns, to put together small blurbs, small articles about the census. Each one pretty short, each one focusing on something different: confidentiality, the importance of counting children. A lot of children. We undercounted 1 million children 10 years ago, and that's usually due to complex living arrangements, and no one is quite sure where to put them, but they don't get counted. I can forward those to you if you're willing to do that. The town report. A lot of people read the town report because what else are you going to do in February? We can put a blurb in there. Same thing. If there are groups in the community that are particularly have a really good outreach, let me know. But I need you to let me know who they are, because I don't know who they are. In some towns, in many towns, it's the senior lunches. I've been doing a lot of senior lunches. In some towns, it's the Rotary. In some towns, it's a particular church or an interfaith group that just has a lot. They have their fingers all over the community. If you can open those doors, if you can, I had one town clerk say to me, my sister runs 3 different Meals on Wheels programs. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, let me give her a call. And boom, we got information to a whole bunch of people. So if there's any people I should talk to, if there are any organizations I should work with in town, any special events where it might be appropriate to have someone from the Census Bureau there, let me know, and I'll be here. That's my job. But I need to hear from you, and I need you guys to talk it up in the community that this is important. It's important for us and our town. If you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Everything I just said, I'm leaving in a folder for you.
Well, it's interesting that you said that you're just trying to, it's for governmental funding opportunities for your community. Like, I'm over 50 years old, and I don't know what they were doing with my information, why they were gathering it. So to have an answer of the reason why makes sense.
Sure. And once you submit the information, they check it to make sure it's not a duplicate.
Yeah. Right?
Because college students are often duplicated because mom and dad say, I'm paying the bill, so I'm putting them online. But then they answer their own census. So once we've checked there's no duplicates, it gets divorced from you personally and it's aggregated.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So we could never tell you that little Sally Jones is 3 years old and lives at this address.
Right.
But we can tell you that there are 200 kids between ages 0 and 5 living in this town.
Yeah.
So
it's really a body count.
It's exactly that. It is a body count.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether you are literally legally there.
Yeah.
Whether it's not a zone building for living in because you're, as I said, you're living in an RV in the woods.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you are related. It doesn't matter if you are a citizen. None of that matters. If you're a body in the town, you impact that town, and that town has a right to count you when it comes to competing with towns from across the country for these programs.
Makes sense now.
One place you might want to reach out to is the Newfane Congregational Church. They do a lot of meals and gatherings and such. I'm not sure who the point person would be, but they do a lot for the community.
Do they have regular monthly senior meals, or maybe even more than that? Or?
Yeah. Isn't that the senior meal spot?
They do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can also send you a list, Tom, because I've got some
Ideas.
information already.
I would love you.
Yeah.
I would love. I do about 9 of these kind of events every week, and then I do the follow-up events and the meals. And I'm speaking at the Springfield Lions Club tomorrow night. I'm the featured speaker. So this is what I do. So.
And I'm the Lions Club chair for Valley Lions, for Newfane, well, for the West River Valley area.
And you having a dinner or a meeting? You need a speaker?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes, definitely.
Do you want to email
I
it to me?
will email it to you.
Excellent.
Yes. Yeah.
See, that's why I come to the sales.
I'm also part of Newfane and New. I can also mention to them at our next meeting.
What, Newfane and New?
Newfane and New, it's a community volunteer group.
That's perfect.
And the fire department, so reach out to you.
And we have 36 different flyers that are geared towards different communities, and sometimes it's just good to have those on hand.
How many employees are you looking to hire for the?
We are looking to hire 9,000 people in Vermont, in the state of Vermont. That's how many we're recruiting. I can tell you, we are 30% towards our goal, and training starts in February, and we're behind. We're way behind.
Okay.
Because unemployment is so low in Vermont right now.
Yes, yeah.
And for whatever reasons, people don't get excited about going door to door in the end of March and early April in Vermont. Can't understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to time out. I have to laugh. We have all these posters at the Census Bureau of people, happy census takers going door to door, knocking on the door, and they're in short sleeves, and it's sunny out. And there's all these green bushes. It's like you don't know Vermont. And the first week of April, really, with your muffers on.
Yeah.
So that's all awesome. Thank you.
How many hours are devoted to taking the survey or training for the program?
Well, actually, the training, you do it online at your convenience. Then we have a meeting, and let's say we had 5 or 6 people from Newfane. We would probably ask, gee, can we come to town hall and do a training session here, so to make it easy for people. And then they're also getting their background checks and stuff. Pretty soon you're in March, and at that point, we may have them working full-time immediately, because before we do the door-to-door stuff, we actually have to go to all of the group quarters, assisted living places, any places where there's a group home. And they have to work with the administrators so as to not be disruptive to get all that information. So there's opportunities even before the actual door knocking to actually be working. And it lasts through the summer. Okay?
Awesome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for braving the elements and coming down. Appreciate it.
A gold star.
My reindeer got a good workout.
There you go.
Great to meet you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we come up with new questions, you'll get them.
That's great. I'm your point of contact for any questions you have in the census. You've all got my card, so.
Thank you. Okay, we return to minute review, approval of minutes of November 18th. If you've had a chance to look them over, someone willing to make a motion for their approval?
Second.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes of November 18th, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. We had a budget meeting on November 25th, and there are minutes that show.
We need to continue that as 2 of the members here now are at the meeting. So we have to continue that to the next.
Good point. Thank you.
There isn't a road foreman's report tonight because Jay was out plowing.
Fairly understandable.
We'll continue that as well.
Okay. We'll move then to one on us, the administrative assistance report highlights. What?
With budget meetings underway now, that has been where most of the focus has been this week. A few more requests for social service appropriations have been received, and I will include those in the copies to you in my email on Friday. And I'm working right now to update the renewal for SAM, which is the system for awarding management that allows us to seek federal funding for disaster recovery, and that is wonderful. It's a challenge.
When's that due?
I have 2 months to finish it.
Are there areas where you'd like help?
I think Jay's gonna have to come over and help me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of questions? Is it like a re-registration?
It's a renewal of the registration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just did the renewal, but it was just a yay, okay, and I got through it with it. Okay. Well, I can help you if,
Awesome.
okay.
I will keep
Thank
that
you.
in mind. Thank you.
I've done it.
And that's it.
I make a motion to accept administrative assistance report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the administrative assistance report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unscheduled members of the public?
Thanks for coming.
Okay, we have the traffic ordinance on our agenda for tonight. And I would dearly love to have the road foreman here for that discussion.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I don't think there's any push rush on that. So I would suggest we put it off to a future agenda, and I'll try to see to it that it comes up again. New business, health insurance. Turning to you for information and help.
Thank you. The increase is in the spreadsheet that's attached to your packet tonight. The family plan has gone up $318.33 a month. And if we continue at a 2080, which is 20% increase for the employee and 80% that the town picks up, the family plan will cost an employee an additional $63.67 a month. The town's share would be $254.66, and that breaks down to $14.69 a week, added to what the employee pays weekly. It would be $82.46, and that's 87% that the town's share is picking up.
So our share would be $82.46.
The employees, each employee that has a family plan,
Yeah.
would be paying $82.46 a month.
And what
A
would the,
week, I'm sorry.
and what would the town be paying?
$3,055.97.
That's a year.
Oh, per year, yeah.
What's the weekly increase for the town?
You would take the $254.66 and divide that, you would times that by 12 and then divide that by 52. Let's go here.
Because that's at a weekly rate, you're saying, right?
Yes.
Or a monthly rate?
Monthly.
I'm not sure.
So 254.
66 yeah.
Times 12.
12 months? Or are we talking weeks?
12 months, because there's 52 weeks in a year. So you times it by the 12 months and then divide it by 52 weeks.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I guess. Because this is at a yearly rate increase, yes?
The yearly rate
Oh,
increase is a total of $3,819 apiece.
Okay, so that's, or you can just divide that amount. I'll let you, I don't know.
The town share would go up $58.76 a week on a family plan. And then the individual and the child is listed there as well. It would be an increase of $5.23 per week for an individual. And I could tell you that
Again, okay, go ahead.
90 times 12 divided by 52. It would be
Pardon me for interrupting, but I hear a radio. Does anyone know where that's coming from?
$20.91 a week difference for a child, for an individual, for the town's portion.
Well, just going back to the chart again, I mean, the family, it says the increase. Is that a weekly increase, that first column?
That is a monthly increase,
The 318.
is a monthly
And
increase.
there's 63, 20% of that a month.
So 20%,
So you go
okay.
20, so then you divide that by 4. It's 63. So for
4.333, right, per week? Is that how you do it?
Melissa,
So the increase is like
each individual,
What, about 16,
there's 4
$17?
individuals that have the family plan right now.
Right.
So
it's 3,000 something a year, right?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? That's 30. Is that 318 is a month increase, right?
Right.
And
So
it's 20% of that would be 63.76. Is that what that is?
mm-hmm.
So then if you divided that by 4 for the weeks, right? For weeks pay.
Roughly.
Which would be the, I
I
guess,
mean, if
the
you're trying to come up by the
1469.
weekly thing, right?
So then I think that goes to the 1469, is that correct?
Yeah, but that's an increase. That's not the total cost.
I wouldn't think that'd be the weekly one, because you know, 4 times 15 would be 60.
The way that Melissa set this up was for each individual that has the plan.
Right.
This would be what each individual is going to
Right.
occur.
Well, it does say on the first left-hand column, family cost,
Yeah,
Right.
and then individual cost.
yeah.
Right.
Well, that's a family plan,
Yeah,
and then there's an individual plan. Which
Plan.
we have one that has that, and then our treasurer is going to have the plan with the adult and child, which is a difference of a premium, because we've never had that one before.
so how many are on the family plan?
There's 4,
4. And 1 individual,
one individual,
and 1 adult child.
correct.
Okay. So we have 6 employees that would be,
Mhm.
or have in the past,
That have health insurance.
and nobody's gonna go and have new health insurance.
No.
Okay. So monthly, so
I
again,
see where I screw up, where I'm trying to come up with that number. The town's paying 87% of the thing.
80%.
Instead of, over here, see? Town pays 87% of the bill currently on family plan.
Okay,
90% on the single individual one.
currently, no, it says family again.
Well, it's supposed to be individual.
Should
'cause-
be individual.
Yeah. And then it's based on 90% on the bill of a single,
Single with a child.
right.
Has this information been shared with all the employees?
It has, and unfortunately, we have to make a decision if we're gonna continue with the 20/80 split, because next week is the first week that Melissa will start taking out the deductions.
It has to be done this week.
Yes.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, they've got a hell of a deal.
Yeah,
Because like I said, you know, it's like I told you in one of the other meetings, how this all come about was, it used to be that it was 80-20.
Okay.
That was it, you know, it was.
Like 80 they paid and 20
No.
we paid?
Town picked up 80% of it,
Okay,
and then they picked up to 20%.
yeah, that's what
Of the
we
whole
have right
thing.
now.
Right, so the whole thing, but see, then what happened was, like I said before, when the Obama plan all kicked in, the big deal at that time, we had $75,000 budgeted that year.
Uh-huh,
And so they threw the 80-20 out the window, because we had the 75 grand, and that's what it cost for the insurance. They said, well, 100% funded. And I said, what are you gonna do next year, or the years when this starts jumping up, how are you gonna do it? So then, we should have left it alone and kept the 80-20, because everybody was used to paying that, you know? And, so anyways, what they did then, it came back, and they just charged on the increase 20%.
oh,
So they, whatever it was at that point, at this level funded.
oh, that's what we're looking at, just
So
the
next year it went up
increase.
like 90,000, so they paid on just the 15,000 of the increase, you know, so there's
Just the
80-20 of that.
increase.
Right, so now we're looking, every time it
Not the
increases.
total bill of a
No, because if that was a total bill, I mean, if that was the whole bill, you're taking,
What is it,
well, the family plan is roughly what, 2,300 a month now?
Where's that?
I think it's 2588 or something like that.
So 25, so you take 20% of that would be, you know, $500 and some a month.
Right.
You know, so that's like I say, they still got, it's a hell of a deal, no matter how you look at it, you know.
That's a month, but this is taken out on a bi-weekly or
Weekly.
weekly basis.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still pretty cheap. It is real cheap. The only problem we ever had with it was, when we first did this, the individuals come up and said, you know, mine's $700-800 or $600.
Right.
These guys are $2,000. They're actually making more money than I am. I should get the difference between my 600 and their $2,000.
Right, if we just based it on a single versus a
And
family.
I said, in one sense, you do see that, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's,
Because sooner or later, this is gonna become income to somebody.
Oh, it's been like that for a long time.
So, I mean, when you figure it all up, you know, it's costing the town $14 an hour or better for a family plan at a 40-hour week.
so how do we feel about that? I mean, is it a point where we
Well,
just make
I
a
don't-
decision?
It's, like I said, it's got kind of so screwed up that it's, the only way you can, I guess now, I mean, it'd be hard to go back and charge everybody 80-20. They'd all get pissed. You know, but I mean, right now it's just 20% of the thing, so then we give them a raise this year.
Melissa talked about that today. It's the
Yeah, we
same
got-
thing that happens with the Social Security and the Medicare. You get the $3 increase, but they charge you the $2.92.
Right. But the
So-
raise is still covering the increase of what they
It
had
is.
for insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still coming out a little bit ahead, not a lot, but a little bit, but then they get the overtimes and then they make up for it and all that
But they have
stuff.
benefit too, I mean, that's a
Well, as I
benefit.
said, the benefit is, it's a benefit, but it's really income too. Because if you or I went out and bought it,
Oh.
for ourselves, it comes out of what I make a week.
Yes,
You know, I don't just,
yes,
somebody's not handing me the insurance, you know?
right, right. Oh, it's income. I see what you're saying, yes.
So, I mean, I think the only thing you can do now is just keep going right the way it's been going.
Well, again, it's only 20% of the increase
Right.
versus looking at the plan and what the flat rate plan is and then having us do the 80% of the actual cost of the plan and 20% is by the employee.
Now, let's see, like the 20%, so that goes on top of what they're already paying, right?
Yeah.
Right, so they're already paying some.
Yeah.
So then they're
We're
adding
gonna
that on
add the
top of that.
$14.69
Yeah,
to
but
what
you're-
we're already paying, and that
Right.
increases it to $82.46.
But if we look at a level field of the price, what is the plan price, the actual plan price
I mean,
per month for a family?
well, it costs the town
It's not what it costs the town, it's like, what is that plan cost?
It's like $2,500 for a family plan a month.
A month.
Okay, so the 2585. So if you take that number and you do the split on it so that it is 20% and 80%.
As I said, it's $500 a month.
500 for them?
So that'd be $125 a week is what they'd be paying. Which, like I said, even at that, it's still not a bad deal. You know, you make for $500, you've got insurance. But the whole thing is, the whole insurance really isn't a great gig, anyways, because there's a $5,000, $3,000 deductible. I mean, you got to pay up front before they do anything, anyways.
Well,
they're trying to change a lot of that right now, I think. And if they do, it probably would be good.
Well, this.
Okay, so my last question is, how much are they paying a week?
Well, that's what I said. Right now, it's just going to go up to figure out what the increase, for our budget and purpose. We're going to go. I think what I suggest. I think we got to just keep going the way it's been going.
Yeah, but my question is how much are they paying?
$82.46 will be what the new, if it goes the way Melissa's got this laid out. My insurance will cost me $4,287 a year.
Okay, but that's like the 82.46 a week.
Yes.
Versus if we did a regular split, normal 80-20 on the base plan, that would be $125 a week. So that's $50 more.
That would cost me $6,500.
So there's a difference of $50 a week or something. Where we're
like I
eating
said, it's all screwed up in this whole insurance.
No, but if you just do the normal, what's the plan cost, and you do 20/80, where are we? And they are paying $83 a week versus $125 a week. We're making up the difference between that if we continue on with the current plan. If not, then the real cost of the 20% will be paid by the employee, and that's just for one plan, that's approximately $50 difference a week. That's $200 a month for one person.
And really, what you should almost do is to get the individuals, cheap as that is, you should almost give him 100% insurance.
Right.
That's
the other thing is.
And like I said, that was a big battle one other time about that whole thing.
Or the other thing is have a discussion about that we just pay for the individual, the employee, and not the entire family. If they want a family plan, they have to pick up that family plan.
Well, we've got I think, our backs to the wall right now as far as time is concerned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So consideration of different plans, different approaches, seem to be pretty much out the window.
Well, we can discuss it. I think we should discuss it as being responsible for the budget, and where are we at the budget? Are we able to? I know appropriations got shaved a bit, so where are we in the budget? Does it look like we're increasing taxes significantly if we keep at what we're doing?
Well, I don't know what kind of an effect it would have on taxes. Every increase has some. But again, Juanetta suggested a few minutes ago, I believe, that we're going to have to take some action on this so that the town could be signed up.
Open enrollment, if there's any changes that the employees want to take, if they decide that this becomes too expensive, open enrollment ends next week.
But they all know what is proposed and what,
Yeah.
and they've all signed on.
Yes. Right now, they're just looking at it and waiting for an answer from the board.
I suspect that my basic feeling on this is that it's a shame that it's as late as it is, that this did come to the board. It's not necessarily anyone else's fault. It may have been our fault. We should have been thinking ahead a little bit more. I would recommend certainly to the new board that they get on it and look at it and have it strongly, firmly in their minds as they go forward. Certainly to the point where if they wanted to, they could go out and get some alternate proposals. For now, I feel as if we're done.
Well, the whole thing is, I mean, isn't there just 2 insurance groups you get to choose from? It's only a couple things we have options on anyways, right? As I say, you can't shop this, really, you know?
Oh, no, to the extent that you want to stay with this particular provider.
Well, that plan, right?
But there are other providers out there. I'm not saying that there's anybody that we want to go running after, but other insurance companies that the town does not have to stay.
Right.
No town has to stay in this.
Well, I think that, like I said, for right now, I'd leave it just the way it's gone. And let's do it like that, but we're definitely gonna have to start doing things, because like I said, when this all started out, it was 75 grand. It was gonna be affordable insurance, affordable insurance, well, $2,000 a month, 2,500 is not affordable insurance, by no means, for anybody. And I said that, I think we should probably just go with this and get it going. How about just like Pete said, meanwhile, we better look at it some other way of, because I mean, this is just going up every damn year. I mean, we went up this year, how much altogether, like 15 grand, 16,000?
Yeah. It was an increase of $1,500 a month
Per person?
per the plan.
The whole thing.
Okay.
She makes out
18 grand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gone like that every year. So it's gone from from 75,000 up to 100 and some $1,000. Then they're doubling.
What's the total budget cost of this? Healthcare? Employee benefits, health insurance town cost.
Yeah.
97,000 was the budget,
Last year.
and actual today is 54,000. We're at 55%. That's a lot of money for how many people?
6.
6
Yeah.
people.
Well, we've got, it's been it's been a lot of money for the town and for the program for some years. I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed addition to insurance premium as outlined.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion on the motion?
I think we should instantly, start making a plan to look at healthcare policies for the upcoming year, for the next year. And not just,
Well, it would be for budgeting 1 year from now.
Yeah, but we're in budgeting right now and we're late
Well,
with the health insurance review.
well, we're not going to do a health insurance review because this is what we're,
No, I understand that,
yeah,
but
okay.
we're behind the 8 ball, you're saying, and we're making
What you're
this-
saying is
So we need-
coulda, shoulda.
Unfortunately, because insurance is year to year, January to December, we run a fiscal year of June to July.
Right, but we should be looking at it
Yeah.
starting in June, 6 months in advance.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Planning Commission amendment, is there any other new business to come before us?
No.
Okay, among correspondence is a Planning Commission amendment to the zoning bylaw. Planning Commission, you probably,
In your correspondence folder in front of you, there's a highlighted copy.
okay. There's been, as I understand it, a fair amount of interest in Newfane for natural burial. And you'll have to talk to somebody else to get exactly what that is. I am not in a position or knowledgeable enough on the whole thing to tell you. The purpose of the amendment is to allow conditional use of natural burial grounds in Newfane's resource districts. Copy of the proposed amendment bylaw amendment report is enclosed. I haven't read the draft amendment. I see something right off the bat in that statement, those two lines I just read. However,
There's a hearing date.
yeah. There is a hearing Thursday, week from Thursday, December 12th at 6 p.m. in this room. And so anyone with an interest or concern is invited, and even harder than that, ordered, asked to show up.
Can I ask a question?
Surely.
Did they have to have a certain number of signatures from the?
No.
They didn't?
No.
To move ahead on any of this?
No.
It's not required?
They go through a process. If they feel that it's a viable
thing.
amendment, it's a good amendment, they hold their hearing, send it to us, we hold our hearing, and if we think it's a good thing, it becomes an amendment to the zoning bylaw after 30 days, I think.
So it would be important for people that did not want this to happen to show up at that next meeting and voice their opinion.
Yeah, people with questions.
Questions
yes.
and comments.
Yes, no question about it. As I suggested, there are two opportunities: select board, second, planning commission, then select board. Same, basically the same thing. Hearing, warning.
I just wondered if the signatures, that sort of kind of qualifies a percentage of the population.
The if a significant population of significant percentage of the population came to one of the hearings or both of the hearings, yelled, screamed, stamped their feet, and the planning commission and the select board said, "Geez, this doesn't sound like such a good idea."
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay.
Okay, now what's in here that's super secret that I did? Same thing, good. Nothing else in
Just your highlighted sections.
correspondence. It's a good thing I'm colorblind.
December 12th.
Okay. I would say we are up to or down to or over to, unless anyone has anything else they want to bring before us under business, we can move to the business of considering and approving pay orders.
And encourage anybody to come to the meetings.
Nothing, oh, just one other question. Haven't heard anything back about that property across the street? Nothing?
It's in the bank's hands to do what they need to do with it.
But I did see that that roof came down.
Yeah.
So somebody must have gone in there and pulled it down.
Oh.
Did they pull it down? It just fell down.
And I think somebody went
Yeah,
in
I
and pulled
wouldn't
it down.
dare go do that.
It was like the same week that that tape went up, that came down, and
Oh,
that was
okay.
one of the recommendations when I spoke to her.
So what's the wrap up on that, I guess, is the question.
We'll just have to keep after them.
But they'll end up have to tear it down.
Yeah,
Pretty much unsafe.
yeah.
Practice for the fire department.
Yeah.
Be a good deal.
That would be a good deal.
Why don't you guys play with that? We'll play
So
with
we're all
it.
set?
Adjournment.
Thank you, sir.
Adjournment.
5:31. David, you set to go?
I can, yep.
Okay.
I need to just type in the title or rename it from blank.
So we have a short agenda, but I think it will be a long meeting. So we'll start with the special ed budget.
Very good. Maybe we should do a sign-in sheet, just because I don't know everybody.
Oh, okay.
And you know, part of the minutes, you know, part.
You're
That would be
nice.
helpful. And well, let's just at least introduce our presenters tonight. So I'm Frank Rucker. I'm the business administrator. And Christine.
Christina Naylor, WSESD
Tim.
board.
Tim Morris, WSESD board.
Carrie Amadon, Vernon Elementary School Board, Vernon Town Board.
And Beekman, WSESD board.
Marisa Duncan-Holly, Director of Special Education. Shelley Wilson, Assistant Special Ed Director.
Joe Gruda, Coordinator of Special Education.
I think you're just doing presenters.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, Dave Scholes, town school.
WSESD.
Yeah, the district, the D, the district.
Kelly Young, WSESD.
Okay.
All right. Take
Good?
it away.
All righty. I'm going to stand for a little bit, just because
Okay.
I've been sitting too long all day. Let me give you a little bit of an overview of what we sent you. I think it was on Friday. And I do have copies for anyone who would like. Anyone need a hard copy? Tim?
I know I'm good.
You're
Thank
good?
you.
Anyone else? Hard copy? There we go.
Which one? Sure.
Yep, we got it.
Anyone at the table or anyone?
Anyone?
Anyone.
Maybe right off the bat, we're gonna acknowledge that budget data is public information, but in some of the assumptions, we have to look at enrollment, and this is about the budget for special education students. And in some instances, enrollment is right down to one student in one town. So where we have enrollment data reference, we want that to stay non-public. You're free to review the data here, but when we post to the website, we will remove the enrollment data that gets down to those very identifiable statistics where you have one student in one town.
So any hard copies that have gone to the public should probably come back because it would be.
That page, yeah.
So I think if we could just, before you leave, if we could take page 1 away from you, because page 2 has the enrollment data.
Right.
Was there another page, or is that something you guys are handing out?
There is going to be a second handout,
Okay.
and I may as well hand that out now. You have some? Good.
Yeah, I
Ready?
had the wrong date.
Okay, I didn't have
So I
enough
fixed it.
copies, so thank you, Shelley. Shelley's going to pass around
You
another
already have
enrollment
this, right?
data document.
I'll just pass them around. I think, yeah, there should be enough here. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in usual fashion, I'll do a little bit of an overview of the budget, the financial impact, and then we'll turn it over to Shelley and to Marisa, maybe Joe, to describe some of the program development that's required for our projected student needs for fiscal year 21. And then I would assume this board will want to spend a fair amount of time on the assessment methodology because it's new to all of us. And it is the first year that we have Vernon having voted to become a tuition town instead of a member town of the Union High School. And that requires a different type of assessment methodology. But we're still consistent with the methodology that you you folks all reviewed and approved at our November 25th meeting, so we can revisit that if we need to. So, does that sound good for format tonight?
Sounds good.
Okay, very good. So our budget proposal. We'll come back to these first couple of pages of spreadsheet data, and if we flip to the page reference, it's at the bottom in the middle of the page. Okay, so I'm flipping to the budget data, which starts on page 445. We'll come back to this data as well, just giving you a little bit of a orientation on the report. So this budget data starts with the revenues. Okay, so we'll talk about that. You see a lot of zeros and then a lot of variances there, and that has to do with us being a different entity in terms of doing business with Wyndham Southeast School District versus our prior separate districts. That's why you see that sort of inconsistency. And then also keep in mind revenues are in credits, so that's why you get the brackets. They're a credit and the expenses a debit. We'll as I say, we'll come back to that. But if you go to page 8, or now we'll go to what's called 11 of 45. It's the budget, page 8, but page 11 of 45. You see the total revenues. So after we talk about spending, we'll come back and understand a little bit better how the revenues are derived, and that has a lot to do with the assessment mechanism. But I think you will want to understand the spending piece first, because that drives the revenue. So page 8 is the beginning of the detail of the spending proposal. So we'll do just one more sort of a orientation of the pages, and we go all the way to the end, page 45 of 45. Okay. The very bottom number says grand total. That takes the difference between revenues and expenses. We like to see those zeros there. But right above that, so the second to the last line on page 45 of 45. This is the proposal. I had mentioned that we had a significant increase in this proposal based on the student need. So Marisa will be talking a good deal about what the major drivers of that are. But you see, we're going from a current budget of $11,882,000. That's the middle column, and the proposed budget is $14,014,000, up $2.1 million. Keep in mind, we have executive session this evening, and we're going to talk about raises. And there are no raises in this budget. So this assuming there would be a typical compensation raise for a negotiated agreement, this is missing another significant assumption, and I hope we can address that tonight.
What about healthcare?
Healthcare is in here because we had a tentative agreement, if you may recall. Kelly's committee, Sean was part of that, met with supervisory union and the supervisory
so that is
district.
baked in.
And the healthcare is included.
Okay.
Okay, so there you have it. There's the shocker.
Copy of that, for some reason I'm ending on page 38.
Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Save $2 million, just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Thank you.
Okay. So we want to give you maybe some of the top impact assumptions for that $2 million, and then I'm sure you'll have other questions, and then I'd like to turn it over to Marisa and to Shelley to talk more about the issues, and I think that's also where we'll come back to the other document that Shelley passed around, the enrollment, because obviously all of this is driven by student need. So the single largest increase in this budget are the outside placement costs that have increased substantially. We've gone from for outside placements, it's on here somewhere, Shelley, yeah, there it is. 29 students in FY19 to 48 currently, and going to 54 students. This is on line 13 of this single data sheet that Shelley has passed out. And I'm sure you'll have questions about that, and that's where I'll have Shelley and Marisa speak to it. When you look for where does that show up in the budget, it is in a number of areas, but it's basically in the tuition lines. And I think we made page notes on that. Does either of you remember? I'll find it.
Page 12 is BUHS.
Good, thank you.
Which is 15 of 45.
15 of 45.
In our double page number budget.
Yeah, this is so that we can put lots of different documents together. Page 15 of 45 is,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Tuition to private Vermont and tuition to non.
Yes, non-Vermont,
Non-Vermont private,
which
okay.
is the out-of-state.
Okay.
So you can see in those assumptions, 780,000 is assumption this year. Based on what we know now, 992,000 up 212,000, and then a similar pattern there in the out-of-state. And unfortunately, what this reflects is the current budget not anticipating these increases. So we're going to have a deficit this current year, which is we haven't seen this over several years, but that's what's happening. So then we have a similar impact at the elementary level.
And that's on page 12 of 45.
Okay, so these are BUHS. 1040 is BUHS, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And keep in mind, if this is a student from, let's say, Dover or Marlborough, they're going to get those costs directly. They're not going to come through this budget, of course. And I say that just to help us understand that that's the case for Vernon now.
That was written somewhere. I feel like
Yes.
I read that somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's new.
Okay.
That's new for us. But that's that.
Okay. So elementary is
The
Page 12 of 45?
and then you see, sort of in the middle of the page, we're going from 110,000 to 705,000. You see that sort of in the middle, and this is in the Brattleboro Town school systems. That's when you look at the far left under description, you see those descriptions, the BTS, Brattleboro Town Schools, is where we're seeing that significant increase in need. There's also an increase in the speech language. I recall that correctly? Yeah. And the speech language is in the district-wide budget. And it was a new position that was needed based on the student needs. That's on page 34 of 45. So these would be the top cost drivers. I think this is the last one that I want.
Is this the speech language
Yes.
pathologist or the
see
communication facility?
the speech language you see right at the top of the page. The current budget's 367 and the proposed is 507.
In fact, 4048 is district-wide?
That's right.
Thank you. I didn't bring my little key with me.
Yes, it's
I got mine.
always handy. Very handy. I did put that on the website too. It's under business. There's SU Finance, and we have a number of those sort of reference documents there for the general public and for you. So those are the major cost drivers. And as far as why is this happening, I don't know if we have an answer for that, in that so much of it is folks moving in to the area with high needs, students. But it's the reality that we are addressing. So shall we have Shelley and Joe and Marisa give you a little more of an overview, or do you want to just start off with questions?
What works for everyone? I'm fine getting sort of a deeper dive and then maybe doing general or questions after, if that seems good, unless someone's got something right off the top that you need an explanation of. Right, why don't we let you guys
describe the need, and you know, to some extent the enrollment document helps us understand the change in our population. So, I'm going to go with you.
Sure. I would say probably over the past 3 years, but especially this year, you know, we've really seen a changing, more complex children coming through the school district. Kids with a lot of high needs, and the services that we have within the schools, though they help to support some students, sometimes those students' needs are just so great that we really don't have the resources to support the students. So we send them into out-of-district placements. The other is that we've inherited several students from other school districts where a school district, a neighboring school district may have placed a child in one of the private out-of-district placements, and then the family moves to Brattleboro or one of the surrounding towns, and now their child is already at this school, and we end up picking up that tuition and those costs for that child to be at the school. We do try to look at each one of those cases individually, but as you know, if the child's there, we can't just say, no, you know, now you're going to be part of Wyndham Southeast in the public school. So that can take some time also to figure out what the need is for that student. I think at the high school we've had even more students, and again it's for those same reasons. Either they're already in a placement or their needs are so demanding that the school just doesn't have enough resources to really help support those kids and be safe in school. We're working on it every day to figure out, you know, how to sort of move past this and build services and programs, but there have been just so many kids moving in that it's been very challenging to keep up with the need. I don't know if either of you have anything to add to that?
I would just piggyback on a comment about the out-of-district placements, is that something that I think has become more driving that out-of-district placement category, at least the last 2 years, and I would say it's sort of, you know, popped open about a year ago, right after we did the budget, right after, you know, we kind of got through the December time frame, is that it's not uncommon for DCF to, you know, they have been, it seems as though, at least anecdotal data, and the hard data I'm sure does support that there are more students in DCF custody, whether it's for a short period of time or a long period of time. And if a student has a need because of outside of school factors via DCF to be placed in a residential facility for treatment, it's not it's not uncommon for a child to be in a place where they're living due to, for whatever reason, I couldn't guess as to all the reasons, but if they're placed at some place residentially, then when it's time to come back into like a foster home, or perhaps their family of origin, it's, we get a lot of, there's a lot of pressure to keep a child in the alternative placement because they've been doing very well and things have come, you know, the issues that maybe were coming about, you know, teams make those decisions, IEP teams, and a lot of, you know, we do work very closely with DCF. I think that in a lot of times our goal is always for, you know, a student to be educated in their neighborhood school with their peers. But I, you know, have noticed over the last couple of years that it's harder to get kids back, and a lot of times it's due to things that we can't control, like where they live in placement.
Another chair.
Yeah, and I guess at the secondary level, you know, the middle school, and particularly the high school as well, just that in our community as a whole, we're seeing more and more need, more and more kids having some systemic challenges in their family structures and all kinds of other things that are happening to them. And as they age, that group is getting into the high school and older levels now. And we're still continuing to have younger kids that also still have that support. It's not like that's just ending and they're going to matriculate out. That it's continuing to happen. And so we're just having to provide more robust services in general everywhere. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, you know, we need our partners in the community who provide those therapeutic day placements because, you know, they are, for some students, you know, the most appropriate placement that can really meet their needs. So just to be clear about that.
That really matters to parents.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Questions, anybody? Anything you need clarified? Anything we want to dig down on?
A couple of general ones. I noticed that we had another budget earlier, I'm not sure what it was, it listed a whole bunch of district placements so I saw this coming. But I went through all the rest of it, and this is the first time through the special ed budget, the first time on the SU board. Mm-hmm. And I just, many pages of questions, and as I was writing the questions, I realized these are like, why is this one up and why is this one down? And basically, all of this is based on the changes that are needed in the special ed service plan because things change every year in every school. So I'm not going to ask any of those questions. So which kind of shifted me right into the, okay, what are we going to do about this?
Right.
And I think what would be helpful in terms of getting this information to the public and helping people understand it and the impact on all of them as well as the school district, and we've heard about the impact on the staff of you know, constantly dealing with really needy students, is if we could have all of this, put the tuitions, which I think is the 5640 line, and I'm not sure which of the case managers or how many case managers there are. There were several in there, and there's the 1710 and the 1210, and I don't know which if all of those have to do with this, and then any additional travel expenses. Mm-hmm. There are additional psychological services and other professional services that are in the budget. I'm sure that there's additional administrative time, although we don't necessarily, like your time or anybody else's, we don't break that down, but an estimate of that, so that we could really have an impact of, you know, a programmatic budget for this particular program and all of the needs that come, and there may be special diet plans too. I don't know the extent of it, but if we could get all of that, and here's how much this is this year, here's how much it was last year. We've had 3 years now of centralized special ed. Right? Is what's happened over the last 3 years, so people can see that, not just the big bump, but that it's been coming. And actually, it's here now, and we're looking at it now. It's the first time we've ever been able to anticipate it in the budget. So. I'm asking that we be able to get that really concise number, so because I don't think we're going to be looking, from what the principals have said, we're looking at projectors and well, maybe a little building addition or something, but we're not looking at huge things in the rest of the programs. This is really the story for this year. And I think, so I'd like to be able to really give really clear, solid data on here's what's happening and here's what we have to deal with, and we don't have a choice but to pay for it. So anyway, that would be really helpful. I don't know if anybody else thinks that's a good idea or not, but I find having those kinds of, not having to figure that out myself is, and because I leave things out because I just don't know what all these different things apply to, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think that we can definitely help you know, I see you're looking at that chart of accounts that the state is saying you will use, so we are using it. It really does lend itself to getting to those questions that you're asking. So what will be helpful for us is, and this is typical where we take this really tough to digest information and we summarize it into the broader categories so that it's more like a 5-page report that says here are the major investments that special education is making for the intervention and for addressing the needs. So what I hear, and I'm not sure if I've got it right, I want to make sure that we respond to your question, but you can see that we're organized by the way the state is saying you will collect data around where the education is occurring, so that's the site. So we can give you breakdowns of site or compilations of sites or secondary, elementary. So that's one way of disaggregating or re-aggregating data. Then there are the various types of services. So there's the direct service between the teacher, the special education teacher, and the student. So that's a large portion of spending. We can organize information around the classroom teacher and then the non-classroom teacher, meaning like speech pathology, OT, PT, the general support. So those are two common ways of looking at how are we investing the money and how are we trying to get outcomes that address the need. Is there a third kind of a structure that you'd like us to?
I was thinking of it more in terms of just the out-of-placement costs.
Oh, out-of-placement.
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear.
Oh yeah, that's really
just that. Yeah, with the case managers and the tuition.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can. That's very straightforward. Yeah, and you're right. It's the 560 code, and we can give single data sheets on that. Very easily. And you're asking for over time.
Yeah. Just so we can see the trend.
Yeah.
And as many of the parts of it as there are, like additional psychological testing.
I see.
Like that.
Yeah. Well, and we have out-of-district case managers who are hired and assigned specifically to case manage, students who are in outplacements, and we need another one for next year
I noticed that.
to help, right, to manage, because the needs of there's a lot more meetings, there's a lot more communication, sometimes there's a lot of travel involved.
Yeah, and there's only so many of those cases that one person can manage.
Right, effectively, right.
Which is kind of important.
Yeah,
And then,
absolutely.
Shelley, you might want to highlight the data that we reviewed specifically about that issue that David's raising. I mentioned it briefly, that line 13 on this single page. But as far as, did you need a copy?
No, but I noticed that Franz doesn't have one, but maybe you found it online or something. The budget.
I don't have any.
You don't have anything?
You got that.
I got two.
Sample.
How about that big fat one?
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, Shelley, if you would just kind of describe that pattern, and it's a U-shaped pattern. So you might mention the strategies that were put in place in fiscal year 17 to address what was a trend going higher.
Yeah.
And then we had the STEP program development across the region that really seemed to address the outside placement issue But